Maybe not. It may not work.
You will have registration open until the end of level 14. Close the break. Flags will start 4,000, 8,000 and 8,000. 162. Tennis we have 2 more players. Let's begin today.
Oh my. Morning everybody. One job.
One job.
One job. He's only been here 38 seconds. One job. Unbelievable takers. Morning. Thanks for that. Frightened Swan. I had one job. That was it. For the day. I'm off. Latest. We're 2 levels of 40 minutes. And then we will find out the number of buy-ins and re-entries for today. Give you the clock, give you the countdown, and as soon as the payout structure comes with us after the first 2 levels, we will give it to you. Afternoon, again. Hope you're alright, again. Day 2 of the high roller, again. But we're not on moot. So, just started the high roller. This is it. Let's rock and roll. Are we going to crown a champion? Are we going to crown the same champion for the 3rd time this week? Can it be done? We will find out. Afternoon everybody. Hope everybody is good. Let's crack on and give you who is running on our table for the first session. In 1 it's Pavel Abramov, Alex Gulder in seat number 2. Nikolai Moot in 3. So early stages of the day.
Yeah, Mitch goes for the limp with the ace-queen off of like 23 big blinds to start the hand. Can have some limps off of that stack size. Need to mix in some stronger hands if we are going to start limping some mediocre ones. So I'm guessing ace-queen limping in just to balance that out at the frequency. Just check down to the river, takes the first one with ace-high.
So welcome aboard the high roller. Collected 100, just short of 160,000 so far. And we're crowning a champion sometime today. Morning Gail, how are you?
Morning Mum, afternoon,
Those
morning
things.
to me.
As you know Jay, it's definitely morning to him. How are you doing Gail? Hope things are good.
So Payout with the ace-9 raises to 16. And Chris, 4 deuce of clubs, definitely can defend this one. Facing a min click. They're going to call for 8k more.
Got it. Flop time, ace 4-8. Catch a piece, both players.
Yeah, and 4 deuce of clubs here for Chris. Not going to be going anywhere. Maybe one we could start check raising some of the time. Bottom pair, backdoor wheel and flush draw. Like knows that Payout is going to be relentlessly firing this board. Call going to be fine as well. What he's gone for. Jack of spades on the top. No help for the 4 deuce of clubs. Pavel's still out in front. Pretty clean turn card, not changing anything. Probably happy to go for another street versus the big blind. Does goes for 20, just south of third. Should be end of hand now. Decent price, but difficult for Chris to be continuing here just with bottom pair. A board that favours the opponent's range.
So Jamie Walden, 14 bigs, 120,000 with the blinds at 4-8, 4-8 and 5-10, and then late reg finishes. 20-minute break after that, and then back to it with elimination. Give you news of day 1A of the main event. Always starts slow on a Thursday morning nowadays, no matter where we are in the country. Day 1B is always extremely busy. Afternoon, Mark Pennington, watching on Facebook. We are all good, thank you. Any big two last night, Cadet?
No, I offered it, but none of them wanted it. No, they've been working 14-hour shifts every day for the last God knows how many days, for all of them I think, so locked into a table all day. I doubt you want to go and play cards at the end of the night.
Fair enough.
They even said to me, they said that Goliath is about 20 times better to work than here.
Well,
so I think they're just very busy,
yeah.
Not getting many breaks, so be no late night cards for me this week. Maybe Sunday when everyone's finished.
Yeah. Have to take down, obviously.
Yep.
Rest of the schedule for us this week. We're on Thursday. It's the high roller all the way through to crowning a champion, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday it's main event. Back to the 12:30 starts for us. And London, the schedule for the rest of the week. If you want to get involved, today is Thursday. High roller day 2. Main event cash out at 7 o'clock tonight. Friday is main event day. We'll be concentrating on the long 60-minute levels. Cups on Saturday is a side event, which finishes on Sunday, as well as the main, and the seniors and the PLO to finish off the festival. Plenty to get your teeth into.
That's Dave. Yeah. He's all easy. King J suited. Eduardo. Nice one to open. Makes it 17. Payout here. Ace 10 off with the big blind versus button open. Eduardo starting the hand with around 24 big blinds. So Payout just going to send it into the middle. 24 effective. King Jack suited for Eduardo, annoying one to have here. Button versus big blind, suited Broadway, beautiful hand. Unfortunately met with this 24 big rip. I think this is closer than it looks. These suited Broadways, button versus big blind, button versus small blind. You see a lot of those flicked in for around 20 or sub 20 bigs, maybe not for 24, but you will see a lot of calling off. Button versus the blinds, and Eduardo is going to call it off with the King Jack suited. And he'll like what he sees.
Can we double up? Live cards, King Jack of Spades for Eduardo.
And that takes the lead with middle pair. Still fading a lot here though. Kings, aces and eights. And there's a king. Not dead though, still 4 outs. King or a jack.
No, it is not. That is unlucky. That is unlucky. Eduardo eliminated early stages of day 2, but not the first out. TJ out. Tom Middleton gone. Alex Gulabevs and Eduardo Mancinelli. They're the 4 that have been eliminated in the early stages of the day. Give you more eliminations as they come through. Payout structure after the first break. Good afternoon, Katie. This is the high roller, but not the final table.
I wish, Katie. We'd be done. We'd be done by 5. Wish it was the FT.
All right. This is the start of day 2. Still buying for 80 minutes. End of the second level. 40-minute levels all the way through. So the first 2 levels, then a break. That'll be Mikey's. Always buys chili jam. I don't know anybody that can eat as much chili jam as him.
I like Nando's chili jam. The one you get with the halloumi.
Okay.
That is the nuts.
Is it?
It's so good that I even buy it at Tesco because they sell it in Tesco in a bigger bottle. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a little bit like the Chick-fil-A mayonnaise?
Not nowhere near as good, but it's nice. It is nice.
All right. Okay.
If you could buy the Chick-fil-A in Tesco, I would
Live there.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody who eats a jar of chili jam a week like Mikey Clark does, our action tracker. He eats it. He must eat it for his breakfast. Must put it on his Weetabix. My sister used to eat Weetabix covered in strawberry jam.
Yeah, I can
Dry.
I can see that.
Really?
Yeah.
Dry Weetabix strawberry jam. I just couldn't have it. Mine had to be soaked in hot milk. I used to love it with hot milk.
Yeah, I used to have mine with hot milk. I think as well.
Dry Weetabix with strawberry jam on top, spread, and just ate. I like eating a dry wheat like cream cracker. Yes, we're on all day, Katie. Egg on Weetabix? Not a chance. Who does that? Well, the missus.
Cool. Not having it.
Egg on Weetabix with Parmesan cheese.
He's on the wind up.
Well,
Of course he is.
That's just 3 things that are in the fridge. What we got left at the end of the week? We've got a Weetabix. We've got an egg. and we've got some Parmesan cheese.
If you're still hungry, we've got toaster scrapings. And I'll have a look under the fridge.
Oh.
That deuces for Payout. Opens on the button. Nikolai defends the 7-3 of hearts. And Jack.
What a flop that is. You don't see that very often.
See that from Payout. Quick throw from Nikolai. walk for Jamie with a 9 deuce. We don't mind that.
I know what you were saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good to see Mitch Johnson back at the tables. Usually plays in our cash games whenever we are around the country.
$16k from Pavel here in the hijack. Alex with ace jack. Interesting one here. Whether to flat or 3-bet. I'm gonna go for flat. Kind of an awkward stack size. Ace jack, hijack versus cut off. 30 BBs. Effective. Too many bigs to just shove over the top. I hate our life if we 3-bet not all in and get ripped on. So opt in for call with position. Best avenue to take.
King, Queen, 5, 2 spades. Third spot for Powell. Flush draw.
Yeah, speak about these spots a lot, Tower, and like late position versus late position. We are supposed to do a lot of checking over to the in position player. That's exactly what Pavel does here. And Alex going to take a freebie with the ace jack. 2 of clubs on the turn. I think now is where we will see delay c-bet from Pavel after flop does go check check. Just understanding that we are supposed to play heavy check in these spots. LPV versus LP out of position, and then once it's checked behind we can go for the delay c-bet. 60% here on the turn. Still expects Alex to call here. Nut high hand, Broadway draw, overcard comes along.
Third club, the 6 on the river.
Now Pavel, we got a bluff in us on this run out. We'll be aware that we're not going to be able to show down the best height, the best hand with 10 height. So it is going to bluff at this. It goes for 80 into 112. Just north of 2/3. Alex just with ace jack here, does have the best high hand, does have a club in his hand. Removal to some rivered flushes, unblocking the spades as well, but too tough to be calling this one. He's going to be letting it go. Nice bluff from Pavel there.
Well played, sir. 830,000, 100 bigs at this stage of the game. He's in good shape. Welcome to the high roller. We had 5 quick eliminations.
Yeah.
Resolution 15.
We just lost 2 more on the outer tables and 2 names as well. Leo Withington Lease and Dominic Nietzsche. Gone. Gone. Whether they re-enter, they have an option. Tens for Alex, Jamie, all in for his 110,000. Jack 10, he's not in good shape here. Ace Jack for Chris.
Just up for wing versus the hijack open. Perfectly fine. Unfortunately going to run into it here. 10s for Alex, makes the call. Let's have the 1 overcard. You can find.
Jamie stands.
Not much out there.
Well, running diamonds.
Queen of diamonds would be nice. It's a big sweat.
Not anymore.
An 8 on the turn, so down to 3 outs. Needs the jack.
So ace jack being folded as well, and it's the 4 of clubs. Jamie Walden hits the rail.
Oh, Dom's back. Snap rebuy.
I'm in London, I'm going to play. Dom Leacher on the outer table.
No action for Alex with the aces.
So half a dozen gone so far. London well underway. Last 4 days here in the capital. Events around the country as we leave the Vic. A couple of weeks time, Leeds, Edinburgh, Reading, Blackpool and Birmingham have got 25, 50s and deep stacks. Then we're back in Luton for the next GUKPT. Then we're in Leeds more or less straight after. A couple of weeks later in Leeds, and then the big one of the 888 festival in Coventry. The first time 888 will have been at the CBS Arena. The full schedule is already out, and saw a decent promo by 888 on social media regarding going to Coventry for the first time. Afternoon, Kev. Are we playing down to a winner today? Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'll probably make it around an 11-hour day for us, Kev. I reckon we're going to be done about midnight today. That's on 110 players. Currently we've got 100 in, so I reckon it'll be about right.
Mitch out of the way. Pavel raises up. What's that flat? No, raise 16.
Alex here not going to be flatting the A7 off. At some small frequency may fancy a free bet as a bluff here. More often than not, just going to see fold here, and then once in a while can definitely bump this up with the ace block up, and it's going to go for the free bet as a bluff, making it 60k. Nice big sizing, set up a 4x out of position.
And that'll do it for Alex. So first blind's 4-8. Then on a 40-minute clock we go to 5-10. Then a 20-minute break. And then it'll be elimination time. Mid is back in. Sat next to Dom. Was it Freddie in?
So the Chris ace-9 off here in the big blind, button open, dead flat of Nikolai here in the small. Maybe thinking about a light shove, I just think 25. Bit too many with the ace-9, and does just get out of the way. Thought we would have at least seen defend, but going to take the tighter approach and let Nikolai and Alex battle this one out.
Top pair for Alex and a flop of King Jack 7. Bottom pair for Nikolai. So a nice steady start to the day. Re-entries, players going back in on a regular basis.
Cut off open, 7's for Nikolai here. Like to see shove here for 22. Just going to get through so often. Middle in pair. I'm going to go for the free bet not all in. 40% of his stack. Same result. Quick fold from Alex.
Pavel 100 bigs, great stack to be having at this stage. I roll the day 2, London. Luton next for the team. CRD team will be on the way down to Luton! Yay! Let's get stuck on the M6 and the M1. Oh, the M6 down to Luton. Great. I might see how much a private jet is from Blackpool to Luton. What do you think?
Not much, 7-8k.
You can get a helicopter.
Probably
Is that too long?
Too long, probably. I reckon.
Okay.
Might be all right. I reckon 7-8k. I know from London to Amsterdam it's about 7-8k.
Was it?
Yeah, on a jet. But I don't know from Blackpool. Same sort of distance, really, ain't it? So.
Be a good question for you, that. How many days since the M6 has opened has there not been any roadworks on it?
I don't know when the M6 opened.
I don't know myself. 60s, 60, 62, 63 maybe?
Yeah, so we got Chris going for the free bet bluff here with the ace deuce suited. Alex coming along with the king queen suited. Not much for either player. Dummy and gutter for Chris. Alex with the 2 overcards. Backdoor flush draw. interesting one for Chris here, whether to continue or not. Like, we don't have 3s, 5s, 6s in here, but doubt Alex has too many small pairs either versus our stack size pre. So maybe just going to bet using that overpair advantage. 24 into 104. There's Towers, mate. Comes to join us.
Oi, oi, Victor.
King Jack of Diamonds. Payout here. Both options available. I like complete. Definitely one we can call if Alex elects to raise up over our complete. Can definitely still call a 3-bet blind on blind. We raise and Alex does go for the aggressive route. 3.5x sizing. Like this choice. Alex going to make the call with the Queen 8.
Here's 10-9.
So both players flop a gut shot here. Payout with a backdoor flush draw to go with his. And continues just less than quarter. Alex, a pretty clear call in my opinion. The Queen 8.
King of Spades on the turn. Pavel.
Yeah, one we're going to start checking fairly often now, Tower. We pick up second pair. We don't need to protect versus overs or even straight possibilities with a jack in our hand, so it becomes a very viable check. Induce some bluffs from our opponent. We've got a pretty easy check call hand now on the turn. With the Queen of Spades in here, Alex may be thinking about firing this one. Bluffing spade rivers. Good combo to do it with. Blind on blind. Payout going to be very wide as the chip leader. Doesn't necessarily have to have these high card hands that aren't going to be folding. So it goes for 45. 45 into 94. So just south of half. And Payout just with a clear check call here. Never raising, never folding. Easy decision this one.
There we go. Exactly spot on, and the Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, it shouldn't really mean much to. This is just going to go check a lot of the time, I think. Pavel probably will have some leads after river in the straight, but a lot of the time we are just going to be playing in flow, checking to the aggressor, hoping to induce some sort of bluff. But I'd be surprised if this one didn't go check. If Pavel does check, Alex is always checking behind now. He's picked up showdown, goes in front of a 10, goes in front of a 9. But if faced with a lead, it becomes a bit more dicey.
So he's going to lead after using a time bank. 80,000.
Yeah, now what do we beat here as Alex Tower? In my eyes, not a thing. And Alex agrees. Just makes the fold. No action from Payout with the straight.
Chip leader pulls morning. 110 bigs. Victor on 13 big blinds and 104,000. Lost 250k pot yesterday Kings against Ace King. I've heard it 3 times.
We've got 102 in the mix so far,
Well,
plus
yes.
there's going to be a few that max late reg. This one could potentially be the biggest field we've had in a high roller for a GUKPT. Alex, beautiful sight to look down at, especially because we've already 3-bet once versus a Payout button open. Now we actually have the goods. Probably going to make it the same size as before, 60k. Similar stack sizes in question. Well, this is interesting. Alex goes for the 50k 3-bet this time. The orbit before, when he went for the bluff with the A7 off, he made it 60 off of similar stack sizes in question, which is an interesting little takeaway from the hand. Going smaller with his value, but going bigger with his bluff. Obviously such a tiny sample size, can't read too much into it, but we'll see as the day goes. Like if he had 10 big blinds, 15 big blinds less than the orbit before, can definitely get behind the smaller sizing just because of the stack size in question. But see that 30 plus bigs deep, thought we would have seen shy of 4x, but going just north of 3.
Afternoon, Alan. Hope things are good. This is a 2k buying, is it?
Yep.
2k buying. Ah, Warbs is in the building. Steve Warburton nods at the table and says hello. Recently married. So Steve, social media was full of it. Looked a fantastic day for Mr. and Mrs. Warburton. Alex raising to 20. And lines out of the way. Have we played any golf? What day are we on? Third. I didn't play yesterday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday I played.
With Tao, you just got to ask what days he didn't play golf. Plays more golf than most PGA pros, this man.
I'd like to go round with one of them. Just for a day. I'd like to go round with John Daly. And my favourite golfer of all time, Lee Trevino, but he's in his 80s now. Love to have a round of golf with John Daly. Smoking a fag, driving the car, can of Stella, bottle of JD. No, back home with the old links. St Anne's old links.
Do you get bored playing the same course all the time?
No,
Huh?
not at all. Because it's the finest course ever.
Huh?
The greens are regarded in the top 10 in the country. In the entire country. Yeah,
I just like playing a different course.
that's what we used to do with the society.
You know all your shots you got to play, don't you? You drive, you got to baby draw into the green and this foot, and then you got to this club for this hole and this club for this hole.
Literally, with the old links, you need to keep it straight.
Yeah.
But when there's a 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing into your clock, it's tough. But yeah, it is good to go and play somewhere different, I must admit. I wouldn't even know where the closest golf course to where we are right now is, at all. If I sat here until next GUKPT London, I probably wouldn't guess it. I really don't know. Maybe Jay knows.
What's that?
The closest golf course to the Vic.
Closest golf course to the Vic.
I actually wouldn't have a clue.
It wouldn't be Chingford.
Like I was saying, if I sat here until next GUKPT London, I don't think I could guess it. Oh, TJ standing up in the background and gone. Out he goes. Terry Jordan. Just been eliminated. Arthur Conan also gone. Oh no, Ravi Sheth loses.
Oh no.
He lost a hand. How's that happen? Ravi Sheth eliminated. Florian Guimond also eliminated after Jamie Walden on our feature. TJ gone. Hey, Talia. Good afternoon. Probably Hendon Golf Course. Thanks for that. Hope you're good. Hope things are well. Are you working while you're watching the live stream? There we go. The Shire. Have you heard of any of these?
Yeah, I've heard of the Shire.
Hampstead.
I haven't heard of Wandsworth.
That's a prison, isn't it? And Wimbledon. That's southwest London, isn't it, Wimbledon?
So Warbs is in with the ace-deuce suited. Alex has got the king 10.
So the ace-deuce of Steve, he got it in good. At this moment in time, he is heading out the door. No, we need an ace from space. And it's not. Steve Warburton's short-lived on the feature. Out he goes. Oh, he says, he got it in good. Well, Alex Youlder gets up to near 40 bigs.
Seat open, table 20, seat 7.
Afternoon, Neil. Neil Wolfrey. Plays off scratch. Plays off nothing. Not any.
See how he gets on versus me on a par 3 tower?
Yes. Have you ever thought about entering any par 3 comps for your handicap? Down on the other table, an Essex boy, Exeter boy.
Two of the lads that are playing off Swindle went to the comp the other day. It was for getting, like, if the double team that won, they got to go to France and play in a tournament.
Yeah.
They got 48 points as a doubles team and come 5th.
5th?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty mental. But anyone, you can just go and put whatever your handicap is. I'll play off this, I'll play off this.
Unbelievable.
We should have paired and put me off a 54 and you off 28 tower. We would have gotten alright. But I'd love to actually play in a golf competition. Just a little bit of fun.
We played in a team event once, like 5 or 6 years ago at Carras Green in Cumbria. Beautiful, beautiful place. But the horseflies are incredible. There's thousands.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. So, because it's full of water,
Yeah,
trees and
yeah.
sunshine and all that. So bad for the horseflies. But the course itself, stunningly beautiful, really nice. Team event, there was about 45 teams, super prizes. Every time there was the closest to the par 3, it was a foot away, the marker. Every time we turned up for the par 3, the marker was a foot away from the hole. Why? Just change it a little. You know what I mean? Change it a little. Put it a foot and a half away or something like that. Exactly a foot away every time we went to the par 3. How do you play it? How do you play 48 points on his own off 22? That's 12 under. Highgate Golf Club is the closest, says Alan Budge. Thanks for that. I don't even know where Highgate is. $48 points. You'd be embarrassed to put the card in.
Yeah.
So we lost TJ on the outer table. Who's been eliminated for the final time on the high roller. Keep you updated with the number of players still in and how many have re-entered. 2 40-minute levels to start with, then a 20-minute break, and then it'll be elimination time. Did I bring the clubs? Nah, I never bring the clubs to London. Never. Always come down to London on the train.
Playing White Hills next week in where?
White Hills.
In where?
In where? Is where a name?
W-A-R-E.
Is it really?
Yeah,
In
where?
where? I was going to guess.
Yeah.
I thought it was,
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
it was a question.
No question. And the clues in the name about that course, it's like
Where?
up, down, very hilly course.
I'm surprised you've not played the Belfry yet, living
No,
in Birmingham.
I haven't got no one to play with. I say this all the time. I've got no one to play with, unfortunately, in Birmingham.
Your
I
mate-
have to
your
travel
mates on
down.
the M1. Get them up to Birmingham and the Belfry.
They only go as north as Cambridge, unfortunately, Tower.
Attention players in the high roller. After the hand in progress, you will be on a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break after the hand in progress. Anyone wishing to enter or re-enter, you have 20 minutes to do so.
Well, if we get some nice weather in October, when we're down in Coventry for
We will.
888.
We will have nice weather in Coventry. It's going to be a really late summer this year.
You think?
It's going to be 28 degrees in Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about in Blackpool in November?
Got 10 days in Blackpool. We'll forecast the sun. What I have asked them to do for the GUKPT is to leave the illuminations on for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I did love that year. Coming from the Norbreck into work every day, coming down on the tram, watching the illuminations, loved it.
3 jacks again.
Yeah, Alex's hand not showing here. But was the aggressor on the flop. I'm going to continue the aggression on the turn. Could definitely have a 10x holding. I think Pavel here going to have trouble continuing in this spot. Ace high as we come along, king high is just a bit too low down. Gets out of the way with that one.
Afternoon, Phil Anderson watching on YouTube. Early one for Towers Treble. Portsmouth away at Stevenage. Stevenage with lots of players out. One that's not going on Towers Treble, but is nailed on, is Leicester City at Rotherham United on Saturday. Rotherham United have got 11 players out. They couldn't field a substitute bench last week.
So who they got on the bench?
Sunderland. They did not have a substitute bench. They had 3 players on it.
What?
They didn't. We've got 11 players
Why did you
out.
sign someone?
Because it was just too late. Just couldn't get them in. Nobody wants to come to Rotherham.
The window's
we only
still
offer
open.
£250 a week.
I'll take it. I'll go.
Leicester
stick me
City
up front.
-1 at half time. That's the bet. Tell you. Towers Treble's on his way Saturday. Oh yeah. Couldn't field the subs bench.
It's Jack for Pavel. And here we go again. This is going to be the 3rd time that Alex has free bet Pavel, and Pavel going to be getting sick of it. And Ace Jack's actually really high up. Once folded to on the button. And let's see what size Alex goes here. Slightly deeper now, 40 bigs. Goes for 80k, the full 4x. So the smaller size before could have just been because they were working with 30 effective, now we're 40 effective. Going to go back to 4x sizing, and Pavel not going to be folding this one. With the dynamic in question of these two, this is the 3rd time today. Button opens, Alex has free bet the small blind, and Pavel's going to be getting sick of it. And I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw a 4-bet rip because of that. Sometimes the dynamic in question means that we can take the aggressive route here, have to make a stand eventually, can't just let Alex keep running us over and free betting every button open that we go for. Is just going to go for call and play post with position.
Nine, 6, 4, 2 spades.
Neither player here flopping anything. Backdoor flush draw for both. Alex with the best hand with the ace king high at the moment. Checks this one over to Pavel. Might even just go showdown hunting both of these two. Wouldn't be surprised if this one was checked all the way down. Pavel going to take the initiative. Goes for 50k into 180, so between quarter and 30%. And Alex with a clear call. 2 overcards, backdoor nut spades. No questions asked about this one. This is just an easy call, even being out of position. Take a turn.
Three diamonds turn.
Wow, look at this. Val goes for the second barrel here. Another small one though. 30% coming in on the turn. And ace king for Alex now. A lot trickier the decision than the flop one. Flop was pretty clear. Now the turn gets a lot tougher out of position here. Pavel can have some 9x for sure. Could have some 7s, 8s. These type of holdings. Betting for protection. Obviously we have the ace of spades in our hand, so some removal from some of those flush draws that Pavel could have here. We still have all the jack 10, king queen, queen jack of spades, this type of stuff. But really tough to be continuing here, even getting this price as Alex. Really close spot here on the turn. That is a non-believer. Calls correctly again.
I like it. And the eight of spades. Do we think this could go jack check?
I'm not sure. I don't think it will tell. I think this is too. It's too good a river. Yeah. We got the jack of spades in our hand. Now that Alex has called twice, it's very difficult for us to ever have the best hand at showdown here. So, question we need to ask ourselves: what's Alex's range look like? What's he supposed to have that check calls twice? He can still have overpairs here for sure. Yeah. We've got the jack of spades in here. Removal to some flushes Alex can have. And let's see if Pavel's going to unload the clip here on the river and put Alex to the test. They're just half pot behind, less than half. So maybe less inclined to go for a tower, because if Alex has an overpair, he's not going to be folding, getting this price. That's the thing, like 10s for aces. Not going to be able to fold, getting the price that they'd be getting on the river.
So that's a lot of it. It's a I love it. Can I have a count bit?
Yeah, it just gives you more time.
Absolutely. He knows exactly that he's got more chips than him.
We got the ace of spades. Removal to some flushes, but once Pavel goes bet here tower, like he's not got a 9. He's not doing this with like 9, 10 suited, jack 9 suited, 10s, all that stuff are going to shove pre. They're going to go for the 4-bet rip, especially with the dynamic in question. So his value range comes down to hands like sets of 4, 6s and 9s, and then he will have some flushes in there, which we obviously have removal to as Alex. We've actually got a nice catch with the ace of spades in here. But still we'll have all this queen jack of spades, jack 10 of spades, all this stuff of value, and then sets as well. Don't think there's any 2 pairs out there, except for maybe 9-8 suited. So then we need to flip the coin and think of the bluffs that he's going to come up with here, and I think there's going to be a lot of this like jack 10, queen jack, king jack, these type of hands. However, what I will say about these hands, a lot of the time they have to be suited. He's not going to be peeling the queen jack off, he's not going to be peeling the king 10 off, all these type of holdings, and does make the fold there. Alex, very nice from Pavel, gets Alex off the best of it, sends it in the 3-bet coup with the ace jack on the spade river. Power poker up to $1 million.
Tough decision for Alex Goulder.
Minutes time, heading onto the first break of the day. 20-minute break for the players.
Yep.
They got dinner break today in the high roller, or
no,
they
don't have dinner breaks.
They'll probably take a longer one at the FT. Yes, what usually happens.
When does the tournament coverage start? this is the tournament. This is the high roller. Main event coverage starts tomorrow, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, all 3 days. And this is the high roller, all the way through to crowning a champion sometime later tonight.
This is a jam tower. King Queen off here, cut off open from the chip lead up. This is just going to be a print for us, sending it for 17 as Nikolai. Effective all in, putting in over 60% of his stack. And that will be end of hand.
So the buying for this was £2,000. We'll have a player count when the buy-ins are finished. We think there's about 40 players left at this moment in time.
See if we can beat the record of 110.
TJ was the last out, but since then we've also lost Philip Suki, Steve Warburton, James Smith, unfortunately Wolves again. He's the last man out, Steve Warburton, unfortunately heading through the door. You can buy in now, we've got about 2 minutes. Buying for the first 2 levels plus the break.
Yeah, late reg now closed.
So,
And I think this may be the biggest high roller we've ever done.
yes, yep.
Chris
Players and leaders in the main event. After the hand in progress, you're going to be on a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break after the hand in progress.
So Victor with the A6 against Chris's ladies staring down the barrel. Had a good series in London, did Victor. Got himself 4 different cashes for over £65,000.
Needs help here though.
That needs a lot of help. Oh, not a 7.
7 would be nice.
7 would be grim.
Ace would be nice. 7 would be nice.
Oh my word! Oh, the counterfeit with 4 7s. Oh, look at the smile. Oh my word. A 7 would be grim, and there it was.
You decide to put 7.
So Victor, in the most fortunate fashion,
Quads over quad, sit cooler.
wow, don't very often see that for a double up.
No, you don't.
You do not very often see that. Still a short stack on 14 big blinds is Victor. But he had a great week in London. 4 different five. In fact, he was heads up for a ring. Was Victor?
Was he?
Yeah, he was. He was heads up for a WSOP circuit ring.
Raise 10 for Alex, going to open here off of 18 from under the gun, as he should be.
So the blind is 5-10, 10 minutes to go, or 13 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then players will start to come back after the 20-minute break with a certain amount of players left. We'll get the player count across the top, and we'll get the payout structure as well.
Pocket tens for Mitch. Makes the call. Alex makes the call with a 6, I should say.
Tens are good. No club redraw. Fading a 6. Mitch Johnson to get a double.
Please final call for high roller players. Please start your change seats. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
There we go.
Anybody
There's
wishing
double for
to
Mitch.
enter this event, please make
Alex
your way to the
down to
match center.
61K.
Once again, as final call, all high roller players, please retake your seats now.
10 minutes to go till break.
It's not that different. 137 to 145. Still not a shove.
Jack 8 suited in the hijack.
Players and dealers in the
This is
high
the
roller,
20.
you move blind level 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind ante. That's 5, 10, 10. Dealers, please begin to deal. Registration for this event is now closed.
Murang Patel, good afternoon, sir.
Aye, Murang.
Bolton, Southampton, Mansfield, and Leicester. 8.61 to 1, easy money.
You're right, they're all odds on. Leicester 1 to 2. Away.
Oh, is that why they're your.
They would never go in my Towers Travel ever. Ever. But they are 1 to 2. Well, United don't have a team. Oh, here we go. Boss has fiddled with me all sorts. Here we go. If everything goes off, ladies and gentlemen, it's the boss. Just saying. He's got wires and leads and... What? How long's that? Well, that's not his wire.
Just in case you haven't got a hotel room.
Oh, so you... Oh. If you want to make that treble any bigger, Meringue,
Oh no.
I love his online name. You know, remember his online name?
Lemon Meringue.
Or Lemon. Make it Leicester half time. Winning at half time. Because they'll probably be around about 10 to 11. And that'd be better for you. Have a look at that price for us, Meringue. Let us know what it is.
So what if all three come in tomorrow and Leicester win, but they were drawing at half time? You've just cost a man a load of money.
No, because he'll probably have both. He'll edge his bets.
So Chris has made the call with the 7-8 suited, Alex with the ace queen, 2 live cards for Chris.
Which one?
There's a spare socket in that.
No help there.
That line.
Still fading 7s and 8s.
Alex.
Too long.
That one.
Yeah, USB port.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
5 of spades.
Just tried it. Does that need to be plugged in?
Yeah,
Why?
because I'm working with it.
Yeah, but it's charged me.
No,
It's
it's all.
80% of it.
Eh? No, look, if Dave Blacklaw was working with us, at 79% is nowhere near enough.
Give me half an hour now.
Can't play this weekend. Well, the live stream's on Meringue all the way through until Sunday night when we crown a champion. We have the high roller going on now. We're on a break in 7 minutes. And then 20-minute break. And then we'll be back with the remaining players, around about 40 of them, all the way down to a champion, whenever that will be.
These stuff's broken.
Pocket kings for Mitch, raises to 20k. Queen 10 for Chris, going to defend it in the big blind.
Flop time. Jack 2-2.
They're going to have smallest of sizes here as Mitch, 1 big blind, perfectly fine. On the Jack Deuce Deuce rainbow board. Chris just lets it go. 5 minutes to go, guys, until the break.
There we go. Meringue says it's 12.45 to 1 with Leicester to win at half time. There you go. Just increased it. Chunks. Nine roller all the way through till we crown a champion later today.
Yeah, going to be a long one.
Yeah.
I've done it on 110 players. Looks like we're going to have even more than that. I think this is a record for the high roller.
Yeah.
I reckon 11.5 hour day, maybe 12 hours, between midnight and 1. Going to be my guess when we're finishing up this evening.
So Pavel raises to 20. Mitch sees the flop of Jack 9-3. Up and down draw for Mitch in C9. Queen of Hearts, turn, instant service for Mitch. So better 45 from Pavel. Just a call. The 3 hearts on the board as well.
Da Vinci resolve.
That's free.
And the king. Wow. Wow. The worst card in the deck for Mitch has just hit the river. And Pavel this has to be a sizable bet from Pavel.
Yeah.
I know there's 3 hearts on the board.
Resolution size.
He's played it nice and steady as Mitch. Check called the flop, he check called the turn. When he hits. He's not going chunky. Less than half. 70,000. I think it can only be a call from Mitch. It's the worst card in the deck for him. Yeah, he snapped. He doesn't make the call to see the bad news. The nut straight. Mitch just about to fling over his 10. Has just realised that it's no good, so he slams them down in the muck. Oh, break time in 2 minutes.
You have just over 3 minutes remaining on the break. Please start taking this. That's all players in the main event. Start taking this. Thank you.
Players standing up around. Will we get one more hand in? Or not? 10 seconds. Says Katie. And I think that's it. Nope, that is it. That is it. We thought there was going to be another break, and there's not. This guy's been fiddling with all kinds of wires, and we're still running. That makes a change. We will see you in 20 minutes with the payout structure of the high roller and a brand new table. See you then. The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis got a call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
And 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any
No.
action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but Against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the king's improved. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has.
Looks like he's raised again, tower.
3 better, 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then it'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
The 3 as well.
Deb's would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow.
You flop top 2, get it in, and the king just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
KK got the KK.
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up, got the lot. Short lived from Louis. Louis unlucky. There's a 10-seat guaranteed on Wednesday if anyone's interested. £40 rebuy for the 25-25 at Walsall. Well, this could be going in.
Well, Connor's got King Queen here. Yeah, he's going to shove tower. There's the all-in triangle, and it's going to get caught. Wow, the Turk's got nines in the small blind.
Oh, this is a bit of a tanker.
And the Turk is working with... Ooh, we've got just sub-8 bigs here.
What will the ace-queen do?
With the nines. Well, the ace-queen's going to snap Connor off. And I think, the ace-queen's calling whether Turk calls or not.
Really?
Andy will snap in
okay.
whatever scenario here. It's just Turk with the nines. We are the short stack, but there is a 3-bet rip from Connor. But Connor's only 3-bet ripping for 13 bigs, and he's ripping over the open of Andy, who's been opening so many hands in this tournament. And he's asked for a count, just figuring out what Connor's ripping for, even though he's got him covered. But I just can't see how we can fold the nines here, tower, as the short stack. Because the thing is, he might be thinking, I could fold and Connor could get busted by Andy, but Andy's not guaranteed to call Connor in this situation. If Andy's still opening like 60-70% of hands, so probably like 50+% of those hands are going to be folding in this situation.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, well, Connor could bust here and I could ladder, potentially. That might be what he's thinking. But the thing is, it's not always a guarantee that Andy's actually going to call this off. We can see he is going to call this off with ace queen, but Andy's going to have so many opens here that are going to fold to Connor's shove. But it's tough. It's tough here for the Turk, but here's the short stack. He has folded, and it should be a snap here from Andy. And there's the flipping with the call. And Connor, this could be a spin if he doubles. He was down to 200k, but he's at risk, and he's going to need to find a king to stay alive.
So Connor O'Driscoll is at risk with 1.1 mil. He's up against the chip leader Andy Mock. Oh, we've got redraws abound everywhere.
Well, yeah, jack for a chop, but we've only got 2 outs now. Direct to scoop. We need to find one of the 2 remaining kings. It's a 9 on the turn.
That
doesn't. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. I forgot the Turk had 9s. 7 of spades on the river. We lose Connor O'Driscoll.
Oh man,
Connor O'Driscoll, 5th place for 43,900. Great effort from that lad.
Oh my days, the Turk had 9s. Oh, it was marginal. It was marginal.
The Turk had the 9s.
We are down to 4.
Turk would be second in chips, Tower. He'd be second in chips, the Turk.
Connor O'Driscoll, by the way. Every credit. How much has he won?
£43,900 for Connor.
43,000 and the whole of Ireland are rooting for you, buddy. Well done. What a good effort from Connor O'Driscoll. Hope to see him again on our live streams because he was class. He was a class act. Well done, Connor. Well done, Connor. Connor O'Driscoll. Absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Hi, Dina. Oh, well, just look back. We've got another all-in. All-in from Ed and Andy. And we could have 2 bust-outs in 2 hands here, Tower. Ed with the 7s. He's been behind a lot of all-in situations and got lucky today. And he's picked up a little few extra outs. So, working with 4 outs now instead of 2. Offsuit 5 or 7. King of spades on the turn. Could we lose 2 in 2 hands?
5 or a 7. Oh, we've lost another. Boom!
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond. Oh, it's a diamond. Ed, sorry. Oh, my dear.
Tower 40 double.
Is it the 7?
Tower 40 double.
Is it the wrong 7?
And the 8 of diamonds is playing. So we lose 2 in 2 hands. Look at that. We've been waiting, and Ed, 70 grand for him, £70,000 exactly. 4th place for Ed Roger. That leaves us with 3, just like that. And look at Andy's stack. Look at Andy's stack. How can this go wrong? It can't. It surely can't.
10 mil. Jack and oh my days, the Mad Turk, man, with the stack. Oh. Oh dear. Everybody now has locked up a minimum of £110,000. How is that even possible?
Crazy, Tower. 2 bust outs in 2 hands. And Jack here, blind on blind, sub 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Turk is very short. We got a 70k pay jump, but Jack's been fearless in these scenarios, and he does move all in. And it's cool. It's a call from Andy. Andy's got ace jack. Are we going to lose 3 in 3 hands?
No way! What's happening? Somebody's taxi outside.
Look at Turk. He's got a high five people.
This is a 70k jump. This is a £70,000 jump if the Turk. He won't be cheering, that is for sure. He won't be cheering. But Jack is all in with pocket 5s against Andy Mock's ace jack.
Well, there's no help there. Jack could be doubling up, and that will put him right back in it. And that is clean. We do have counterfeit outs to fade now.
Queen.
Ace jack queen to fade.
An ace jack queen. He'd like a 6.
It's a queen! It's counterfeited! Counterfeited! What a mental free hand!
To go out!
Oh my god, look at Turk!
To go out!
Turk's jumping around, he's made 70k! He's just sat there for 3 hands and he's laddered from 5th to 2nd. As the short stack, the mad Turk is loving life. He's pointing at Andy saying, "You're the man! You're the man!" And just like that, we're heads up. What? We were 5-handed 3 hands ago and we're heads up.
Wow! To get counterfeited out of the GUKPT Grand Final is ill. Yo, ticker's going a bit.
So's mine.
By jolly.
And I think Andy,
oh my days,
heads up. I think Turk's got like 5 big blinds, Tower.
Live poker will never die.
Oh my, well, we've been sitting here. We were 9-handed for what, 4.5 hours?
That, we were like, really?
And then we were 5-handed to 2-handed in 3 hands. What on earth is going on?
I'm padlocked off now.
I'm tilting now, I'm tilting. I'm going for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
He's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag. 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy raise pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited. And the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this
just doesn't make any sense. And I probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the king 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
Thought you had a sponsor for your career somewhere else, Coventry. Go for it.
Can I go take a please? Final call for high roller players. Please start retaking your seats. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
Can you see in the background? Can you see that man right there? Right there. It is not Danny DeVito. It is not Danny DeVito. It's one of the best poker players in the world ever. Freddie Deeb.
Freddie Deeb?
Freddie Deeb is in the building. 3 bracelets, circuit bracelet, EPT circuit, Bellagio win, 10 million in wins. Freddie, Danny DeVito, Deeb. Freddie Deeb in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Don't like to say it, but I interviewed him a couple of times.
Don't like to talk about it.
No. Freddie Deeb in the building. No table change because in a few players' time it'll be a redraw at 24. So that was the plan. But there he is, Freddie Deeb's in London. Lives in Vegas now, from Lebanon. Number 1 in the all-time Lebanese players. But Freddie Deeb in the building. You don't see that very often, let me tell you. It did used to come about 10 years ago, 3 or 4 times a year. But this is, I've been told this is the first time since COVID that it's come back over. But we're off, the high roller is underway, and there is LaFreddy. Yeah, he's jumped in the high roller. He is in the high roller.
When I export now, it should export on that side.
Yeah. You have to produce it first.
You render it, because when you do export, it's going to render the video into that. Not really. It's basically what code they use, but that is completely irrelevant for a law like that. And then depending on how good or how...
So the high roller,
how long that will take.
well underway.
You see, like, that's not rendering. Because it's just that video. Keep in mind,
All the way around, really.
you've got borders now.
Day
Obviously,
2
you have is you're looking at the ratio then.
of the high roller, which has finished with an amazing 114 runners. 114 runners in the £2,000 high roller. 114. Fabulous, fabulous turnout. Nick Marchington, who entertained us on the cash. Spoke to him actually before he started. Him and Ewan McNicholas were just going out for something to eat, and they were coming back to play as Max Late Reg, which is what they've done. It was good to watch him. And I said, you really entertaining, really enjoyed it. He says, I play mostly cash, does Nick? Which I was quite surprised at, considering his runs at in big events around the world, especially Vegas, obviously final table in the World Series. But he's had some good runs, but he does play a lot of cash, and he was very active. I think I said, how did you end up? He said, I was down about, I think he was down about 800, I think, in total. He says the graphics were wrong because they didn't see him pull up for a second time. So that's why he kept showing him that he'd won. Ewan McNicholas had a small win on the night last night. So, just before the break, Martin Zadanaya, Florian Guimond and Dominic Nietzsche busting out. The man of straw, good afternoon. Just watching Alex Goulder with the 8-5 up. Open ender, but 3 spades on the board. Mitch with the jack of spades. All in on the call. Alex up, down, straight draw, no redraws with the spades. Short stack, Alex Goulder with the blind at 5-10 is all in for 10 bigs on the flop of 6-7 queen. And the spade deads it. So Alex Goulder eliminated. Alex Goulder eliminated, but before that we lost Dominic Nietzsche, Andy Dickinson, Ewan McNicholas, who came in as a Max Late Reg, Mitch Hynam and Florian Guimond. So we're down to 31.
C11, table 20, C3, C2, sorry, C2.
Yeah, Martin's had an eye. Oh, Martins. We lost Martins just before the break. So we're on 31. There we go, top right hand corner. Play count is up 31. out of 114. As soon as we get the payout structure, Joe Ham's watching on YouTube. As soon as we get the payout structure, we will let you know. Down to 30 as we lose TJ. Terry Jordan busting out. So we're on 30. Harry Lodge comes to the table. Harry. Nikolai signs C3. Just makes it up. Victor says, let's see a free flop. Thank you very much. With King 6. Flop of 9-10 Jack. Nikolai has an up and down draw. Sugar check, check. Does. 7. Boom for Nikolai. Straight in. Better 10k. Victor says I'm having none of that. I can hit a queen. But doesn't. Pairs is 7. He'll check his cards, look down and fold. So we're on 30.
Enjoy. Yeah. Success.
He's like Kevin De Bruyne. Harry. Harry of the Lodge. Ace Queen for Mitch raises to 20,000. Jack 3-8. No flush draw for Mitch. Top pair for Harry.
What's up for one?
He's going to set him in. Well, it makes it small. Makes it 15k. All of it. The top pair and a call. Top pair again. This is a nut flush draw. Harry facing elimination, but he's in front. Equity wise, he's not. Oh no, Freddie's leaving. Oh, Freddie D, man. Oh. Harry's not leaving. Harry doubles. We've just lost Freddie Deeb, one of the most decorated poker players in the entire world. Oh, Freddie. Knocked him out. Let's have words. That'll mean we're on 29. Player redraw at 24. Freddie's out.
He's out?
Yeah. 5 minutes. Sat down. Gets him in. Gone.
Do we get confirmed numbers?
114.
What? Forget about your old mate.
Iced coffee.
Didn't even get an offer. No offer.
Iced coffee. Can't beat it. It's like Tim Hortons, this place.
So Harry completes the turn 9. Chris checks his option with the 6-5.
Exactly, Mick. Nick. Thank you and Nick. All that singing his praises and then he's out in 5 minutes. What can you do? You can only do your best.
Action here, blind on blind, 2 big hands on this flop. Top pair for Harry, combo draw for Chris, dummy and gutter and flush draw. Chris going to go for raise here, making it 30k. Don't mind it. Definitely fold out a lot of better hands when we're sat here with 6 height, and very good equity to make our hand down the streets. Harry not going to be going anywhere. Makes the call with his top pair after the turn. Which is the 7 of hearts. And one that's probably going to go check now. There's definitely some turns that we'll see Chris double barrel on, but not going to be raising any 7x on the flop. However, Harry will lead some 7x and call a raise, so going to be a lot more favourable for Harry the 7 on the turn here, just in terms of range of hands. Not going to be any 7x, or at least there shouldn't, that raise from Chris. So it looks like Harry recognises that. Just going to lead here in terms of range. Got a big 7x advantage, goes for 30k. Probably understanding as well that Chris is going to be checking this card back because of the reasons we mentioned a lot of the time on the turn, so we don't let the flush draws, the up and downs, the gut shots and overcards realise their equity for free. So Harry leading for 30.
I'm all in.
And Chris goes for send. And Harry makes the call with the 10-9.
So, top pair, 2 hands running. Does he get another double? He dodged the flush draw the first time. Can he do it again? Of course he can. 2 hands running. Flops top pair. In against the flush draw. Wins both. Slurps on his tango. And just like that, 400k.
I was surprised to see Chris jam that turn to. I thought he was just going to call, take his 3-1 price to the river. The thing is, like, when we shove, what are we supposed to have there as Chris? As I say, not many 7x, if any, are raising the flop, so we're not going to shove a 9, we're not going to shove an overpair. So it becomes very condensed that range of value hands we can have in that spot as Chris. Not really any other than boats, maybe some flop 2 pair, some 9-7, some 7-3, that type of stuff. But just going to have a whole host of bluffs, front door clubs, lots of straight possibilities on the board. Surprised to see the jam, just in terms of range. Not really going to have many 7s, and Harry is going to have a lot more. Opens to 20 with the King Jack of clubs. Nick's on the table, I just realised.
Yes, see you.
Fresh from the cash game last night. Fends the 10-8 off here versus the chip leader. And one big grind bet. Good enough to take it away from Nick for Payout with the king high. Open with the ace deuce off from under the gun. Chip lead. Mitch defends the king 3 in the big.
Yeah, flops top pair does Mitch. Down to 20 bigs.
And the board expect Pavel to be continuing on relentlessly here. Goes to the 1 big blind on the king 9-6. Not sure if this is a thing on this particular board. Very wet. Goes for the 1 big blind sizing. I think this is a board we could even have 2/3 on some of the big bets, but 1 big blind on this occasion from Pavel. It worked last time, so he goes for it again. On the turn, it slows down. Mitch going for value for 3rd pot with his top pair on the 4-liner. No value from the ace high.
So 29 players left after we lost Freddie.
So Nikolai should see open from under the gun here. Does makes it 20k. Well, the suited 8 deuce in real rough shape here, but defending from the big blind, and does catch bottom better and some nice backdoor possibilities. Over to Nikolai. Should be c-betting this one, I think, but going to go for check with the pocket 8s.
4 of spades turn.
Maybe thinking that Nikolai is going to take off a lot of time on the lower turn cards. He can quite comfortably cool down. Well, pocket 8s surely now have to delay c-bet as Nikolai after electing to check flop. Goes to 25 to 55. I'd expect Payout to still be calling once here with his bottom pair. Taking some rivers, can definitely have the best hand versus the gun opening range that going to contain all those Broadway holdings. 3 of hearts on the river. Be a brave man to turn his deuce into a bluff here, Payout, as we're not getting an ace to fold. And Nikolai can definitely have a whole lot of ace-x. Don't get me wrong, it would be well timed with the hand that Nikolai has, but trying to look at this from a different perspective, I think it would be an optimistic bluff on this particular river. Once flop goes check-check, I think Nikolai's going to have a whole host of ace-high holdings here, but he is going to go for it. Payout. Timing is on point. Every time he's found these bluffs, opponents been very low down their range, hands that can call, and Nikolai going to be in a bit of a predicament here. Everything gets there, but these are the nice spots to pick your bluffs where it's hard to find a bluff in this spot, but I just think Nikolai's not going to be folding an ace here. But we do get the 8s to fold. It's well played from Payout again, gets another bluff through.
So Pavel, one of the chip leaders, 1.2 mil. The pronunciation is the pronunciation rhymes with gravel, so it's Pavel. No, it's gravel. Pavel.
I know a Pavel. I played with a Pavel.
Do you?
Yeah. I've been calling him Pavel for about 8 years, so he's never corrected me.
We normally get that one. Excuse me.
He's still not corrected me yet.
Pavel means Paul in Eastern Europe. Thanks for that, Mr. Thomas. Or is it Mr. Thomas? He's playing well. Chris with 5 bigs. Looks down at King 10 Seward. Yep, they're in. Yep, them in. Nick just got him covered. 2 short stacks. King 10 of clubs for Chris Day.
Nothing you can do in this spot, so I have to
No.
shove for 5 when folded 2 in the hijack. Pretty standard. Unfortunately, runs into it behind.
Nick looks down at Kings. No redraws there.
Going to be dead on the turn most of the time here is Chris, and is dead on the turn. Stand stop pair. Case King gives a set for Nick, and that will do it.
Chris Day eliminated in 29th.
Is that MIDI in the background?
It is. And re-entered bang early today.
Made the trip down.
He bust out early, but then re-entered straight away. And he's still going on strong. Brandon Shields still in as well. 3 final tables this week.
Yep. Not bad.
Good consistent form.
This was £2,000 to buy into this one. Let's put it up. It just goes for open shove with the ace versus the short stacks in the blinds. Nikolai and Victor, 12 effective, perfectly fine. Nice from Pavel.
Ben's spot on. 3 final tables and not even close to the best run of the week.
We should do that, a little player of the week for each leg.
Well.
We obviously do the National League on a yearly basis, maybe on a leg basis. Whoever gets the most points gets a little something.
Cal's in London this week. Saw him yesterday. Obviously just starting back after the break of Vegas and Goliath.
Going to be easy jam for Nikolai here with the 7s. 12.5 BBs over the open from the chip leader. Wow, just fold 7s? Am I seeing that right? Say what?
Say what? Boom! There's the money.
I'm not sure about that hand.
Well, he's sevens. Certainly wasn't a graphic, eh? He is super tight. £61,070 up top, 39,710. 11th is 4,530. Oh, we're paying 11. We are paying 11. Nice payouts.
Yeah, nice 61 bag up top.
Yeah. 5,510 when we get to the FT. 61,000 up top. Very nice indeed. High roller. 114 players paying 11. Harry's got his stack from 100 to 400 in 2 hands.
Pavel with the King 8 suited opens to 20. Mitch defends the Ace 8. Swaps the nut flush for it. So 1BB continue from Pavel here. Don't mind it on the mono board. Mitch never going anywhere, just going to play cool. And 5 of hearts on the turn here. One we could potentially start leading on as Mitch. Have some leads in here, as the 5 is more favourable for us. Checks it over to Pavel, in a check behind. Jack of diamonds on the river, and I'd love to see Mitch find a check here, and I think he will, Tower, simply because he'll be aware the chip lead up as Pavel going to be relentlessly barreling, putting a lot of pressure on, and these 4 to a flush boards are just ones that do tend to get over bluffed, and it's a delicious check on the end here from Mitch. Yep. Just recognising it, Tower. The chip lead up going to be applying pressure, and these boards are the boards that just tend to be over bluffed the most when it does complete the 4 to a flush. And we expect our opponent to go after it with his stack size and how he's been playing. And this check on the end is going to earn Mitch an extra 60k, it looks like.
Yep, that's exactly the bet size.
That's 80% on the end. And I don't think we're going to have a size that's not all in, Tower.
No.
With just 217 back. It's going to go for a not all in size. Makes it 3x 180, leaving himself 37k back. It looks slightly more than 37. Goes for 150. So 67 left back from Mitch, and that will be the end of the hand because we know Pavel can't call.
Nope, not at all. Here, dealer, have them.
Very nice check though on the river there, understanding the situation, how our opponent is going to go after it on this board, the times that it can't show down. And at 24 we will have the free table redraw.
We will.
Always, guys.
Right, She, good afternoon, watching on YouTube. And Ed, watching on Twitch, good afternoon.
How are we doing? So Harry, one that was a max late reg up, span it up already to 400.
Indeed.
Makes it 20k into the chip leaders big blind. Pavel defending the queen 6 off. Does flop best, or may have flopped best in the form of top pair. A good flop to see, and we defend this wide. Queen 10-7, 2 spades here. Do expect to see some bets from Harry. Gonna go for third. Slightly more, 20 into 55. King of clubs on the turn. Going to be a lot more favourable for Harry in terms of range here. I think the second pair though, we are going to have to hold on for another street here as Pavel. $70k on the turn here, so 2/3 just north of from Harry. It's going to let it go, just lets the second pair go. I think against a good aggressive opponent, might have to throw the seatbelt on for one more street, knowing that Harry may opt to represent this king turn a lot of the time. It's going to be more favourable for him.
Still a huge chip leader on the table, 110 bigs with 28 players left.
11 getting paid. Yeah, I get that, Ed. Saying it is the high roller. Got some Nick's very good, Mitch is very good, Pavel seems to be playing well. Not really going to get an easy table in a 2k high roller when we are 3-4 tables out. Picked up from under the gun.
Folding round too.
To make it 25k off of 11 bigs. Nikolai here, ace jack suited. I think probably just happy to send this one into the middle. There's the all in.
Yep. Victor.
It's going to spin.
Victor's spinning. Had a good week in London. And the World Series, the circuit event, cashed 4 times for nearly £70,000. Does he flip good? He is in front, but it is literally a 50-50. Nikolai, one of the tighter players on the table with ace jack, and flops it. Victor is going to be down to absolute fumes if them stacks are bang on. And he's either out or he's left with
2% of a starting stack.
Yeah. Unlucky Victor. Will this final table today, we'll crown a champion today, BB, who's watching on YouTube. We will crown a champ. So Victor is all in for his 2K. Ravi will win it today, says Ben. Well, he's in the background.
Yeah, Pieface is still in. Haven't seen him on the bust out list.
Nice one. Jack's still in. Loving his poker at the minute. Victor's all in for his final 2,000.
Two live cards, one in free shot. Still live?
Yeah. Running hearts.
7 or a 4.
A 7 or a 4. There's
there
one of them.
we go.
There's one of them.
The spin is on for Victor.
Come on, then, Victor.
Trading aces, queens, and 10s.
Oh, dealer, what are you doing?
Queen of spades.
Oh, the spin was on.
Yeah, Kenny Midi on the outer table. Ravi's there. Keith Johnson, I can see.
Is that Kenny who does that spreadsheet for you?
Yes.
And
yes,
nobody
it is.
else?
Yep.
Yeah, like it. Nice one, Kenny. Even I looked at it. And Midi's on there, Keith Johnson's on there, and Victor done in by the dealer. Unlucky Victor. He'll be jumping into the main event, I'm pretty sure. Pure Game, he says, "Hi and Jay, can you explain checking the nuts rule, please?" You don't have to bet. It's a Grosvenor rule that you don't have to bet whether you've got the nuts or not.
Is it?
Yep. You're only penalising yourself by not winning chips.
So, is your mate opposite you? So,
I'm not saying, I'm just saying this.
So you're playing with the other half of the table, you've got
Yeah.
the nuts on the river, you
Yeah.
check back.
Yeah.
Don't take more chips off her.
No, well, that don't happen very often. It's not very often done, is it? Checking the nuts, but apparently you're only putting yourself at a less advantage by not getting as many chips as possible. So there's no penalty. You go to Vegas and you check the nuts, last to act, you have to buy a steak in STK for everybody. Costs you about 40 grand. So £2,000 is the buying. 11 places paid 61,000 and a bit of change for the winner. We're on 26 as Victor has just been eliminated.
Blinds have just increased.
And a redraw at 24.
Ace 5 suited, definitely going to be coming along with this one as Harry. Suited ace in the big. Does flop middle pair on 9-5 deuce rainbow. Checks it over to Mitch as he should do, playing in flow. Not a board that we're going to have any donks on. Yeah, Mitch checking this one behind. And King on the turn should be playing check again here now, Harry. King going to be a lot more favourable for Mitch opening from the hijack here. Going to have some King X holdings in his range, some of the strongest ones. And I do expect to see Mitch fire this card fairly frequently. Once flop has gone check, check, but decides to check this one back. Deuce on the river. And I think this might be too thin to be betting here as Harry. I think we're just happy to get on the hunt for showdown. Mitch can still have hands like sixes through eights. Is ace queen, ace jack going to be paying us off? That's the question we need to ask ourselves as well. Are we going to get value from the ace queen, the ace jack? Harry believes that he can. Goes for 60. The ace five here. So pot sized. And I think Mitch has exactly what it looks like. He has ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. One of these three holdings. Does choose to let it go. No value for Harry's pair of fives.
In the World Series, someone last to act and check the nuts and penalised an orbit. Yeah, that's a World Series rule. I know it's exactly the same when you go over to Vegas. Different companies have different rules, and checking the nuts in Vegas is deemed greatly frowned upon.
Worst thing you can do, Tal, check the nuts in Vegas.
Absolutely, it is instant orbit penalty.
Feds come in, they put you in handcuffs, they chuck you in the back of the car.
Yeah, they threaten you with kneecapping and all sorts.
Off you go.
You're off. You check the nuts, come here, son.
Makes it 25 from under the gun. We are six-handed, so we are effective low jack. And Harry finds the boots in the small blind. Couple of aces. Going to be squeezing this up. Mitch starting the hand with 26 big blinds. Boy, he's gone for flat. Sneaky, sneaky.
Like it.
Can't see Nick defending this one, the 8-4 off. Well, he is going to flick in a chip. Three-way action, and Harry on the rep here with the boots.
Well, same pair for Mitch.
I think three-way though, Tower, on the Mitch. Yeah. Probably going to be checking behind. Like in terms of range, yes, board that we are going to have a fair amount of bets on. But in terms of actual hand here, it's a very nice candidate to check and call some turn leads. And as well as that, like Harry's called our gun open from the small blind. He will have the king queen, the king jack, the king 10 suited, king 9 suited. Some healthy amount of king X in there. So 87 in the pot. Harry thinking about a lead here with his overpair, very likely to be the best hand after flop has checked through. $65 into 87. 80% here from Harry. Wow, what a fold from Mitch.
Yeah,
Top-notch
nice
stuff that.
Yeah.
Just lets go with the second pair, faced with one bet, probably to do with size. Fairly hefty sizing from Harry, no action from the aces.
So. High roller.
Used to be
25. Out of 114, one of the biggest high rollers we've had, if not the biggest.
I think 110 was the record.
Yeah.
Just impotence. It's on the edge again.
Owen, go! Nick, who entertained us on the cash yesterday, predominantly a cash player as well, I didn't realise. There's Nick, speaking to him before the game started today, as he brought in with you and Nicholas. Obviously we've seen the results, what's happened on the tournament circuit for Nick, but he entertained us a little. I really enjoyed watching him play.
Fading sevens at the moment to get his double. Well, that's going to be a chop, but both players with the 8% free roll.
Yep.
5 on the turn. The Jack 9 actually slightly more outs. Could have hit 2 of the Jacks as well. Would have gave Nick the best hand. Chop it up, both with Jack high.
Show you what they're playing for after this hand. You're not. Nikolai, who doubled up after taking just about every chip off Victor Ilyukin, who I think has jumped into the main event. Who's in the main, Jurek?
So going to go for complete jam here, as Mitch like it off this stack size. 23 big blinds to start the hand. Slightly too many to be open shoving, so against an aggressive opponent, love the decision to complete and then shove over the raise from Pavel, which looks like we're going to get. Makes it 42. 3.5 BBs in there now, plus the ante. Should be an easy all in here for Mitch, assuming his stack size is correct. If we are working with 23 bigs, don't think it's even a question asked about what to do. Blind on blind with the ace jack. There is the shove, and Pavel gonna have to let it go.
Ba-da-bam, ba-da-bam-bam. That's what we're playing for, ladies and gentlemen. That is us all. Oh, £61,070. Very nice indeed. Paying 11, £4,530 when we get in the money, so more than double your dosh. When we get the FT locked up 5.5 and then playing for the trophy and up to £61,070. Spending ice indeed.
Mix in with the king 10. Seven big blind shove here. Pavel has got the A7.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ISO.
Nick's in trouble, especially with king queen from down. Going to be folding.
So Pavel makes a pair, but not changing anything. Scenario stays the same. Fade in kings and tens. Looks like we're going to be losing Nick, unless he can find one of those 6 outs.
No! Whoa, 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 whoa!
And he can find one.
He can.
Ace 10 suited for Nick. A bit more wiggle room now. Got enough chips that we can open. Which clicks it to 24. And going to be raising Tate versus Nikolai. One more player and we'll be on 3-table redraw, just losing Paul Siddell.
Oh, Mr. Siddle's gone.
Paul Siddell and Alia Min Alawadi both exit the field. We saw Chris Day and Victor Alukin on our feature. Jamie, unfortunately there's nothing we can do about the live icon on Facebook. On some devices you can turn your phone to landscape and it will go to the middle. On other devices you can tap the live icon and it will change position. But unfortunately on some it's just stuck there and there's nothing we can do. All we can suggest, if you move over to Twitch or YouTube /GUKPT, and there will be no live icon in the way of the hole cards in the top left.
Kenny Allert is indeed on the background with Midi, Keith Johnson, Ravi Sheth. Hi Jules, yeah, we're all good, thank you very much. Even Jay's alright. For those asking, we will have the Luton schedule later this week. It's on the app if you want to check it all. It is on the Poker Live app already. We will have it as a template to show you this weekend. Luton, the next stop of a GUKPT.
Mitch opens to 25, Daniel peels the pocket fives. And Mitch flops best in the form of top pair, backdoor clubs in there as well. Might do a fair amount of checking here, Tower. In terms of range, gun versus cut off. In terms of hand, we're obviously happy to bet. Can definitely get value from worse. Deny some equity to some overcards. Just slam the two pair on the turn. Going to be wanting to go bet on most run-outs as Mitch. However, I think this will be hand-to-hand. Don't think Daniel's fives can withstand the heat of a second barrel. Does let it go.
Oh, got a little cheat for Facebook. Tap down the arrow in the bottom left corner when it's in portrait mode. Which way is that?
Vertical.
And then change it to landscape, sideways, and it should disappear. Then it works. Boom! Thanks for that, Lee. Lee Richards giving us the tips on Facebook. How to watch it without the live icon not showing the cards. Oh no, he likes his tango.
I was just about to say that. To be fair, the apple tango is the nut tango.
Is it?
For sure, yeah. The apple tango is the nut tango, in my opinion.
I don't think you've ever tasted it. Now to get one for it, Harry drinks them all. He's only had 4.
Nikolai here in a cut-off, working with 18, could definitely open this, and this is one that could definitely fall into the limp remet as well. If you are incorporating some limps off of this stack size, I think this is a nice hand to do it with. Obviously we have to balance it out by limping some aces and kings at a certain frequency. I've never had the blackcurrant or the dark berry tango. I thought there was only 2. I thought it was apple and it was orange, and that was it.
Okay. So Nick with the king 8 needs a bit of help. There goes Mitch, has got the king queen.
That's not a good start. No runners here for Nick other than running chop, so going to need an 8 or a 5 or a 3 for the chop. Doesn't find it.
Doesn't
Nick Marchington, and that means we are on a 3-table redraw. Would you like a cup of tea, Tower?
I would love a cup of
go
tea.
get
That's
the
a
tea,
great
yeah.
idea. So if you're playing poker in France and there's only 1 can left in the fridge, would it be the last tango in Paris? Oh, I'm here all week.
Fortunately.
Here we go. What we got here? Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. While we're on a redraw, what we've got gifts from the boss. Actual fruit, apples. Oi, oi. Oranges. This is ridiculous. Where's the donuts? What's that? Strawbs. Woo, woo.
I know you like that. We'll get the 2.
Oh, 2 scopes. Hey, this is great. Anybody else coming today? Oh, we've got a good grapes. Grapes. And that's it. That's it. They're all J's. Pass me mine. Chocolate donut. Oh, caramel digested. And ginger nuts. Oh, here we go. Jay's back. Jay's back. Oh,
I even got you the bag for life.
I love it. Hey. There we go. Actual fruit. So we're on a 24-man redraw. We will get you the updates. Money for, there we go. That's what we're playing for this high roller. Peach Tango. Paradise Punch Tango. How many flavours are there? Jay thought there was only 2. So we lost Paul Siddle and Nick Marchington in 25th. Smoked chicken and rice salad. Banging. Looks good, that. So we're on a 24-man redraw. So Nick Marchington 25th. Paul Siddle, Victor Ilyukin, Alamin Alawachari, Chris Day, Freddie Deeb, Terry Johnson, Alex Goulder, Dom Nietzsche, Alex Dick. Look at that, full cup of tea as well. This is just going to turn into the best day there is. Fruit? Real fruit and everything. Apples, bananas, oranges. Here, we're going to stick them down here. We're going to stick them where I can see them. Obviously, do you want the ginger nuts or the caramel digestives?
I'm trying to eat a bit better.
Like I said, which one do you want? Caramel digestives or the ginger nuts?
Give us both. Pass them both down.
Oh, is that your say? I can move up a little bit. Well, I might do. Oh, I'm going to have some strawberries and cream. Cheers, boss. Oh,
So I don't get you nothing.
Christmas come at once. So here comes the redraw. That's what they're playing for.
Take it off your bill.
This, this is the rest of London. We're on the Thursday, as you know, day 2 of the high roller, all the way through to crowning a champion. Main event day tomorrow, day 1B and day 1C. We'll be concentrating on day 1B, starting at 12:30. The Cup is the side event on Saturday, which finishes on Sunday. We've also got the seniors and the PLO 4, 5 and 6. Plenty to go at. And there is plenty coming up on the NPL circuit as well. After the Vic, in a couple of weeks' time, there's Leeds, Edinburgh, Reading, Blackpool and Birmingham. Are you playing Birmingham? Are you golfing?
I might do.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I might flick him.
Luton is on the horizon. The full schedule is on the app. We'll have that as a template to show you later in the week. Then we're in Leeds. Wonder if Superman will make an appearance. That was the last time we've seen Leeds.
Is it Superman in Leeds?
Coventry for the 888. We'll finalise what streaming days there are for Coventry this week. That's going to be confirmed when Jim and the 888 team guys let us know what's happening with the streaming, but there'll be at least 6 days of streaming, could be the whole lot.
11 days?
10 I think. Because the first 5 days I think are all satellites and stuff. Yeah, you can have Monday after off. Go and play some poker, you know what it's like. And then after that we're in November for the 25-50s and the deep stacks. And then Blackpool, bring your flip-flops and your shorts.
So down to 3 tables. I don't even need a list of names. I recognise everyone here. Robbie Ball in 1, Ravi Chef in 2, Ryan Otto in 3, Jamie Dwan in 4, Mitch Johnson in 5. Pavel is back in the 6 seat, and in the 8 seat Daniel is back as well. So down to the final 24, 11 getting paid. Off we go. How does the 4, 5, 6 work? Does the button choose the amount of cards, or is it predetermined by the structure? It's a level of each. So you'll play a level of 4 card, level of 5, level of 6. and then just keep repeating. We'll be streaming the ladies for 888.
If we're doing the first day, yes. We're not too sure on the actual schedule yet, but the ladies is on the first weekend. So fingers crossed. It's a 2-day event, and it would be good to start streaming the ladies tournament. So I think Andy, Jim, PK, and the 888 guys will be in a conflab, and we'll find out what we are streaming.
Ladies and players in the main event, you have new levels. Small blind 100, big blind 300, 300 for the big blind ante. Next down, new level in the main event, 1-3.
Jack 9 of spades for Jamie, raises to 25. And Ryan with the ace-8 going to defend in the big blind. Seven-handed is the max for 6-card PLO. And yep, pie face is still in. I'll let you know if he busts. I'll actually read you through all the names still left in. We've got Phil Suki, we've got Nikolai Mammoet, we've got Arthur Conan, we've got Robbie Ball, Ryan Otto, Jamie Dwan, Mitch Johnson, Dan Efferturk on our table, Harry Lodge, Jack Benson, Gary Blackwood, Thomas Clack, Glenn Gaines, James Corey, Ravi, Kenny Harlar, Keith Johnson, Pavel Abramov, Pieface, Jack McDermott, Tom Middleton, Stato, Cal Morial, Justin Shuey, and they are the final 24 players.
Ryan calls the 19 after Pavel just flicks in one chip, the 25k. Jack Queen 5. There's the flop. So still chip leader, Pavel on the table, just moves chairs after the redraw. Oh, who's the shirt in the background, Jay?
That's Jack Benson. That would be Jack. He had some pineapples on his shirt yesterday. Today he's gone with the flamingos.
There you go. Love it. What's the max number of players on a 6-card PLO?
Got it.
Done it. 7. So Ravi in 2 on 364k. Bust out, re-entered, bang in. Still on for a treble.
See, cool here from Ryan, I expect, with the 6s on the barn, facing the open from Daniel from +2. 6-5 off for Mitch, should be defending.
Three, 4 ace. Now straight over for Mitch. Top pair, top kicker for Dan.
I'm just happy to put chips in the pot here. There's 3-4 rainbow. There's the 36, it's just north of third. Ryan with the sixes here and position, just one overcard. Can't just instantly give Daniel credit for that ace. It's going to make the call. And then that means Mitch is going to have an easy decision with the 5-6. Can just take our price now, make the call, off to the turn we go. 4.5 to 1 here. Never folding this one, drawing both ends of the straight to the nuts.
So the turn. 9 of hearts. Bit of a break for everyone.
Yeah, clean for Daniel. Not really much connection with the board. Only way that we go behind now is if we are up against an ace-9 type holding, and only really going to be the ace-9 suited that we're worried about from Ryan's perspective on the button. He's not going to peel ace-9 off, so happy to go for another street here as Daniel. 66k into 204, so less than 30%, and Mitch getting a very attractive price here, 4 to 1 on the call. Only going to need 20% equity to make this viable, and 8 outs once is going to be exactly around that. So fairly close for Mitch here. Chooses to let it go. Being out of position as well, not getting to dictate the action on rivers. Times that we make our straight. Likely to go check check when it's a deuce, maybe get the value when it's a 7. Yeah, some fruit.
When you say I'll have some fruit, it's normally a burger. It's normally chicken and mashed potato.
To be honest,
I'm just having some fruit.
It's only here that I don't really eat fruit. When I'm playing, I just have fruit all the time, because they bring you fruit in a bowl and just give it to you. It's like, there you are, and then you eat it when it's in front of you. When it's in front of me, I eat it. But if I've got to go to the shop, buy it myself,
You have to walk past Mackey's.
Yeah, exactly. Walk past Mackey's, the Percy Pigs in Marks and Spencer's, all them stuff. It's just too difficult. But if it's handed to me, I will eat it.
Is Ravi on the treble? He certainly is.
I won't be on the treble tomorrow. Sorry, in 2 days' time.
What do you mean? You know you will. You got the t-shirt to prove it.
Why is it every time as well? Spurs are on telly.
Yeah.
It's always 12:30 kickoff when we start on a Saturday. Yeah. Always. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I'm sure the people that run the fixtures in the Premier League and the TV rights have a look at the GUKPT schedule and plop it the exact time that we're streaming. I wouldn't have been fussed last season, but now we're fighting for the title. Couple of points, only 2 points off the top. Right amongst it.
Big Ange is your man. He's got you playing that thing they call football. Ravi raising up. Mitch with the ace jack. Will be calling. Yep, makes a call at 24.
How you doing, Adam? Unless I'm getting a price, probably not, mate.
What do you think you should be?
I'll do my 50 versus Adam's 100. I'll do that for sure. I think Arsenal are still obviously favourites to finish above us this year for the first time in a long time, though. But I don't think it's a good bet for me.
Queen eye flop for Rabbit. Top pair, top kicker. Check, check. There'll be a delayed bet coming in now from Rabbit. 3 of hearts on the turn.
You know what, Adam? Go on, it's only money. We're on. Why not? I'll even give you a 2-point head start. I'll message you, mate. I'll confirm. Bet is locked. I love a punt, me.
Nice.
So Ravi scoops in a few more off Mitch Johnson. We're on 24, 11 get the money. 11.
Good luck, sir. You're going to need it this season. I said to Tao the other day when we were speaking about it, it's just nice to go one up and not sit behind the ball when every single player behind the ball in the 30th minute defending a 1-0 lead. It's nice to still be going for it, looking for another goal. I think manager change is the key factor. Someone that actually wants to play forward and positive football rather than going back all the time, getting a goal lead, sitting behind the ball. Not what we want to see.
Eddie Arlees, is this going to conclude today? Yes, we will be crowning a champion on the live stream tonight. Late tonight, we will be. Jay reckons between 12 and 1 o'clock tonight is when we'll be crowning a champ. Players being fed at the tables as always in the Vic. They snuck round.
Yeah, don't worry about us. Staying with those with the cold 4 here.
We've got straws.
Going to be saving Ravi.
Yeah. Yeah, good fall from Ravi. Ace Queen of Spades looks so pretty. King 4 bet is good.
I don't think it's anything to do with Kane going. I think if Kane was in the team, we'd be even better this season. It's as simple as that. All it was, if you watch every Spurs game for the last 24 months, 36 months, it's just been negative. The times that we'd go 1-0 up, we'd just want to sit on the ball all the time, get everyone behind the ball and just defend the 1-0 lead. It was the same under Mourinho, same under Conte, and we just weren't going forward. Everyone seemed to want to play the ball backwards all the time, not positive enough. And that can only be down to the manager, but the first couple of games seems a lot more flowing football, going forward, not sitting on a 1-0 lead. I would have loved for Kane to stay, because I think if Kane actually stayed, we'd not be in the running for the league, but definitely give a fight for the runner-up place or the top 4 if Kane was still there. But we'll see how the season goes, but I think it's definitely just down to the mindset of the manager, how they want to play football. It's just nice not to sit behind the ball after going 1-0 up. Imagine being Harry Kane, you go 1-0 up and then you're not in the game again because you just sat behind the ball, not getting any more chances because the whole team sat back. No, I don't watch any non-league, unfortunately. As Ravi gets ace queen again, makes it 32. Robbie was 6-3 of spades in the big hit. Facing a min click, do expect to see defend here with the 6-3 suited. Ravi goes for 65 into 88. Slightly more than 2/3, big size in here. And does mean that Robbie's not going to be able to peel here with his dummy and gut. The thing is, you say with 100 million you can get 3 really good players. Where are you getting a really good players in 2023 for 33 million? Tell me where you're going to find someone on the market this day and age for 33 million that's like a world-class player. It's just not going to happen. It's not a thing in 2023. We could probably get one world-class player for 100 million, but then where are we going to get him from? Who's going to want to come to Spurs with no Champions League football? King Queen suited for Pavel. Ravi in with a defend with the Jack 10. Yeah, I agree, Meringue. I would have loved to seen Ward-Prowse at Spurs. Someone that gets bloody corner over the front man. But I think Maddison's a really good buy. Saar looked good. Start on Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, go on, Adam. Bet is on. I'll take that one. I'll message you now. I'm doing money here, Tal. I've just done £200 this session. I've literally just given Adam Neal 200 quid this session. That's basically what I'm doing. Well on Adam. He's tuned into the stream. There's not a giveaway and he's 200 quid richer probably.
Awesome. Good luck, you lot. Good luck, you two. 5 faces in the shot. The old pie. Jack McDermott. I wonder if he's still a pie face twitcher. Does he still do his FIFA?
Yeah, I think he does.
Awesome.
God, I have one of them as well, Tara.
There you go.
We're new men. We're
no donuts.
No
on
donuts.
Here. No donuts on here. We're on the orange run, the tangerines. A few big names here and not the Barcelona EPT. What you doing?
I thought that was my empty cup of tea and I just put my orange peel.
In your cup of
put
tea.
my orange peel in my cup of tea.
Good lad. You're out of touch with this fruit malarkey, you see. Yeah, there's plenty of. What are the numbers like in Barcelona? I know it's been huge in the past. I've not seen the numbers this week for Barcelona, but always a good stop for a lot of the players. Never been to Barcelona myself.
This is the best tour in the world, Asif. Everyone wants to be here.
Absolutely.
I think there's a lot of stop buys, if you like, people that are going to be flicking in this late regging and then straight on a plane off to sunny Spain.
7,000 in the 1K.
What?
Wow. Have they added an extra day one?
What?
They must have added an extra day one. They have to have.
7,000 entries.
Well, there you go. They've got 8 day ones.
That's going to have what? So that's going to have 7 million in the prize pool. That size of field, probably 10%. It's going to be 700, nearly a million up top in that.
Yeah, they'll take out the. It won't be a million.
Well, I reckon it will be 700-800K out.
There's 8 starting flights and not 4.
I was worried about you. You wasn't here. Not the same like you.
We're here, young man. We're all here. We're talking as dulcet tones are on the airwaves.
We'll get the prize pool up for you after this hand. As Ravi just goes for the send here with the A6 suited.
What do you do with 7s here?
Probably fold tower. I definitely fold this spot as Daniel. It's 30 bigs here from Ravi. I don't expect him to have 6s through deuces in here. I don't even expect the A6 suited. Taking the squeeze jam here with the suited ace. And in a real rough spot here, Daniel.
Sevens in the think tank.
To players in the high roller, once you finish your hand, you will go in 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break and the other hand in the high roller.
A break for us in 30 minutes. Players going on break live. I'd be surprised if Daniel called this off. Yes, we can see the cards, but really tough to call this off for this many big blinds. Ravi gets it through.
Yep, sends it with A6 and gets it through. Up to nearly 600k with the blinds at 16.
Yeah, probably like ace queen suited, and then 9s plus, maybe 8s. I'm not sure. It's very close, but it depends if Ravi's the type of player that's going to shove hands like he had there. For example, some bluffs, some suited wheel ace, some king queen off, some smaller pairs perhaps. Probably 9s be the line. 61k up top in this one. Daniel had 35 big blinds to start the hand. He had 560 and Ravi had 30. Daniel opens to 40k with the ace jack. King Jack 3, 2 diamond board. And Daniel happy to continue. Yep, and that is the Ravi. That is on for the treble fuzzy bet. Yeah, Dina's here. I see folk.
Absolutely.
She's at the Vic.
Dina's here in London. Did you win a C4? When are you going? There's a train strike at weekend, is there? They don't advertise it anymore.
Yeah, I've not seen too much of Ravi on the stream before, but I'm guessing very aggressive. He was chip leader going into both final tables by a fair margin, so you don't get stacks like that knitting it up. You've got to be running it down the streets, battling for pots. Yep, Ravi won the mini main and he won the midi main. So 346 runner field in the midi, over a 500 runner field in the mini, and he has won both outright this week.
Incredible.
48k and 38k, I believe. And now he's making a run at the high roller with 20 left and 11 getting paid. Gut shot for Kenny, top pair for Mitch, and 10 of hearts, 6 of spades. Think this is viable one big blind bet here for third parters Kenny with our gut shot and this particular combo with a heart and a spade in it. I think 1BB is what we're going to go for here, and does. Mitch got just an easy check call here with our Queen 7. Can have some raises with a top pair blind on blind. Going to have a lot more raises than any other scenario given positions that are
Colin Gill, 1-2 Holden. Colin Gill, 1-2 Holden, 7-2.
This whole tournament was so good.
All in. All in.
Your attention please, new 256 card PLOs opening October 27. For the following players, Arash David Winston, Tony Cascarino, Cyrus, P. Svetanov, and A. Alomar. New 256 card PLOs over 27.
Winning cards.
Once again, new 256 card PLO table 27 from Arash David Winston, Anthony Cascarino, Cyrus, Christian Svetanov, and A. Alomar. New 256 card PLO table 27.
Brazilians Retinol, 2564.
They'll change one day. Yeah, well. It's round the corner, mate. Must be. It's okay. They're trolling me, but imagine if I just sunk up and snap up right now. If. I think we all know when. Yeah, you just did it the other side. That'll be later on. Yeah, for a long time. It's got it all in. You could lose it all back. I could do it all back. I'll be for $9 in a Navy and I've been linked to it. Going, oh, I know, he bleeds.
open. 20. See what?
Hi!
I was here for Tuesday, Wednesday.
Was you?
Monday, Tuesday.
Muted, couldn't hear you. Ah, it's been fixed. See? What happened there?
That's not a fix. That's
fixed. See?
That's not a fix. That's fixed.
What's what? That one doesn't work, so I can press it as many times as I want and it won't work. So even when it's on mute, it still comes through because you have to put it through there. We'll get it fixed at the break, which is about, how long? 6 minutes?
8 minutes.
8 minutes. So hopefully you can hear us. He's had to change the sound to come through the camera up there. Perhaps if we turn that camera off.
Well, there'd be no sound tower, obviously.
Or pictures. Sorry about that. We obviously, when we press the sound and we cut it off, there's a big X comes through the sound, and we know when somebody comes into the comms box, we have a chat, or somebody comes to say hello, blah blah blah. We turn it off so they don't, just in case they don't swear, and then we put it back on, and we think because the X disappears, we think it's working, but obviously, for some reason, it wasn't. So we're back, and in 7 minutes' time, when we go on a 20-minute break, PK is going to sort it out.
What I would say. 9 call from Ravi, perfectly fine. A lot of people in the chat are like, what on earth's he doing there? But it's button, small blind flat, 14 big shove from Jamie. Jamie's going to have ace deuce suited through ace 8 in there. He's going to have every single one of those hands. He'll have some worse ace X. He'll have some ace 7, ace 8 off in there. He'll have all the suited broadways. He'll have king queen, king jack off, all these hands. So we actually are in front of a big proportion of the range that Jamie should be shoving. And if you run it for a robot, I'm certain it would come out full. So was getting a bit of stick in the chat, Ravi, for his call of ace 9, but perfectly fine, guys. You are probably seeing that Jamie had ace queen, taking the whole cards into account, being biased on that front. Try and take the whole cards out of question and try and look at it from the perspective of the entire range of hands our opponent would send. Don't just see, oh, our opponent's got ace queen, he's only got ace 9, we've got to fold. You've got to actually think about the range of hands, not what we can see in front of us. I don't know what's going on here. We're getting
There's all sorts going on. Can you see us? Can you not see us? Can you hear us? So Dan doubles. And you can hear us. We're on a break in 6 minutes ish. Nobody knows what's happening.
We fixed now, you fixed.
We're fixed, are we?
We're fixed.
We're fixed.
That was there, mate.
Is it back in? No.
So if I turn it off now, they won't be able to hear us. Are you sure? Shall we try it?
Yeah, I pulled the.
Shall we try it?
Pull the power for the.
Right, we're muted. I can't stand that Jim Marlowe in the chat. Can you tell?
No, absolutely
Yeah,
not. Don't,
really.
don't ever make sure it's always turned off when you're talking about Jim. You know what he's like.
And we're back, guys.
And we're back. Back in the room.
Does the mute of the mic work? Is the muting of the mic working? Annette was enjoying the peace and quiet.
Annette wants us to stream the ladies' event at the 888 as well.
Oh, big pot going the way of Daniel. Daniel there, we kind of missed that, guys. We were trying to get the mic sorted out so we can mute and unmute again. 'Dates for 888, I'll quickly throw them up. There we go. 18th of October to the 29th, kicking off with a mystery bounty.
When we get the full confirmation of the 888 schedule, we'll flick it up for you this weekend.
I'm open 6 days. I'd like to play the start of the festival. It would be nice. Jump in the
Well,
mystery.
give me a day off, we'll work the rest. We'll get some guest comms in for a day so you can play.
To be fair, the 888 guys will all be there, and they do love jumping
There
in the
you
comms
go.
booth,
We'll
so.
have a word with Jim. Jim's just turned up. He only does like 4 hours a week.
Yeah.
We'll have to. Oh, here he is. Here he is. We'll have to have a quick chat with Jim at some point. But we'll let you know the full schedule of the 888 and what the team are going to be scheduling for the live stream. I know a lot of you like to do the ladies on the Saturday and Sunday, the first weekend. So we'll see what Jim says with the 888 team, and we'll give you confirmation. Hopefully this event, as we're getting close to the massive event in Coventry, 500,000 guaranteed main event. $500,000. We're down to 18. What happened? The next break's in about 3 minutes, I do believe.
Thanks, Connell. I'm just reading that hand history. So Ryan just went after it. Wow. The 10-7. Going to have a quick watch back.
Five. So down in seat number 9. So this could be the last hand. We'll have to see what Dan does with the 5s.
I reckon this and one more.
Rabbit 3 betting 214. He folded the 7s last time.
Yeah, different scenario here, Tower.
Yeah.
Could potentially go for the send here. I probably would be versus Ravi. We got 20 bigs, we got a pair. Button versus big blind here. Love to see Daniel find the rip here. If I was Ravi, I might have gone a pinch smaller as well, because we have now put in over a third of our stack and would have to fold to a jam, so I might have gone smaller for that reason. But like button versus big blind in these situations, 25 bigs or less, the small pocket pairs do become very viable jams facing the free bet from a competent opponent. But Daniel going to take the tire approach there, just lets the 5s go, just got the chips, maybe wants to keep them, and this is going to be the last hand for us before a 20-minute break, back at 5 past.
This should be the last hand of the sesh. Not sure if there's a new table or not, because we're going towards a redraw.
Yeah, we've got 18 left, so we're 2 off a 2 table redraw, losing Cal Morial just before Robbie Ball.
No!
So Cal getting close to the money yet again. And 18 remain. Kenny with the Queen 10 here in the hijack, working with 13 BBs. I think probably happy to let this one go, getting closer to the money now, although in a small field. 11 page, still got a long way to go, but I think fold. What we're going to do here, just taking his 30 seconds. Run that clock down. And Daniel, what? Ace-8 suited as the chip leader in the cut-off lets it go. Must have known Ravi had the ace-9 behind. Wow. Ace-8 suited into the muck as the chip leader at the table. Six-handed.
All in, he says. Have the triangle. And the last hand, and that is it. That is going towards a 20-minute break. Sorry about the communication problems. We've sorted it out, and now we're on a 20-minute break.
Back at 5 past.
Back at 5 past.
Back it, you got no chance. So Ali
with the queens this time. King jack last time. Kings before. Raising up with the queens. It won't be a standard raise. Raises to 7.2. Tharles gets out of the way.
Jack's got a royal smile on his face with a 6x in front of him.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a hand
he's
as
got
well.
Tens.
Oh, the
Just
lot's going
moves
in.
with the tens.
Is he doing the old
60 bigs, just shy of, and
yeah, he's not
this
put the
is
lot in.
gonna
He's
be a
probably
big
left one chip behind.
pot. Ali's going to snap this off, and Jack Oliver going to need a 10 to survive.
They're all in. Ali Malone, queens. Jack Oliver, all in for 71. Ali Malone, queens.
To the flop.
To the flop.
10 needed.
Oh,
it is.
He's in the 10.
Run like Jack. So some backdoor straight possibilities, but just fading a queen now for Jack.
No way! Oh my
That
days!
is ill. You think you've got there, and it's a queen on the turn.
Ali Malone pumping away.
Just the one
Oh
out.
my days.
River.
He's a 10!
No way! No way did that just happen?
Clip it!
Boat over quads.
Oh.
Ali finds the 2-outer on the turn. Jack finds the 1-outer on the river. You don't see that every day. Oh my word.
You know what Ali Malone's going to tell us at the dinner break, isn't it? Oh my God, man. Wow.
Jeez.
10 on the flop, queen on the turn. Malone can't believe it. The 10 on the river.
Oh God. Run like Jack Oliver.
A brand new trick, never been done before, just for the Goliath. Here we go. Right. Do you ever wonder what cards look like before they've left the factory? All right. Before they've been printed on, they look a little bit like this. Okay. Now I'm going to show you a trick. What did you say your name was? John. Can you help me with the trick? Okay. So stick closer. Stick closer. Okay. You're gonna help with the trick. I'm gonna give you this card, John. Okay. That's yours for me. All right. John, what I want you to do is just call out stop anywhere. Just here. I put the card on top. Perfect. All these cards are printed. These are already printed, and you found one card that's obviously printed. It's obviously a printed card. It's out of a printed deck. The important thing is that it's random. Is the ink a little bit wet there? You feel a bit moist? Just say yes. Yeah. Yes. Why are you lying? All right. If I take the ink, because it's a little bit wet, if we waste it here like this. Now that's how you print the back. This is how they print the faces. You actually take the face of the card and print it here like this. The problem is, it's a mirror image, so you can't play with that card. To actually get it to work, you have to take the mirror card, you press the mirror card, and that's when you print a proper one like this, okay? Now here's the scary thing, is if the ink's actually wet, because you said it was wet, right? Say yes, John, yeah. Right, you take the wet ink like here, and then you pick up a real card, like this, and then you get a face on the back. I don't even know how that happens. Check it out, if I take this one, you can even print the corners like this as well. I don't know how the corner gets on there. This is incredible, this one. If you actually take the card, and let's take where's the mirror card? Here. Take the mirror card like this. because it's still a little bit wet. So actually see how it smudges just here like this. One more time, if you take the card, this is my favourite one, so you print it like this, you take the card, you spin it round, and actually this whirly pattern on it just like that. What you must never do is take the mirror card, squeeze too hard and shake, because then all the pips go down to the bottom. Thanks very much.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis got a call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any
No.
action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the king's improves. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has
Looks
raised.
like he's raised again, tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
The 3 as well.
Deb's would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow. Wow,
Flop top 2, get it in, and
Yeah.
the king just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
KK got the KK.
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up. Got the lot. Short-lived from Louis. Louis unlucky. There's a 10-seat guaranteed on Wednesday if anyone's interested. £40 rebuy for the 25-25 at Walsall. Well, this could be going in.
Well, Connor's got King Queen here. Yeah, he's going to shove tower. There's the all-in triangle, and it's going to get caught. Wow, the Turk's got lines in the small blind.
Oh, this is a bit of a tanker.
And the Turk is working with... Ooh, we've got just sub-8 bigs here.
What will the ace-queen
do? With the 9s. Well, the ace-queen's going to snap Connor off. And I think, the ace-queen's calling whether Turk calls or not.
Really?
Andy will snap in
okay.
whatever scenario here. It's just Turk with the 9s. We are the short stack, but there is a 3-bet rip from Connor. But Connor's only 3-bet ripping for 13 bigs, and he's ripping over the open of Andy, who's been opening so many hands in this tournament. And he's asked for a count, just figuring out what Connor's ripping for, even though he's got him covered. But I just can't see how we can fold the 9s here, tower, as the short stack. Because the thing is, he might be thinking, I could fold and Connor could get busted by Andy, but Andy's not guaranteed to call Connor in this situation. If Andy's still opening like 60-70% of hands, so probably like 50+% of those hands are going to be folding in this situation.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, well, Connor could bust here and I could ladder potentially. That might be what he's thinking. But the thing is, it's not always a guarantee that Andy's actually going to call this off. We can see he is going to call this off with ace queen, but Andy's going to have so many opens here that are going to fold to Connor's shove. But it's tough. It's tough here for the Turk, but here's the short stack. He has folded, and it should be a snap here from Andy. And there's the flipping with the call. And Connor, this could be a spin if he doubles. He was down to 200k, but he's at risk, and he's going to need to find a king to stay alive.
So Connor O'Driscoll is at risk with 1.1 mil. He's up against the chip leader Andy Mock. Oh, we've got redraws abound everywhere.
Well, yeah, jack for a chop, but we've only got 2 outs now. Direct to scoop. We need to find one of the 2 remaining kings. It's a 9 on the turn.
That
doesn't. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. I forgot the Turk had 9s. 7 of spades on the river. We lose Connor O'Driscoll.
Oh man,
Connor O'Driscoll, 5th place for 43,900. Great effort from that lad.
oh my days, the Turk had 9s. Oh, it was marginal. It was marginal.
The Turk had the 9s.
We are down to 4.
Turk would be second in chips, Tower. He'd be second in chips, the Turk.
Connor O'Driscoll, by the way, every credit. How much has he won?
£43,900 for Connor.
43,000, and the whole of Ireland are rooting for you, buddy. Well done. What a good effort from Connor O'Driscoll. Hope to see him again on our live streams because he was class. He was a class act. Well done, Connor. Well done, Connor. Connor O'Driscoll, absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Hi, Dina. Oh, well, just look back. We've got another all in. All in from Ed and Andy. And we could have 2 bust outs and 2 hands here, Tower. Ed with the 7s. He's been behind a lot of all in situations and got lucky today. And he's picked up a little few extra outs. So working with 4 outs now instead of 2. Offsuit 5 or 7. King of spades on the turn. Could we lose 2 in 2 hands?
5 or a 7. Oh, we've lost another. Boom!
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond. Oh my God, it's a diamond. Ed, sorry. Oh my days.
Tower 40 double.
Is it the 7?
Tower 40 double.
Is it the wrong 7?
And the 8 of diamonds is playing. So we lose 2 in 2 hands. Look at that. We've been waiting, and Ed, 70 grand for him, £70,000 exactly. 4th place for Ed Roger. That leaves us with 3. Just like that. And look at Andy's stack. Look at Andy's stack. How can this go wrong? It can't. It surely can't.
10 mil. Jack and oh my days. The Mad Turk, man. With the stack. Oh. Oh dear. Everybody now has locked up a minimum of £110,000. How is that even possible?
Crazy, Tower. 2 bust outs in 2 hands. And Jack here, blind on blind, sub 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Turk is very short. We got a 70k pay jump, but Jack's been fearless in these scenarios, and he does move all in. And it's cool. It's a call from Andy. Andy's got ace jack. Are we going to lose 3 in 3 hands?
No way! What's happening? Somebody's taxi outside.
Look at Turk. He's high-fiving people. He's got.
This is a 70k jump. This is a £70,000 jump if the Turk. He won't be cheering, that is for sure. He won't be cheering. But Jack is all in with pocket 5s against Andy Mock's ace jack.
Well, there's no help there. Jack could be doubling up, and that will put him right back in it. And that is clean. We do have counterfeit outs to fade now.
Queen.
Ace, Jack, Queen to fade.
And Ace, Jack, Queen. He'd like a 6.
It's a Queen! It's counterfeited! Counterfeited! What a mental free
to go out!
Oh my god, look at Turk! Turk's jumping around, he's made 70k! He's just sat there for 3 hands and he's laddered from 5th to 2nd. As the short stack, the mad Turk is loving life. He's pointing at Andy saying, "You're the man! You're the man!" And just like that, we're heads up. What? We were 5-handed 3 hands ago and we're heads up.
Wow! To get counterfeited out of the GUKPT Grand Final is ill. Yo, ticker's going a bit.
So's mine.
By jolly.
And I think Andy,
oh my dear,
heads up. I think Turk's got like 5 big blinds tower.
Live poker will never die.
Oh my word, we've been sitting here. We were 9-handed for what, 4.5 hours?
That, we were like,
really? And then we were 5-handed to 2-handed in 3 hands. What on earth is going on?
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm going for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straighter with the King 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check. Well, we check this 700k. Done. 700. Thank you.
Attention please, the following player for a new 2-5 non-equal on table 6. Thomas Shabitsky, Fadi Lam, Noah Rodman, Paul Hart, Haitao Hu, Li Chen, Baxter Kassa, Amir Sekour. 2-5 order on table 6. And just please final goal, players in the high roller. You have just over 1 minute remaining on your break. Players, please take your seats now. Thank you.
Fingers crossed it's all sorted. Fingers crossed, I was sat here drinking me a cup of tea. PK was working hard as he can to get it all sorted out. And then he showed us that Jack Benson's chip leader.
20% of the chips in play.
What's that, man?
17 left. And he's got 20% of the chips in play. Just before the break, we lost Glenn Gaines. Glenn Gaines, so we're on 17.
Mr. Otto down the bottom, Kelly Hart. Table change at 16 when we get there. Oh, that's a nice cup of tea. Who's going to win it from here? Come on.
One of them.
Come on, who's going to win it?
Well, Ravi.
Who's going to win it?
Ravi's still in.
Harry Lodge, Jack McDermott, Mitch Johnson. Where's Mark Keith? See, Keith Johnson's still in. I did say yesterday, early doors.
And when we lose one more, there will be a 2-table redraw, and then that will be it down to the final.
Go on, Jack, sit down, Jack. Let's do it again. Welcome back, everybody. Still on the high roller all the way through. These are the final 2 tables. We're on 18. Oh no, it's 3 tables. Apologies. 2-table redraw when we get to 16. Brandon Shields on the 3rd table, as we saw.
Pocket 10s for Ravi, nice hand to pick up. 21 bigs, just going to be opening this from cut-off. Wow, did Ravi just limp? Gone for limp with the 10s.
Mixing it up. Mitch Johnson sees a free flop with Jack 2.
Either way, same result.
Yep.
Going to take the pot. Once check 2. Fires. And Mitch out the way with Jack high.
Would you like an apple? A grape? A strawberry? Or an orange?
I'll have another orange.
Another orange. This is genuine, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Genuine.
And I'll have
Fruit
them digestives and ginger nuts as well while you're there.
Yeah, well, Andy's opened them. And Andy bought them for himself. Yeah, but the digestives are the different ones. The one with caramel on them.
Oh, don't say that.
The slither of caramel.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, the digestive caramels.
King 9 for Ryan. Going to choose to send it into the middle for his sub 9 BBs. Just hoping to get this one through. And Kenny with 3s here. Rough spot, but don't think we can call. I guess Ryan's going to have deuces. He's going to have ace deuce. He's going to have ace 3. Probably just suited. I just think this is a fold tower. I could be wrong, but yes, we're likely to have the best hand. But more often than not, we're going to be flipping, and then sometimes we can actually be crushed, drawing to 2 outs. But real toughie here for Kenny. Like, I think he'd call 5 6s. At 3s, maybe just too low down in the pair remit to be flicking it in. I'd personally fold, but Kenny is very studied, I believe, with a short stack this stage of an MTT. Let's see what he goes with. I like fold.
Kenny. Allah says no. I'm looking them.
I like that, the way he marked that. So yeah, he went to throw another time back chimp in, then slid it under his cards and threw them all in at once.
Like it. Done that before.
Ace king for Jamie.
Should do it. Kenny and Dan out of the way. Blinds taken. Dan 1.1 mil, 54 bigs. 3 tables left. We're on 18. Come the cards again. Ravi on the big blind this time. Kenny with 8 bigs.
Taper Mitch. Things are going to tighten up.
Yeah.
Only 6 off the money now. Still another.
Oh, we're on 17.
30% of the field to lose.
It
that's
did
left
say
in.
18.
Yeah, no, we were already on 17. It just weren't updated.
Oh, the last man.
Yeah, Glenn Gaines.
Yeah, you're right. The last man before the last time before the break. You are correct.
And I've just seen the man that was next to Brandon stand up from his chair.
No. Oh, we are. There's Frankie saying we're having a redraw, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was James Corey out in 17th. So going to be down to 2 tables of 8. 2 table redraw coming up after this hand.
2 table redraw, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamie makes it 40k with the A7 suited.
Ravi. Gets out of the way with a 9-4. And I think we're on a redraw. We are indeed. Frankie says put your chips into the mix. And we'll say this is what's coming up for the rest of the week. What's coming up this rest of the week, please, Jay?
Just today we got the cash out satellite if you fancy it at 7 p.m. Always a lot of seats generated from then. Tomorrow is always on the Friday, just main event, no side events because of how busy it gets. The Cup on Saturday is the only side 2-day event for that one, and then Sunday you've got the seniors, which Tower can play, and the PLO 4, 5, 6 bounty with a big blind ante in that one. So that's going to be thick and fast. I think that's going to be a very fun event on a 30-minute clock.
Indeed. Coming up for the NPL as well, all in yellow and light blue is what we're streaming until the end of the year. Blackpool and London straight after each other. We'll give you the full details streaming London. It's a shortened version this year, 10-day festival rather than last year's 18-day. It was a massive festival last year. A bit earlier in the year as well. The EPT Prague is on the week after, and also the WPT in Vegas.
I might go out for that. I might go out for a week.
You do right.
Yeah, I might go out for a week for that one. I've heard that the 10k is meant to be like a sister of the WSOP main. Heard good things about the WPT last year in December. What's the heat like in Vegas in December?
It can get cold.
I
was there for the McGregor fight when he fought Aldo.
Yeah.
And it was -3 the day before.
So it can get very cold.
It was -3.
Even in the desert?
It's really cold in December sometimes. But then, July and August, they can throw it down in Vegas as always. That is what is up to date with the NPL points. That was the quickest 2-table redraw ever. Frankie is an absolute legend.
They're getting used
well
to
done,
it.
Frankie.
Getting
Look
used
at
to
that.
it.
2-table redraw done just like that. I've not even had time to breathe. Amazing. Good old Frankie. Done. And Dina, obviously. Dina's there as well. So, we're on it. Let's do it again. Is that Stato?
Yeah, Stato's in the mix.
Where's he been hiding?
I don't know.
Stato and Mitch Johnson on the same table again. The shirts on.
Going to be getting straight into the mix here. King Queen off a 20. Going to be raising this up from gun. Makes it 40. Kenny is a short stack wizard. He'll be taking 10-15 seconds every decision. Getting close to the money now. I don't know why. I always see Kenny with a short stack, like getting close to the money, and he always seems to get on the right side. I think he's very studied sub 20 BB poker, approaching the bubble with ICM involved. Do expect things to slow down a little now, Tower. Now we're at 2 tables, and once we lose 5 more, everyone is going to lock up that min cash. Ace Jack in the small here for Mitch versus gun from Stato off a 20. I think we're just always playing flat here. Got Daniel behind us that has us covered. This is always just going to fall into the call remit. Mitch agrees. And Daniel with a lovely little defend candidate. We have got some action flops with these 3 holdings. Want to see some higher boards for Carnage. Well, looks like a high board. It looks like a king and a queen on this one. There we go. So we have got a slight bit of action. Top 2 for Stato. We got up and down for Daniel backdoor flush draw. And Mitch with a Broadway draw of his own here. So we should be going 3-way to the turn. Probably going to be around 40-45k from Stato. And then going to get called in both spots. And be going 3-way to the turn here. Now is Mitch going to let this go? Wow, Mitch just 4.5 to 1 on the call. Still had Dan behind, but with the ace jack there, chooses to fold. Might have been taking one off. Obviously do need to play tighter when we're in the pot with someone that has us covered. Daniel behind in the big.
3 of clubs turn.
Yeah, and this is just going to be getting all the chips in over 3 streets here for Stato. Half pot here. Would leave just under half on the river. The river a well where we can jam for 150%. I'm not sure versus big blind. Very difficult to get called. Prefer to see Stato go for it over 2 streets here. I like no more than half here, so we've got half pot on the river. 95 seems good. Like 45%, 40%.
Nonetheless, the Jack 10 going to have to fold now.
There we go, Mancunian Nick. Is there a high roller going on? And who won it? You missed it at the end of last night's stream because you were streaming yourself. What do you stream, Nick? And just to let you know, you're watching the High Roller Day 2 right now. We're on the final 16 players and we will crown a champion tonight on the stream.
Or tomorrow.
Well, it's not tomorrow until I wake up. And if we're still going on tomorrow when I wake up, there's a problem. It's never tomorrow till you wake up.
I got a question. The other day,
yeah,
I went to bed at 6 p.m. and I woke up. I woke up at 2.
Went to bed at 6 p.m.
I woke
Hang
up.
on a minute. Hang on a minute. You can't just start the story when I went to bed at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Why?
I was playing a game, and it ran on for a while, and I got back.
You were playing a game from the night before?
Yes.
Okay.
Got back. Went to bed at 6 p.m. I woke up at 2 a.m. I woke up 2 a.m. Wednesday morning / Tuesday night.
8 hours.
Is that still? Does that count? Does that count as the next day? Even though it's 2 a.m.
No.
on the Wednesday? Even though I've been asleep and I've woken up. I've gone to sleep on the Tuesday at 6 p.m. I've woken up at 2 a.m. on the Wednesday.
Well, in theory, I suppose it is because it's 2 a.m. So you woke up tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying.
No matter what time you wake up, as long as it's past that midnight thing, then you're into tomorrow. You woke up and it was tomorrow. You woke up at 2?
Woke up at 2 a.m.
You normally don't set an alarm and you sleep forever. What happened?
I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep.
Whoa, I bet Cat thought he was in heaven.
And then I stayed awake all day, got the train down to London at 5, done commentary on the cash game until 1:30 in the morning, and then went straight to bed last night. I was out like a light, honestly. I don't usually go back to the hotel and go straight to sleep, but yesterday I was out. As we see Kenny shove the ace-5 suited for 7.5 BBs here. Harry's just taking a bit of time.
Was it an alarm that woke you up today?
Yeah, alarm got me up
Did
today,
it?
yeah.
All right, so you needed more sleep.
Yeah, alarm got me up. I weren't even, like, the alarm went off and I was like, oh. Mancunian Nick streams marbles, Pokemon and Stream Raiders.
How do you stream marbles? I used to play Mabs. Mabs was ace. We didn't have technology when I was a kid. We had Mabs and soldiers.
Mabs?
Yeah, Mabs. We shortened down for marbles.
Oh, okay.
Mabs. And then if you had a pearly, oh, fuck, let me tell you. You was the king.
A7 suited here for Daniel facing this just sub 8 big blind jam. Not too sure. I think I like fold. No, we can see he is in front, but I think that's a good lay down from him. And Stato with King Jack here in the big blind. Already seen a King and Jack of Mitch Johnson going to the muck. Had the same hand. Once more, one that's right on the line here. I think King Queen we'd be calling. And Stato thinks that King Jack going to be viable enough versus Kenny. And Kenny don't know it, but he's actually in great shape here. Mitch Johnson folded King Jack as well.
Off we go for Kenny. Nice. Failing queens. Yep. Still the same scenario. 4 queens alive. Does he survive? Yes, he does. So Stato down to 18 bigs. Kenny up to 17. Final 2 tables of the high roller. Well, the main event is on there, dinner.
So Harry just taking his time with each decision.
I see 1 and see 9 both wearing, yeah. Harry and Dan both wearing the red wristband.
It's just to get in and out quicker. They offered you, I got them offered at the PLO at the weekend. When you sit down at the table, the dealer says you don't have to wear it, but if you're popping in and out of the casino, it's best you take one.
Oh,
just so
okay.
you can wave your wrist as you walk in.
Like
Some people stay in the casino all day, never leave until they have to, so
Yeah.
no point. But for those that like to venture out on breaks, there's wow, what's happened to Pavel's chips? I'm guessing Jack Benson has taken most off of him.
He's taken, he moved tables and it was a bad move.
He had like 1.1 milli tower.
And he says I'm all in.
Now going to have to send the King 9 suited for 13. This one I'm going to get through.
Jack, 113 bigs, 2.3 million.
What a spot.
Beautiful. Mr. Wadd's getting out of the way after some deliberation under the gun. Looks down to his 25k, no, 25 big stack and thinks I'll just think about it for 10.
Yeah, tanking makes you EV at this stage, Shower. It's as simple
Yep,
as that. The clock
absolutely.
is your friend. Mitch opens King 9 off from hijack.
Why has Dan got rid of his cards? That can't be right. Unless it was he sat down?
I'm going to watch Tower. Detective on the case.
What happened there?
Definitely sat down.
What happened there?
I'm watching.
Can't have been
I'll
here.
be with you in a second. Sherlock's on the case. Right, let's have a look at the cards. Oh, there it is. There it is.
There's a wrong card.
Yeah, Stato's first card went into his box, so he obviously had one ace and Stato had the other ace.
Yep.
So just a situation of where one of the cards has been pitched into the wrong box.
Yep. If you just rewind it, DZ, then C2's first card.
Yeah, Sophie deals Stato's first card. It hits the button and then pings into box 1. So the first card Dan got and the second card, the first card Stato got would have been registered at Dan's hand just because it pinged off the button into his box. So just clarified that. Decks are all fine. If you go and rewind, it's clear as day when you watch it.
Yep.
Here's a free players in lane 10. You have 3 minutes free to play.
So Jack, he's got the chips, going to put them to use. 5-3 of hearts here, makes it 120k. Put that pressure on, sir. Keith not going to be able to call this, facing this size open from Jack. Gone with the full 6x with the 5-3 suited, why not? He comes up to me, Jack. Yesterday I was speaking to him and he was like, you streaming the cash game again? Because Jack was on the cash game just before, I think the first leg of the year. Was it we were here or were we at here just before Vegas? I think the first leg of the year he was on the cash game stream. And he goes, I don't know why I played so bad last time on the cash game stream. He goes, I think it's because I know you was watching and I wanted to entertain. So I don't know if we're going to see the same now he's on the feature table in the higher roll up, 2 tables out. But he said to me yesterday when he was on the cash game stream, first leg of this year, he weren't really thinking about playing well, he was more thinking about getting in the mix and entertaining for the live stream. So we might see the same even this deep in a high roller. Pieface had 700,000, Charlie.
They did.
That was at the break. That was 20 minutes ago when we come back.
I can put the chip counts up straight after. Jay just leave it off for 2. Don't forget the chip counts now, 20 minutes old or so. So Kenny with ace 8, 20 to call. So just a min raise, clicks it to 40. So Jack definitely not folding with the amount of chips he's got. On the way, Jay says he plays. So an ace-side flop for Kenny, but it brings 2 spades for Jack, who has called with the old queen deuce. Kenny puts in 1 chip, 25k.
Yeah, knowing Jack, he's probably just going to send this. He's just gone for call.
All in, he says.
He has gone for all in.
Yep, he went all in. Then Kenny.
Yeah. If Kenny knows Jack, I doubt he does, but we're not folding. Like, I expect Jack to shove all his flush draws here. May even shove some worse ace-X. I'd be surprised if Kenny let this one go tower. Sometimes when you're unaware of the opponent, sometimes an older looking gentleman is more weighted towards value, but Kenny makes the call, shows the ace-8, and Jack gonna have to find a spade to bust Kenny. Got 2 backdoor straight draws, backdoor Broadway, backdoor wheel, and a flush draw.
So Kenny in front at the moment of the Jack there.
So King's working as well now. Or a spade.
Oh, misses.
Brick on the river. So Kenny's on the spin up to 610. Had 7 big blinds less than 20 minutes ago.
Still on 16.
Top right of your screen, dead man. Top right of your screen is how many are left. 16, 2 tables of 8. It's going to be an FT of 9. 11 getting paid. 60 plus K for the winner. Keith in the car, face 9, more than a viable open. No, this is all we're streaming today. The only other thing going on the side is the main event.
This will be on for a while.
We got a cash out satellite starting in 1 hour and 20 minutes. But just coverage of the high roller throughout. Good evening, Mick the Mod. It's Jack with the Queen Jack in the small blind after doubling Kenny up. makes the call. Pavel going to have to fold the 8-3, so that's to hit the muck.
So flop time, Jack and Keith. Both catch a piece. 9-10 Jack, not the flop.
Yeah, and
Keith really wants it.
One that Keith should be playing fairly heavy. Check on tower, small blind calling range. Going to contain all this like 7-8 through King Queen, which just smashes this board. I think with our bottom pair here, just want to be checking behind. Just such a good board for the calling range of the small blind, and like part of the calling range of the small blind contains suited ace-x and smaller pocket pairs as well, which we just have crushed in terms of equity. And then all this sort of King Queen through 7-8 suited, just all over this texture. So big fan of Keith's check behind here with the ace-9, and Jack turns top 2. However, 4-liner to a straight, 3 to a flush now, so going to have to proceed with caution. Goes for check. And Keith probably on the hunt for showdown. We'll have the ace-king and Jack won't. But I think with ace-9 here, might be on the look for showdown. Yeah, plenty of cash tables going on in the room.
On a weekend there's up to 20.
We had a cash game stream last night.
We did.
You missed it.
5, 10, 10. Quite a lot of money on the table.
Jack goes for value here, if you like, with the top 2 pair on the 4 to a flush, 4 to a straight board. And Keith with just a 9. Losing to any bear spade, any bear king, any bear 8. What's probably going through Keith's head here though is he probably expects Jack to check his king x and check his 8x and check his 2 pair once the 4 to a flush completes. So probably thinking that this is a bluff or a rivered flush and that he's not going to be betting any of these in between hands that we lose to. And then from the small blind as well, what hands contain the ace, the king or the jack of spades? Bear will have a lot of suited hands that want to peel from the small. So Keith really thinking about heroing this one off. I think simply because he doesn't expect Jack to be value betting as thin as 2 pair on this 4 to flush, 4 to straight board, but does make the correct laydown.
That's all Keith.
Jack gets one back after doubling up Kenny.
We're on 15. 1 and 5, 15. 11 getting the money. Well, the payouts is round about there. Oh no, it's not. Oh, we're freezed. Oh, look at that, I'm asleep. Oh, get that off the frozen hand. So you do that, and then you do that, and then you do that, and then you do that. You know, you do something. You did tell me. Is it a price ticker? And then you turn it off, and then you put it back on, and then it comes on again. Ta-da!
I was not expecting that to work. What did you do?
I fixed it.
I thought you was having me on. I thought you was doing some sort of trying to be funny.
How easy is it to park in the Vic? There are car parking spaces available underground. It is easy, but it's first come, first served, and I never know how busy it is because I never go down there. So I can't say anything else apart from that, Robert. If you come down and park in the Vic, they'll let you down. Hopefully there's spaces, but I'm not sure because it's always come on a first come, first served basis. And we never ever go down there. It's like the abyss. We're never there.
It's 9 off here for Harry. I think from cut off one we're going to be opening, attempt to steal the blinds and ante. Starting the hand with just sub 25. Queen 8 suited for Jack. This is all over Jack's range. A suited hand that can make a straight. He's in with a call on the button. And Payout with an easy shove here. 14.5 BBs. Cut off open, button flat. Easiest send we're going to have all day.
Eliminations. They are all in, as Jay has just rightly said.
And this one will be getting through. Harry won't call off. Jack can't call off. Harry's asking for a count here, but not going to be calling off 15 at this stage. We got a nice stack to still veer into the right side of the money. 4 off of it now. Like, becomes a lot closer post bubble or at the start of a tournament when our opponent can plausibly have some suited ace-x that we dominate and some Broadway holdings that we're in front of. But at this stage, given the ICM pressure of the bubble, 4 off of it, need to start calling tighter. I don't think ace-9's ever going to be calling this off. He's just taking his 30 seconds to run the clock down. Tankin's making us EV. The more time we take, the more likely that there can be a bust out on and out of table.
He's going to get, he flicks it in the muck. He does indeed. And Jack should do the same, but it's Jack Benson.
Yeah, this is a genuine tank from Jack. Harry's was running the clock down. Jack may actually feel like having a little pump with a Queen 8 suited. He's got the chips to do
absolutely.
it. Obviously,
2.1 mil.
Not going to be winning long term, but does good to see make the fold.
Attention please, Michael Holmes, 1-2 Holden or 1-3 Holden.
No 25 K? Right. No 25 K? Just play 20 K. You play 10-20?
Nice one, Dan. Down here in the Vic, looking after all the poker room.
Would Harry Lodge be one of the best remaining players here? Yeah. This is stacked. To be fair, man, and Straw. Like, there's so many notable names. Kenny Hullart's out there, Stato, Mitch Johnson. Yeah. The outer table's got some decent names on as well. It's a real stacked field. Brandon Shields still in. Jamie Dwan's a good player. Tom Clack, Tom Middy still in as well. So real tough field left in, as you would expect 2 tables out for a 2K high roller, but where were the payouts, Tower?
They weren't, so they've been removed from the for the chip counts at the break. We'll get PK to flick them back in again. He's in a meeting at the minute.
And blinds are up, guys. Been on the 10-25 level for a few hands.
We've got Jack opening. It's a 45 with the ace-9. King Jack suited here for Mitch in the small blind. Not going to be folding this one. And Daniel makes the defend. Harry won online WSOP bracelet and 400k last year. Yeah, I know. Harry bracelet winner. Kenny FT the WSOP mate a few years back. Top pair for Mitch, middle pair for Daniel. Not too much going on for Jack here. Seat 7.
Well, stats are about 13th this year.
Yeah, 2 tables.
2 tables out.
2 tables out as well for Stato at EPT,
Yeah.
Monte Carlo. Getting very close in the big ones. There's Jack going to c-bet the king high board. Goes for 40k. Mitch will be calling. Yeah, 2 of spades on the turn. No one's going to like this one. I think this is just always going to check through. Be surprised if any chips were put in the pot here and here on the turn. I think it's just going to check to the aggressor, and Jack will wave the white flag after getting called in 2 spots on the flop. Oh no white flag wave here, sir. The flush completes, the 5-6 completes that the big blind can have, but Jack is under turn and just firing relentlessly here with no draw other than the wheel. 225k, and if I'm Mitch, I'd probably fold here, Tower. This just looks so strong from Jack, the times that he double barrels here once the flush completes. It's a card that we expect him to be playing a high frequency check on. So once he wants to put chips into the pot, I just think we can't continue. And we can't. There's the fold with the King Jack. Yep. And Daniel's going to have to get out of the way as well. And Jack Benson, not fussed, firing it down the streets. Gets it through, back to 2.2 million. Let's go, sir. The man sporting the flamingo shirt. No, blinds are 25k. We're just waiting for the graphic to change, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. We just missed. There we go. 10.25 with a 25. I knew it would have been up a little bit, but they are changed now on the graphics. Pretty flamingo.
Oh. I've never had so much fruit at a day of work ever.
Me neither. Yeah, juicy. Ooh, a small one.
I think the decision to keep the LED screen in the background that was used at the Goliath, very good. It looks great when you walk through the room.
Yeah.
Takes a while to set up though.
Does it?
Well, I'm assuming it takes a while to set up.
All in all, it's about a 5-hour setup. Jack's done for a wander. We're on 15 in the high roller. We're playing down to a champion tonight. It will be shown live on the stream.
Going to see a lot of this. As I said, when we got back from break, going to be a lot of tanking going on, hands being prolonged, just to hope that we get bust outs on the outer table and we get closer to that money. Everyone these days understands the job at hand. Midnight, I reckon about midnight, half 12, Jerry. Basically a normal day for Tower Night. 12-13 hour day. King 6 suited here for Pavel. Like usually, might fancy opening this one, trying to pick up lines and ante, but at this stage, just going to let it go. Nice shout for Mitch. Easy open on the hijack here. He's at 50.
And King 9 suited for Keith. Going to be defending in the big blind here. Usually one we could find some jams with over a late position open off of this stack size. 17, 18 bigs to start the hand. And he is still going to take the jam. Still going to go with it. Not fussed about being 4 spots off the money. And ace jack for Mitch. I don't think we can fold if we're aware Keith is going to take the light reshove spots. 17 bigs, ace jack here. I think it's just going to fare too well. There's going to be some hands in there that we dominate. He's probably going to shove all his pairs that we flip against. Some king queen, king 10, king 9 suited on this occasion. It does have the 2 live cards. Keith Johnson here in the hunt for kings on 9s. And how about both?
Absolutely.
Boom. Have a king and a 9. But there is an ace out there. It's just still fading an ace or a jack. Got the backdoor counterfeit as well. So ace jacks and 3s is what we need to fade.
And Keith
gets it. Gets the double.
Yes,
up
the
to
big
9,
double.
1, 5. And unfortunate for Mitch, couldn't hold.
Yeah.
Going to leave himself with 7 BBs. Just under. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see it, to be fair. I didn't expect Keith to take it. Nice candidate to do it with. Late position versus big blind for 17, the king 9 suited. Definitely been there. I'm not sure regarding this close to the money in terms of ICM whether we are meant to take it or not. But credit to Keith. I like that combo that he's chose. And always say it's never a bad thing if you do get caught bluffing pre-flop because of how fine the equities are running.
Dealers and buyers in the main event, you have me level 200, 400 with a 400 clients. So that's NX and level in the main event, 200, 400, 400.
Should be letting this one go, in my opinion, is Pavel. Now we are full ring with +1. Like if we had chips, it would be opening. But still going to open, going to attempt to still. Just think at this stage we do want to play tight up, but usually can open the king jack off, but ranges are going to change depending on our stack size and percentage of the field left in the tournament. No, I'm not eating. I don't eat crap anymore. No chocolate, no fizzy drinks.
Come on.
No.
Call.
No.
Ever.
Do you ever drink fizzy drinks?
Every now and again I'll have like a, if I'm having like Nando's or something, I'll have a Coke, but not really. I'll be back for that.
You're in the bubble.
Yeah, Rosie. Okay. We'll get the chip counts, not the chip counts, we'll get the payout structure as soon as we can, because we've changed it to the, that's what we've changed it to. That's sorted. Apologies for that. We'll get PK on the case. Ravi still in? Yes, he is.
Flow checked all the way down here. Pavel going for the check twice, and now Harry leading for 140. With his pair of tens. But he's got a boat. Didn't see the 6 on the river, so both players with a boat. Harry goes for what he thinks is a value bet, and Pavel with the King Jack calls it off. Yes, Ravi is still in.
Yep.
This has to go in for Mitch here, ace-3 suited, 6 BBs, not going to be able to fold our way to the money, we need to try and get some chips, shoves it in with the ace-3 suited. Over to Stato, with pocket 5s, incoming ISO here from Stato.
Yep.
14 BBs, and he's going to be in great shape to bust his good mate. I'd be surprised if we saw anything else here but Jam Tower, just the 5s against Mitch's 6 big blind shoving range. A lot of the time we'll be flipping, yes, but we do have some hands that will dominate are going to be in the shove range of Mitch. Looks like he is leaning towards fold. I think personally I'd be ISO in. And there is the all in from Stato.
Out of the way. Keith on the button.
Oh wow, we're going to have a 3-way all in.
This could be a double bust out. This could be a double bust out.
Yeah, and Keith in a great spot here.
3 players that know each other ever so well.
Yeah, Stato and Mitch probably walked in together. They got a good chance of walking out together right now.
They're all laughing. All smiling and laughing and joking. They know each other so well.
if Ravi wins this, then the main is that the greatest achievement in poker history, probably in the space of a week, if you can win all 4 big tournaments that are on in large size fields. Oh, here we go. So Keith with the jacks, Mitch and Stato at risk.
So off we go.
Joe and Pieface look like one person there, stood next to each other in the same shade of red.
Wow.
Well, there's a club.
Yeah, set of jacks, but the club's now playing for the pocket 5s of Stato.
Mitch is dead to offsuit running wheel and king on the turn. So we're going to lose Mitch Johnson. Stato can still survive with a club on the river, otherwise it's double bust out.
Oh, and it is. Wow.
So Keith up to 1.5 million, was all in and at risk with the king 9 suited. Got there versus the ace jack and Mitch, and now stacks 2 players and up to 1.5 milli. How it can turn so quickly in this game. And Stato and Mitch Johnson exit to the rail, which means we're going to be down to 13 players. Tower has gone to me. He goes, "You know the password for the iPad?" I go, "What I thought it was." He goes, "Nah." And I go, "Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?" He goes, "Yeah." So I'll just go and grab PK to put the password for the iPad in for. He goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's open.
It was a lucky guess. I'm sure he pressed 7.
But when we lose one more, we are going to be on the bubble. As Daniel opens the ace queen, makes it 80k. And Harry going to be taking the full 30 seconds every hand, hoping to get onto the right side.
Yep. King on a flop. King 5-4.
We are at London, the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, GUKPT high roller, and we are down to 13 players, 11 paid, 60 plus K up top. Jack taking one off with the 6s here in the small. 10 of diamonds on the turn, so it does bring in flush draw now for Daniel. Viable double barrel here with this candidate, in my opinion. And then we could check for the reason that the times we bet and get jammed on or raised hate our lives, so wouldn't mind either really. And looks like has gone for check, so river's being dealt and ace on the river. Yeah, that's Kenny Holler in C3. Oh, Jack, he's going to go after it. Not going to work. 175. And the cleanest of catches here for Daniel. Ace, Queen, Queen of Diamonds. Not going to get a better bluff catcher than this candidate. So can't see a fold getting this price. Well, Jack's actually bombed it here. He's on 325. I thought it was 175, getting the chip denominations wrong, but 325 into 320 here. So pot size bet on the end here from Jack, but just too high up here in my opinion as Daniel. And we got the Queen of Diamonds in here as well. Very nice card to have, catching the river bluff. I'd be surprised if Daniel let this one go. Like, we can't just call our 2 pair plus, otherwise we can get exploited. Need to start calling some 1 pair hands, and not going to get much better than top pair, top kicker, blocking the flush and the nut straight as well. But then maybe he's thinking that Jack's not going to find enough bluffs here and not be in any value, in my opinion. I doubt Jack does this with Ace Jack. If he gets to the river with Ace Jack. So Daniel in the blender here. Real toughie for him. And does eventually make the call. Credit to Jack for trying. Credit for Daniel for finding the correct decision.
Like it. So 13 left after a double bust out on our table. Mitch and Stato busted by Keith Johnson.
There go Kenny here with Ace Queen.
2 off the money.
Raises to 50k. Over to Jack. Sorry, on Harry. He's just in the tank with the 8-6. Going to run the clock down. And Jack the pocket 3s. Going to make the call. Pavel here with the Ace-10, 23 big blinds, but we are 2 off the money here. It does make the discipline laydown. Good fold from Pavel there. May have seen a different approach post-bubble. Just understands the job at hand. So important when you're at that stack size and this close to get on the right side. There are some situations we can't avoid, but most of the time tight is right at this stage.
Tight is right.
Yeah, I expect this one to check to Jack. I think Kenny's going to do a lot of checking here, out of position to Jack, especially with his candidate as well. The Ace Queen doesn't need protection. Nice hand to mix in some checks with. I like it from Kenny. Jack going to take a freebie.
Nine of clubs. Here's that freebie.
There's not too much change in here. Daniel does pick up dummy and gutter. And now where we could definitely see delayed c-bet here from Kenny. I don't think Jack 10's too much of a worry here. Other than from Daniel, I'm going to make the assumption that Jack's going to start betting his Jack 10 on the flop once check 2. So I think we can definitely get some value here with our ace queen. Go after some worse queen X as well as some turn 9X in there as well. I think it's going to be large, probably smallish sizing. 250k? 50k. Sorry, I keep mixing the chips up. Keep mixing the old chips up. Different
Still
chips
good enough
to the main event. So
and it's still good enough.
Alan Span, evening mate. Strap in, it's going to be a long night here at the Vic. How are we doing, Stevie K? That is Daniel Efferturk in seat 1 to answer your question, B rank. Not too familiar with him. And we are down to 12 players. It's just jumped to 12. And I can tell you, it may be a shock to a lot of you, but the player that we have lost is the man in form, Ravi Chef. Out in 13th means we're going to be going hand for hand after this hand. However, we may not be, because this is probably a send for Kenny at this stage. Pocket 10s facing the cutoff open. I don't think we're going to free bet not all in here, so I think it's just always a jam. And there's the all in from Kenny, and he's going to be getting called, so we might not even get to play hand for hand. Jack's going to make the call with the ace king, and we are off to the races. We could be in the money here and now. Kenny with the best of it at the moment. If we see an ace or king without a 10 on board, we'll be in the money. If we don't, then we will play hand for hand. There's clean flop for Kenny. No runners other than the wheel. Oh, well, there is one of the runners for the wheel. So fading aces, kings and fours, and set on the river for good measure. Kenny Hullart up to 1.5 million. Come into this session with 7 big blinds. He's now working with 60. And Jack, who come into this session with a monumental chip lead, 2.2 million to like 900k, is now pulled back to the pack, shy of 1 million chips. And the bubble will be played. Hand for hand time. And there's the payouts at the bottom of your screen. Got a ticker running across now.
Who's wandering about? So Kenny.
Yeah, just doubled up for a jack.
Jack went, okay.
So Jack's down to 900, Kenny's up to 1.5.
Hope his head doesn't go.
Button open from Daniel. And Kenny just going to call here with the Queen Jack suited in the small blind. Ace King 5 rainbow. So middle pair here for Dan. Board that going to have plenty of bets on, but in terms of hand, as I always say, these middle pair checkbacks become nice little candidates. And look at this for a turn. The King of Clubs, talk about action, brings in a royal draw for Kenny. And Daniel turning trips. I'm always suspicious on these type of boards, Zotal. I say it a lot. When it comes like the Ace King 5 rainbow and like our opponent snap checks back, I always feel like the in-position player has a hand that can call the turn lead. Like if he had an 8-9, a 10-9, all these whiffs, they're just going to c-bet this board relentlessly. So I don't think there's any hands that check that are folding to turn leads, but Kenny may have ideas to go for the barrel on the river. 3 of hearts rolling off. Let's see if Kenny is going to go after it. Got removal to some of the stronger kings. King, Queen, King, Jack less likely with our holding. That does wave the white flag. Well timed from Kenny not to go after it. And goes for the small bet. Just north a quarter. With his trip kings, maybe trying to get paid off from an ace-x holding. Kenny will have a lot of suited ace-x that want to pill in the small. How are we doing, Ian? Ian Kiffin, good evening to you, mate.
How are we doing, Ian? Well, things are good.
Yeah, and Kenny thinking about a hero here with Queen Jack high. Really thinking about heroing this off, but as I say, Tower, in these spots I always just find it very suspicious when an opponent checks back a board where we expect to see high frequency c-bets. Like, imagine we're Daniel, we've opened 6-8 suited, we're going to c-bet this board. We've opened Jack 10 off, we're going to c-bet this board. Like, what hands are not c-betting this board that we're now in front of Kenny? And I can't really come up with any. But Kenny with a nut high hand really thinking about this one, because it is a button opening range and it is going to be fairly wide. But it's just the check back on the flop that is going to throw me. When someone goes for the check behind on the board where very high frequency bets always feel like they got some sort of showdown going on. And Kenny does pay it off with the nut high hand and sees the trip kings. We're just getting an attractive price as well, 5-1 on the call. But Daniel takes one off Kenny.
Indeed he does. We're on 12. We are on 2 tables of 6. Who was that in 13?
It was Ravi.
Oh no! No, I'm not having it. No, I'm not having it. They got him, did they?
They got him eventually.
They got him. Brandon is looking for his 4th final table of the week. Or the festival, should I say. 4th final table of the festival. Brandon?
Yeah, nearly there.
He said he's never run so good.
I don't think we're going to have too long till break either, Tower.
Isn't it?
I reckon half hour or so.
I can't remember. I never know.
We come back at 5 past.
Yeah.
2 table redraw took about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I reckon about 8 past be on break.
Yeah.
Unless we're still on the bubble. So I reckon 35 minutes.
Yeah. Lines are 15:30. They will get changed very soon.
Yeah, I think this is the last hand, to be fair.
Yeah.
We're still at 10.25 this hand, so from what I put in the pot, the blinds.
Right. So that'll be 40 minutes to the break then. Is that right? Harry's looking round to see anybody going to be eliminated or pushing. In they go.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, Harry.
Sit right
He
down.
will be very happy
bigs.
with that. Goes from 180k to 300k just from getting that shove through.
So the blinds up to 15:30. So that'll be 40 minutes to the
Yep,
break.
so 10 past, quarter past.
Unless we get to NFT.
That's a good point.
Which on 12 is 3 players. Brandon Shields looking for his 4th final table of the festival. Amazing. What's happening? Oh, we're on the bubble.
Dude, we've been on the bubble 10,
I had
15
to
minutes,
I
Tower.
had to nip to the land, just thinking, why are we not doing it? And I looked up, there's 12 left. I forgot the bubble was 12. There's 11 getting the money. I had to nip to, Lou, you know what it's like when you drink 17 gallons of water in one day. Can you actually drink too much water?
Yeah, I think you can.
Can you?
Yeah, I think you can. It's bad in here, Span, I'll tell you that. Try sitting in this comms booth.
I think I'm on course to drink the most water I've ever drank in
It's
one day.
hot, very hot.
Is that pie face? Yes, it is.
I might get to see him on a final table.
Lee Lotto Poker says, yes, it affects your sodium levels.
Nah.
Just sodium salt. Can you drink too much tango? Asking for a player.
How doing, bought on Twitch.
Evening, Bowbag. Now, Bowbag obviously is classed as a little bit risky sometimes. Right? Because it's Scottish.
Yeah.
It's actually been added to the dictionary.
What, ball back?
Yeah, because it's now a word. Because there was a big new... There was there was a big news item about it in Scotland.
Yeah.
And they've added like a dozen words now, and they were running through the words that have been added, and obviously it's some that they've not been able to use in the news, and they were just laughing at each other because they were using the words for the first time because they now have been added to the dictionary. There you go, 40 Scottish words have been added, and Bowbag's one of them. I watched the clip, it was funny because they were just talking to each other with these new words that they can now use.
Ace Queen here for Kenny, going to continue. That should be hand done. A CFO, not CFO, Lee Loro, drinking too much water can cause the electrolyte levels in the body to get out of whack and cause sodium levels to plummet. The nerve and heart issues that occur with overhydration can be deadly. That must be about 15 litres a day, because I drink 4 to 5 litres a day easy.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I do 4 to 5 litres of water a day easy, so must be like 15 to 20 litres.
Drinking too much water causes the electrolyte levels in the body to get out of whack and cause sodium levels to plummet. The nerve and heart issues that occur with overhydration can be deadly.
Well, I've had 6 bottles of these already today.
Oh, me too.
And we're already halfway through the day.
Does drinking too much water include starter problems? Because you've no idea how much water. You know when you go into a nightclub and it just tastes like water, and you do the old half pint trick.
No, I don't.
You never done the half pint
No.
trick? If you get a straight half pint glass into a pint of lager, the water will rise to the top and show you how much water's in the beer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you get barred for it.
Why'd you get barred for it?
Because it's just telling the club how much stuff they're putting in the pipes and the cakes.
Yeah, that's it, Jim. We'll do anything for a toilet break. Just to get out of the booth for 2 minutes, lugging water like it's anything.
Yeah, nearly die. Drinking too much water. So we're on the bubble. Play has decidedly slowed. Now see, you don't drink water, you just drink iron brew. Is it still made from girders? Where is this being played? We're in London. We're in the Victoria Casino, Edgware Road, 10 minutes from Marble Arch. We're in the Vic. And next year the Vic's having a refurb.
Yeah, I heard.
We've been told. So I don't know what's happening to the schedule next year. Careful. Not too strong. £61,070 up top, £39,790.
King Jack for Jack. Expect to see open on the button.
Just so you know.
Alright, yeah.
The last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I've been action trying.
Great.
It might look like an Omaha game.
It's been a perfect stream for 2 days and for 20 minutes. Andy's been in charge of the action track. Okay. Can we not just ask Mikey not to eat?
Well, see if you can spot the minute when I take over.
Pie Face is still in. You can see him in the background. There he is, top right, red jumper. Who's the guy who stood up? Oh, that's Brandon. Brandon Shields in the turquoise. The 2 tables left in the high roller. Straight behind us. Top right. Jack McDermott. Yeah, Harry and Kashani. You have a strong feeling Brandon will have final tabled every single game he's played from the start of the festival. Unbelievable. You're absolutely right. He is heading for his 4th FT. Not at it yet. Final table is 9. No thanks, no drinks, can't drink too much, we might die. Been told. Everybody, drinking too much, you can actually die. You can overhydrate.
Drinking too much what?
Water.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking that we've drunk like 4 litres each today already. So I'm going to look after my figure. So I'm going to have 3 pints of Guinness at the dinner break. Pieface is a streamer on FIFA. He's been doing. He was on Big Brother in 2015. I don't know how he did, but he was on Big Brother in 2015. He streams FIFA on Twitch, and he loves his game. How can alcoholics drink 10 litres of beer and not die? What's 10 litres? 16 pints?
Just a gift.
Just a gift. Just lucky. He finished 4th in Big Brother, did he really? I'm impressed.
By the way, I've already taken over at this point.
You've already taken over, have you?
So you didn't even know.
The blinds are correct. Blinds are 15.30, so they must have been put up by somebody else. We are on 12. Next stand, please.
Folds to Kelly in the small.
Harry's up again.
Yeah, King 9 off, I think once in a while could be one that you can raise up and check in perfectly fine to the flop. Kenny hops out into the lead. Middle pair flush draw.
Mr. M says, because we're 70% water, if you drink 30% of your body weight in water, you'll become 100% water. In theory, that's correct. Sunny Dawlish. Where's Dawlish? That sounds like down south.
Sounds Irish.
No, I'm going to go for the southern coast of England. Where's Dawlish? I actually don't know.
I reckon it's either up north or Ireland. No, don't think it's down south.
Gotta be.
Devon.
There you go. It's gone on. It had to be down south.
South Devon.
South Devon. There you go.
I don't know that. I know North Devon quite well.
South Devon. Beautiful. Dawlish. Sounds quaint and nice.
Next to Exeter.
Next to Exeter.
I like Linton in Devon. Linton and Lynmouth. Very nice place in North Devon.
Okay. And it's not far from Teignmouth. Thank you very much.
Do love the West Coast, so lovely down there. As Jack gets ace king. That's at 65. So unless we lose one, we will be playing through the break.
Oh, of course. Of course we will. The break's at what, 10 past? Just after 10 past is the break.
Jack opens the ace king, Kenny calls the ace jack. Kenny out flopping Jack Benson here. Jack checks it over. And I think either or is good here for Kenny. Once Jack checks, I think betting going to be fine, checking going to be fine. Always stay with the middle pairs and nice candidates to check behind. A 10 of spades on the turn. Things Jack loves to see with the ace king. And going to be firing out now after turning the stones.
Beautiful.
We're going to get action because Kenny going to have to call his second pair, nut kicker and a Broadway draw of his own. Better 130. 65%. 2/3 around there. And Kenny just with a clear call, in my opinion.
Yeah, Kenny does call.
Yeah, 10 on the river here, Tower, but however, what I will say, we're not really fussed about boats, and with the ace of clubs in our hand, there's not actually too many flushes that Kenny's going to have. Kenny's going to be betting all his 2-pair plus on the flop, so only boats Kenny can really have is going to be Jack 10 and Queen 10. Such a small proportion of his range, so we still want to go for our value here on the end as Jack. Try and extract some value from some Queen X and Jack X, even some river trips is out there as well. Hands like King 10, 10 9, Ace 10, all going to be part of Kenny's range. About 225 on the end, so just shy of half. Wow, Kenny's going to pay this one off as well.
Yep.
He's going to pay this one off.
Ace king is good. Jack back up to 1.4.
And that's probably to do with the bluff Jack showed earlier when he checked flop and then went bet and span over the pocket sixes for a bluff. So that might have been in Kenny's head there with the ace jack, thinking that Jack Benson capable of going after it. 2 calls from Kenny, correctly. Only good thing he has got the chips to pay it off at the moment.
Yep.
Still with plenty.
Best place in the UK for a staycation, according to TripAdvisor. Staycation. Is that not going abroad? Is that what it means?
Staycation. I'm
I
guessing
think that was used during COVID, wasn't it? You're not allowed to go away, so you had to stay at home. So a vacation became a staycation. Although you don't really like grockles, why? Makes them. Tourism's the best thing for any town, isn't it? Gotta be. Sabre Bass. Evening, Tower and Jay. Oh, you both okay? We are indeed. Is Rabbit still on for the treble? Unfortunately, Rabbit Chef bust out 3 off the money.
13. 2 off the money.
13.
Yeah, it was 13 for Rabbit. Was the last one out. As Pavel here shoves, open shoves for 17 from Gun. Ooh. Not a big fan of this from Pavel. Can't see his cards, but regardless, don't want any shoves really off a 17 from Gun with the whole table to get through. I guess we are 6-handed, so we're effective low jack. I guess it makes it more viable, but might just be opening all of our continue range. Yes, this is the bubble.
It is indeed. 12 players left, 11 get the money. And we are not going on break until the player busts. If it's in the next 15 minutes, we'll go on a break as scheduled.
Please. Cash out satellite, your TVs on screens. Players, you're welcome to start taking seats or be starting in 5 minutes. Once again, 5 minutes, any players registered, please start making way to seats. Thank you.
And just heard it there, cash out satellite starting in 5 minutes time.
Yeah, so
you
we're
want
busy.
to try and get into the main event for cheap. Very popular, those cash outs.
What do you want?
Queen A suited for Kenny, raises to 65 from hijack.
Jack realised it was on him.
Just raise and take, and as we are hand for hand, might as well throw up the MPL events again. That's what we got coming up for the rest of the year, everything highlighted.
Festival in Luton, 10 days in Leeds, 11 days in Coventry.
All looks good. Plenty coming up for everyone.
Yep. Uh-oh, muted back. I see him, he's pressing buttons and all sorts here, Mick.
Press the wrong one. It happens.
It does.
I've got big fingers. The funniest one was TR that time at the UK Open. Big TR, that was one of the funniest things ever. Where I pressed the wrong button and we went to TR's bust out early. And then we come back and he was still sat there on the outer table, and then we played it again about 40 minutes later. Half hour later or whatever it was.
And then somebody says, is TR still in? Are they in a re-entry?
It was Mickey Wharton, wasn't it? Mickey Wharton senior. He sat at home, had a few too many beers. He was like, I swear I've seen that before. I'm having deja vu here. King 5 suited for Jack, and Daniel here with the Ace King suited. Going to be raising this up. Should be seeing 3-bet.
They are a funny duo when they get together, aren't they, the Whartons?
Jay, how does strategy change for the cash out sat? I haven't really played many. I've played a couple, but I'm not like as clued up as all the regulars that are playing them every leg. There's certain people that will grind every single cash out satellite, but there's a lot to it, dependent on your stacks around the table, recognising how much is in the pot, stuff like that. Like you get to rivers where if you get paid, you got a seat. You literally just need to size it. So if you get called, you got 100k. Also, when you're close, like 90, 80k chips, you do not want to be calling off all ins. You just want to be folding. You want to be the player, open shoving. Don't want to be calling off all ins. But I haven't really gone away and looked at cash out satellites too much. I played a couple myself, got a couple of seats through them, but not really the best person to ask regarding how the strat's going to change. But I guess it's going to be similar to normal satellites. When you're close to a seat, 80, 90k, you want to be playing fairly tight, not calling off all ins, preserving your stack. So Daniel goes for the lead on the turn and gets raised from Jack. Daniel didn't free bet the ace king. I was reading the chat and I've just seen this. Wow, just went for flat pre. And now Jack gets to realise the equity with the 5. Hits it.
Still on the bubble. Action on the outer table, as you can see.
Yep, there's a whole board out there. And looks like it's Brandon Shields and Thomas Clack in the pot. So, just waiting for this hand to finish, but looks like Brandon is putting chips in, his arms moving, and looks like it's Thomas Clack who is in the tank here on the bubble, and time back chip's been thrown in. Go on PK, get that camera set up.
Do you think PK can send something?
Oh, shall we head over?
What have we got?
So Brandon has put Thomas Clack at risk for his tournament live board of King, Queen, 10, 7, 3, 3 spades. And it's
obviously not seeing the betting.
There's a big jam, 800k on the river.
Well, he's flicked in a cup. Is that flicked in a cup? He has flicked in a call to see the flush. Is that flush? The nut
flush for Brandon. And it's Jack 8 of spades for Thomas Clack. What a sick caller on the bubble.
Ow, Tom. Saw him in Vegas this year in the Grosvenor team.
Wow, flush over flush on a bubble this big.
Wow.
Brutal one to take. Bit of run good there for Brandon being on the right side of that one. But it's Thomas Clack that is the player that we are going to lose in 12th place, and that means we are in the money.
And Brandon Shields is heading towards his 4th final table in 4 events at the festival.
And he's got a stack tower after that pot. He has got a stack. I would be surprised if he didn't make the FT now. 11 left, going on break in 10 minutes time, just under. And Harry's in the money. He's been
look at the smile
tanking
now,
away,
Good itch.
folding away.
Yep. He's just made it folding all that time. Folding all that time has made him chunk of money.
Yeah, Midi. Haven't seen anything of Midi on the feature.
so far today.
Yeah.
Sort of been
I
sat
think it was
there
a day
quietly.
2 buying and a re-entry. I'm pretty sure.
Another mention as well to our Jamie Dwan made the MIDI final table earlier this week. Sat in seat 5 on the hour. Jamie already won FT himself.
I was just listening to the talking there about the break, and it just said 20-minute break.
The only thing I will say, Tower,
Yeah.
like, we're down to 11, that number needs to be updated, but
Yeah.
when we come back, if we lose 2 players in 10 minutes, we
Yeah.
don't need another 20-minute break.
Absolutely
It just needs to be
I'm
5
with you
minutes.
on that one. I'm with you on that one.
Ravi busted in 13th. We're now down to 11. That will update shortly.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the money. 4.5k and change locked for everyone.
Money's locked up. Well done, everybody.
So offsuit, king, high low. Gonna try and take this one away from Keith here. Is Kenny?
I wish Pie-Face did it, because he's good.
Well, as you say that,
What?
we lose one, Tower. Curse of the chat box this time.
Not again.
We lose Pieface in 11th for £4,530.
No way.
So 2 tables of 5. We're on the FT bubble now. Not going hand for hand for the FT bubble as always. But we got like 5 minutes left of this session, and we will be heading out on a 20-minute break back at 7:30.
Watching on YouTube, Fadder, obviously the app is 30 minutes in front of our live stream, so we never check the app. We're on a delay, obviously, for the live stream, so if the app says 10 and you're watching the live stream, it's because we're on that 30-minute delay. So there's not a lot we can do about it.
We are on 10 because we just lost Pieface.
Yes,
So
obviously.
it's just the
Literally just stopped it. But if you're checking the app, obviously that's live timing, so please don't spoil it for anybody else, because I never check the app when we are this close to the money or in the money or getting close. Some people don't have the app for some reason.
Why would you not have the app?
Exactly. Yeah, do it for us FIFA players. Pieface had a run. So we're on a break.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thanks for that.
How many times has Jack had ace king? Again, this time in the big blind. It goes for the free bet to 180 and Kenny out the way. How are we doing, Mehmet Halil? Another good coverage from you boys. Well done. All good from a very hot Cyprus. Well, it must be hot in Cyprus right now. Jeez.
Yep. All of Southern Europe have had it. You can come to England and be cold if you want to.
It's raining today. The heavens have opened up today. Rain is coming down. Unfortunately, we don't have the hand history of Pieface bust out, guys. It come literally the very next hand after the bubble. Ah, there we go. Someone's got it. Curtis Marston, ace-9 of spades versus ace-king of hearts. Couldn't get that as Kenny opens the ace-3 suited, raises to 65. Yeah, pretty ridiculous table on the outer. Jim, I agree, 5-handed, and it's full of crushers. Gary Blackwood, Jamie Dwan, Harry Lodge, Midi and Brandon Shields all sat there on the outer. That's a tough one. I reckon this hand plus one more. And that will take us into the 20-minute break. Well, Kenny's standing up, so I'm going to guess that that means that this is going to be the last hand. 10-8 of spades for Keith, raises to 60.
Seamless.
Oh, I didn't even know it was you.
Didn't even know Mikey was on a break.
Yeah, if you didn't come in and say anything, we would not have noticed.
Didn't even know Mikey was on a break. You must have not had your phone in your pocket, and you must have been concentrating and everything.
Everything.
There's one thing you can't do is multitask. Have you ever tried asking Andy a question when he's typing?
No.
Ever. Andy, can you tell me what weather's going to do? Andy, when we're going to work? Andy, what time's train? What? True.
So, everyone's standing up.
But he did bring strawberries. I think. Which we're looking for. No strawberry.
I'm just seeing, I'm fine, Tower.
Melted
That's it.
chocolate.
That is it. We are on a break. Class from Sophie. 5 seconds on the clock. No need to deal another hand. 20-minute break. I'm fine, thank you. We will see you at 7:30.
See you then.
Nothing at all. Not. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about going for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him. Checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack Hyatt. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag. 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy raise pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1-pair holding. So it's 2-pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
You got no chance. So Ali
with the queens this time. King jack last time. Kings before. Raising up with the queens. It won't be a standard raise. Raises to 7.2. Thales gets out of the way.
Jack's got a rather smile on his face with a 6x in front of him.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a hand as well.
Tens.
Oh, the lot's going
in with the tens.
Is he doing the old
60 bigs, just shy of? And
yeah, he's not put the lot in. He's probably left one chip behind.
Pot. Ali's going to snap this off, and Jack Oliver going to need a 10 to survive.
They're all in. Ali Malone, queens. Jack Oliver, all in for 71. Ali Malou, queens.
To the flop.
To the flop.
10 needed.
Oh,
it is.
He's in the 10.
Run like Jack. So some backdoor straight possibilities, but just fading a queen now for Jack.
No way!
Oh,
my days!
Ill all you think you've got there, and it's a queen on the turn.
Ali Malone pumping away.
Just the one
Oh
out.
my days.
River. It's a 10! No way! No way did that just happen!
Clip it!
Boat over quads.
Oh.
Ali finds the 2-outer on the turn. Jack finds the 1-outer on the river. You don't see that every day. Oh my word.
You know what Ali Malone's going to tell us at the dinner break, isn't it? Oh my God, man. Wow.
Jeez.
10 on the flop, queen on the turn. Malone can't believe it. The 10 on the river.
Oh God. Run like Jack Oliver.
Brand new trick, never been done before, just for the Goliath. Here we go. Right. Do you ever wonder what cards look like before they've left the factory? All right. Before they've been printed on, they look a little bit like this. Okay. Now I'm going to show you a trick. What did you say your name was? John. Can you help me with the trick? Okay. So stick closer. Stick closer. Okay. You're gonna help with the trick. I'm going to give you this card, John. Okay. That's yours for me. All right. John, what I want you to do is just call out stop anywhere. Just here. I put the card on top. Perfect. All these cards are printed. These are already printed, and you found one card that's obviously printed. It's obviously a printed card. It's out of a printed deck. The important thing is that it's random. Is the ink a little bit wet there? You feel a bit moist? Just say yes. Yes. Why are you lying? All right. If I take the ink, because it's a little bit wet, if we place it here like this. Now that's how you print the backs. This is how they print the faces. You actually take the face of the card and print it here like this. The problem is, it's a mirror image, so you can't play with that card. To actually get it to work, you have to take the mirror card, you press the mirror card, and that's when you print a proper one like this, okay? Now here's the scary thing, is if the ink's actually wet, because you said it was wet, right? Say yes, sure, yeah. Right, you take the wet ink like here, and then you pick up a real card, like this, and then you get a face on the back. I don't even know how that happens. Check it out, if I take this one, you can even print the corners like this as well. I don't know how the corner gets on there. This is incredible, this one. If you actually take the card, and let's take where's the mirror card? Here. Take the mirror card like this. Because it's still a little bit wet. You actually see how it smudges just here like this. One more time, if you take the card, this is my favourite one, because you print it like this, you take the card, you spin it round, and actually have this whirly pattern on it, just like that. What you must never do is take the mirror card, squeeze too hard, and shake, because then all the pips go down to the bottom. Thanks very much.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis got a call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair. Kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any
No.
action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the King's improves. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has
Looks like he's raised again, Tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
The 3 as well.
Deb's would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow.
You flop top 2, get it in, and the king just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
Or is KK got the KK?
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up, got the lot. Short-lived from Louis. Louis unlucky. There's a 10-seat guaranteed on Wednesday if anyone's interested. £40 rebuy for the 25-25 at Walsall. Well, this could be going in.
Well, Connor's got King Queen here. Yeah, he's going to shove Tower. There's the all-in triangle, and it's going to get caught. Wow, the Turk's got lines in the small blind.
Oh, this is a bit of a tanker.
And the Turk is working with... Ooh, we've got just sub-8 bigs here.
What will the ace-queen do?
With the nines. Well, the ace-queen's going to snap Connor off. And I think, the ace-queen's calling whether Turk calls or not.
Really?
Andy will snap in
okay.
whatever scenario here. It's just Turk with the nines. We are the short stack, but there is a 3-bet rip from Connor. But Connor's only 3-bet ripping for 13 bigs, and he's ripping over the open of Andy, who's been opening so many hands in this tournament. And he's asked for a count, just figuring out what Connor's ripping for, even though he's got him covered. But I just can't see how we can fold the nines here, Tower, as the short stack. Because the thing is, he might be thinking, I could fold and Connor could get busted by Andy, but Andy's not guaranteed to call Connor in this situation. If Andy's still opening like 60-70% of hands, so probably like 50+% of those hands are going to be folding in this situation.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, well, Connor could bust here and I could ladder, potentially. That might be what he's thinking. But the thing is, it's not always a guarantee that Andy's actually going to call this off. We can see he is going to call this off with ace queen, but Andy's going to have so many opens here that are going to fold to Connor's shove. But it's tough. It's tough here for the Turk, but here's the short stack. He has folded, and it should be a snap here from Andy. And there's the flip in with the call. And Connor, this could be a spin if he doubles. He was down to 200k, but he's at risk, and he's going to need to find a king to stay alive.
So Connor O'Driscoll is at risk with 1.1 mil. He's up against the chip leader Andy Mock. Oh, we've got redraws abound everywhere.
Well, yeah, jack for a chop, but we've only got 2 outs now. Direct to scoop. We need to find one of the 2 remaining kings. It's a 9 on the turn.
That doesn't.
Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. I forgot the Turk had 9s. 7 of spades on the river. We lose Connor O'Driscoll.
Oh man,
Connor O'Driscoll, 5th place for 43,900. Great effort from that lad.
Oh my days, the Turk had 9s. Oh, it was marginal. It was marginal.
The Turk had the 9s.
We are down to 4.
Turk would be second in chips, Tower. He'd be second in chips, the Turk.
Connor O'Driscoll, by the way. Every credit. How much has he won?
£43,900 for Connor.
43,000, and the whole of Ireland are rooting for you, buddy. Well done. What a good effort from Connor O'Driscoll. Hope to see him again on our live streams because he was class. He was a class act. Well done, Connor. Well done, Connor. Connor O'Driscoll. Absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Bye, Dina. Oh, well, just look back.
my
We've got another
days,
all in. All in from Ed and Andy. And we could have 2 bust outs and 2 hands here, Tower. Ed with the 7s. He's been behind a lot of all in situations and got lucky today. And he's picked up a little few extra outs. So working with 4 outs now instead of 2. Offsuit 5 or 7. King of spades on the turn. Could we lose 2 in 2 hands?
5 or a 7. Oh, we've lost another. Boom!
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond.
Diamond. Oh, it's a diamond. Ed saw it. Oh, my dear.
Tower 40 double.
Is it the 7?
Tower 40 double.
Is it the wrong 7?
And the 8 of diamonds is playing. So we lose.
Years and years ago, probably. I stopped playing for like 5 years.
I've only been to Nottingham once, to be fair. So.
Yeah, you was definitely there. You was playing.
It was for a party poker event that I went there.
Yeah, that was it. And you just before you finished done well on the main thing.
Yeah. I'm thinking what year that was. I think it was 2018 that I went to Nottingham. September 2000.
Last 11. Last 11, mate, Jimmy. Last 11.
Look how close it is at the top.
1-6, 1-5, 1-5, 1-3, whatever.
God said Ravi's not on.
Yeah, Ravi would have been a good watch.
They are the final 11.
Jamie Dwan leading the way. Final table, the midi earlier on this week. Brandon Shields looking for his 4th final table of the week. Final table of the PLO 4 card, the mini and the midi. No relation to Tom Dwan.
None. They're the chip counts. They are the chip counts. We are down to 11. We're in the money.
And we are off for
Let's
another
do
session.
it.
Can he have Allison November now?
Yeah, he is. Back in, I think it was the year Joe McKeon won. Kenny Hullart FT'd. So, right back to the action. 5-handed at the moment. Just lost Pie Face before break. So when we lose one more player, we are going to the FT.
Yeah, the top right is...
should say 10.
Should say 10, not 11. But we'll take it off completely when we get to 9. Because then there's no need, because all there is 9 left and we can see them all. I did that. So yeah, there is only 10 and not 11. My apologies if I said 11, because 11th was Jack McDermott. The old pie face.
Gonna be defending here, Kenny. Jack 10 suited.
Is Queen 2. 2 clubs. Top pair for Keith.
A Broadway draw for Kenny. Prefer to see 1 heart on board here. Keith going for 85. So slightly more than third. I think out of position. Could you see the fold here from Kenny? 1 heart on board would definitely be calling. Board that's very favourable for Keith's under the gun opening range here. We are getting nearly 4 to 1. I might just let this one go, Tower. Yes, we have equity to the nuts, but I think we prefer at least the backdoor flush draw in there.
So 2 tables of 5. Harry Lodge made it. Well done, Harry. Made it. Hasn't really been off his phone yet. Shouting away to all his buddies. Good old Middy. Always good to watch him.
The 10 players left. We've got Pavel Abramov, we've got Jack Benson, we've got Keith Johnson, we've got Daniel F. Turk, Kenny Hollart on this table. Then the outer table is Harry Lodge, Gary Blackwood, Brandon Shields, Tom Middleton and Jamie Dwan. They are the final 10 players. And the short stack, or one off in the field, short stack of this table is going to be in here. Just sub 11, King Jack from the cut-off. Easy shove.
And in they go. I am all in. The button looks down and says, ha, not with that, I'm not.
Likely to get through unless Keith wakes up with it in the
How
Vic.
much is it? He says, Keith. It's 10.
He has woke up with it. Ace 10 here now, post bubble. Pavel's going to be shoving so many ace X that we dominate. This has to be a call here from Keith. And we
it
could
does.
be at the FT. Could be a final table time.
You know what I said yesterday?
What did you say yesterday?
About Keith Johnson.
What did you say? He's going to win?
I said he'd be top 3.
Top 3. Now, good start there. No kings, no jacks. Pavel.
I said I can see Keith Johnson in the background.
Gonna need a king or a jack. 2 on the turn, so Pavel down to 6 outs from his perspective to survive. All we're at an FT, and it is the 7 of hearts, and we are heading straight over to an outer table because we've got action over here as well. We've got Harry Lodge all in, and there is betting on the side, I believe. Oh, he had 1 chip back. He had 1 chip back. Left himself with 1 chip. Harry's got ace 8 suited, and he's up against the king 8. The king 8 found the 3 outer, and now Harry needs to hit a 3 outer, and he does!
There you go, beautiful. Who's done that?
That is ill.
Harry.
You think you've got there, you've hit your 3 outer, and then the 2 outer on the river for Gary Blackwood.
Wow.
Jeez. What a run out.
Wowzers.
What a run out. So we lose 2 players at the same time. And Harry exits the field. That is some run out, that one. I don't think it's going to be too long a turnaround, guys, for the FT, as we did just have a 20-minute break.
Yeah. So anyway, when I announce something,
yeah,
that Keith Johnson's going to make top 3, how come you forget?
How did you announce that yesterday when we weren't even covering the higher roller? That's what
because he was in the background.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, Keith Johnson there, he's going to finish top 3.
Okay, I can't remember.
I think we got the chip counts, one break.
I'll have to go back through yesterday's stream.
Never remembers anything that I said, this kid. Never. Anyway, we're on the FT.
Final table.
We're on the FT. Harry. So we're on the FT of 8.
Oh, Jack's in the chat. Yeah, you in Barca, Jack?
Must be. When are we next going to Gold Spike? Oh, I wish it was next week.
It's Gold Spike.
That place downtown with all them big games and the pool and
okay.
In Vegas. With the massive Jenga outside in the garden.
Never seen that.
You never been to Gold Spike? Oh no. It's not got a pool table. It's not got a poker table. There's no poker in Gold Spike. Yes. In fact, when are we going to drink 13% stout again? In, what was the bar called? Golden Spoon or something? Silver Spoon? Whatever it was called. Oh yeah, that was a night out. That was a weird one. Randomly went into the middle of nowhere. Taxi driver was like, hey, sure, lads. I was like, yeah, go on. So we're on the FT of 8, and we think it's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, 8-man FT.
We do. We think.
Spray's got a score ready to burn on Saturday for the treble.
You know it. The FT and the draw will be done right now. It is literally 5 minutes. Literally. So I'm going to top up my water. And we will start very, very soon. What a good turnaround. Nice that the guys don't want to break. Nice that they've realised that they've just had 20. We're ready, Spray. I'll be in the lab tonight.
Do you know what? I need to come see your lab one night. See if it is an actual lab. Or if it's you with a dartboard in every team in the Football League and a blindfold.
I'm in the sports lab on a regular basis checking out the form.
You should check out your form on Towers Treble. That's what you need to check out. Forget the form of the teams you're picking.
Honestly. The bet that's not going in the treble is Leicester City -1 at half time against Rotherham United. But that would be interesting.
That's
Price
what
to
we're
get
playing for.
rolling across the bottom is what we're playing for. On the cash stream games, what blinds do they play? It was 5-10, 5-5-10 yesterday.
Shout out to Brandon as well. Some week for him. 4th final table of the week. Started with the midi. Started with the PLO. So played the PLO on Thursday, first event. FT'd, then played the midi. FT'd, then played the mini. FT'd, then played this, and there's FT. So every comp that Brandon's played this week, he has made a final table. That's pretty insane. And he's got chips coming to this one. Sure, he'll be looking for a trophy.
Quick picture. Smile, please. An abacus. We actually had abacuses at school, believe it or not. In junior school. We really did. We had an abacus.
Just getting everything sorted. I reckon no more than 2 minutes and we'll be off with the first hand of the final table. Losing 2 players at the same time. So guys,
Oh, they want to change that one. Everyone pressed the button. Go back off the final table.
That was before.
That was just before we lost one. Right. That was just before we lost one.
So we'll get chip counts up. I'll just run you through who has made the FT. In 1 we got Gary Blackwood, in 2 is Keith Johnson, 3 Kenny Hullart, 4 Jack Benson, 5 Brandon Shields, 6 is Midi, 7 Jamie Dwan, and in 8 is Daniel F. Tuck.
Indeed. Show you that again straight after this hand, because this is the first hand of the FT. Straight turnaround.
Make your way to the desk for your seats and set.
Yep, Brandon is flying Ryan. This actually is 4th of the week, not his 3rd. Also FT the PLO 4 card, first event of the festival. And here he is straight away with the King Jack from +1. There's a lot of tightness at the top tower from what we saw before break.
Yeah.
Everyone, I think 4 players between like 1.4, 1.6 million. No one with like substantial chip lead. Very cagey at the top of the shop. As Jamie opens the ace-9 off, makes it 80k. And Gary, straight amongst it. Going for the 3-bet bluff here with the ace-8 off, making it 2-3-5. Setting the tone early on, got the ace blocker in there. And going to get that one through. Good start for him on the FT.
Every hand it shows on the screen.
Oh, okay. We just did a post everyone's that. Oh, okay, that's perfect. That's pretty close, then.
How much do you need to pay to get Jack? To get what? No, to
Tom, like how much did it cost to put your name on there as Biddy?
So seating draw, there they go. Seat 1. Gani 1.6, 1.9 for Keith, 9.75 for Kenny. Jack has got 1.5, Brandon 1.6, Midi a mil, Jamie 1.5 and Dan 1.2. And Midi raises to 80,000 with Ace 8 suited.
Oh, look at this. Both players flopping a flush draw. Midi going to continue for third. 75 into 220. And Jack not going to be going anywhere here. It's Queen 10 of spades. Oh, Jack going to go for the small check raise here. The Queen 10 suited, making it 175. Midi never folding, calling with position.
Ten of hearts, turn.
So Jack now picking up some showdown value, goes with a snap check over to Midi. We still beat some hands from the big blind that may elect to bluff, some like them straight draws in there, so I like the decision from Midi just to check behind, take our equity, which is the 5 of hearts.
There's no spade, river, Kev.
Check, check. Queen 10 is good for Jack, up to 1.8.
Yeah, 4 final tables for Brandon this week is fantastic effort. Super, super effort.
Ace King for Gary, opens to 80. And over to Brandon in the big blind here with the Queen 8 off. Not sure about this one. Move up can be defending. I think Queen 7 off we would fold. Queen 9 we would call. Queen 8 against someone with almost an identical stack size to us. Fairly close in my opinion, and Brandon goes for the tight approach and just lets it go. Can definitely get behind that. Yes, we're at the final table now. We have 8 players remaining. Ace 10 for Kenny in the cut-off. Makes it 85. Jack making the call. With the pocket fives on the bottom. Midi out the way with a 10-5 in the big. Heads up to the flop. King Jack 7, 2 clubs. Like cut-off versus button, we are supposed to play a very heavy check in these situations. King high board though, with our particular hand. Ace of clubs in there as well. Looks like Kenny is going to fire. Just a theory perspective, cut-off versus button, very heavy check from the cut-off on most board textures. Going to go for 80k and should get the job done. Does
indeed, it does. Well done, Kenny.
To fold.
Feels like we're in a club a little bit. Yeah. Supposed to be busting out. Told him 8 years ago. It's like a 30-second video. Like it's not like a 20-minute loop or anything. But it's in your periphery.
Eight players on the FT of the high roller. Keith Johnson, who double busted Mitch Johnson and Stato. Raises to 80. Kenny.
I think this is always just call tower.
Yeah.
8's here for Kenny. Does go for flat. Facing Keith's open from +2.
Here's 5 deuce, 2 spades.
You look all set up in there.
So Keith continuing for 80 into 260, so around 30%. And Kenny with 8s in position here. I think versus 1 bet, gonna see call for sure. And take some turns with position. But a lot of the time, we kind of are protected. Expect Keith to start slowing down with his Broadway holdings like the King Queen, the Queen Jack, the Jack 10 suited, these type of things. And ace on the turn. Good card to see for Kenny, and this may slow Keith down. Not folding out an ace-x with a double barrel, and even a hand like Kenny has, probably going to come along for another street. So waves the white flag and checks it over. Kenny checks behind with the 8s on the hunt for showdown.
Jack of clubs it is. Terrible run out for both. And he goes check, check. Kenny shows the 8s. And it is good. 8 players left in the high roller. And that's what we're playing for. Obviously 9th was Harry. The 8th locked up £6,110. 61,070 up top. And the tile. Jamie raising up in the small. There's to 130 with the blinds at 40k. And that is it. £61,070 up top. 39,790. If you play the last hand and lose it, back tomorrow with the main events. Yeah, Brandon, 4th final of the week. The festival has been good. Day 1A, 101 playing the main events. Day 1A. Good turnout for that. Cash out satellite's got 79 players in it. So Queen I flop, Queen 8-5, 2 clubs. Check all from Garrett. 8 pairs the turn.
Not the best card to be barreling on here for Jamie. Expect this one just to go check check more often than not. And 6 of spades on the river. Gary may go on the hunt for value now once Turner's gone check check with his Queen Jack. I could definitely get caught by some ace highs or some worse pairs here, especially because a lot is bricked out, all the 10-9, Jack 10, Jack 9, front door clubs missing as well. Good spots to get value when you can credibly have a lot of hands that are bricked. Just obviously deducting what size to go.
goes for 145. 145 into 440. Around 35% on the end. Tough one for Jamie. And is going to call it off. Sees the Queen Jack, rivered 6. Obviously to do with all those hands bricking out that we mentioned. How are we doing, Bovey? How are we doing, Sam? How are we doing, Brad? Good evening to you all. Final table time. Queen suited for Gary. Great start to the FT. Got the light free bet through. Got the value bet paid. Now with a strong hand here in the small blind. Makes it 140 to go. Oh wow, oh wow, what a setup. This is blind on blind. Keith with the ace king here. And 2 chip leaders at the table. Blind on blind with 2 monster hands, and Keith just going to play flat with the ace king in position. Just choosing to flat here. Thought we were going to see free bet. Now to the streets. Seven, 5 deuce all club board. Not what we want to see as Gary with the ace queen of diamonds here. Nice flop for Keith, second up flush draw to go with his 2 overs, and I think probably going to be stabbing here. Ace king high, blind on blind, likely to be the best hand, and the times it's not, we got heaps of equity with that king of clubs in our hand. So fires for just south of third, 100k into 320. And loses the bare minimum there, Gary. The absolute bare min. Folds to Jamie, and the hijack goes for the open here. Sitting middle of the pack now, 10-7 of spades. Maybe a bit loose this one. Gary's in with the Jack 9 suited. And Keith not calling the A6, but maybe thinking about a light 3-bet squeeze here as the chip leader with the ace blocker in here. Goes for the approach of folding, and Kenny with King Jack will be coming along from the big blind. Slight bit of action here. Dummy and gutter for Jamie, and both Gary and Kenny flopping top pair. And a jack on the turn after it's been checked through. Some setups occurring early on this FT. Gary on the wrong side both times. Gonna do well to lose min here though. So Kenny goes for 120, 40% on the turn, and Gary just going to be calling with the Jack 9 suited, you expect. Ten of diamonds on the river. So some hands do get there. Have to be specifically Queen 9 of hearts or 9-7 of hearts. So I think Kenny's always happy to go for another street of value here on our troop jacks. It just comes down to what size. What does Gary's range look like after flop has checked through. Bit of an ill turn card there for Gary. Takes no more than 5 seconds to call river. No real decision in my opinion versus that size. 60% on the end. And here with the ladies from Under the Gun +1 raises to 80. Jack going to defend with the King 4 off from the big blind. Lovely sight to see for Midi, top set on a rainbow board. Queen Jack Deuce. Jack drawing close to dead. Midi continues for third. That should be hand done.
Yes, he is, Eddie. I believe he does live in the UK. He's always here at the Vic when there's an event on. I think he used to be a TD like 8-9 years ago. I think when he had that run in the WSOP and made the final table, he was a TD at the time. It's Daniel with the sevens. Goes for a hefty size in here, 110, 2.75x from +2. He's 4 suited for Gary in the hijack. Already seen one light free bet from him. I'm not going to take it on this occasion, just going to get out of the way. Just raising tape for Daniel, picks that one up. Kenny in seat 3, I'm talking about, Brad. Slightly too loose in my opinion for Daniel. Had a quick think about opening them straight into the muck. Keith has got one that he'll want to open once folded 2 in the hijack with the chip lead. It's at 80.
Your judge, please, William, Gary, Courtney, and Renee, please make your way to the desk for your seat in the settlement.
Open for Gary here, makes it 80k. The King 10 suited, and Kenny Ace Queen here in the hijack, going to be continuing. Might lean more towards free bet here versus Gary and his stack size. I think we want to be putting some pressure on these middling stacks. Does go for the aggressive route, makes it 230, just shy of 3x. Jamie finds jacks in the big blind.
Is this a call?
I don't think so, Tower.
I don't like the ace queen off. Ace queen suitor's probably the least thing.
Like Jamie's not ever going to have ace jack, ace 10 hands that will dominate here. Like best case for us as Kenny is this, jacks or 10s. Ace king is going to be a big part of Jamie's range here, dominated by queens, kings, aces. I don't think Kenny's going to call this one off, Tower. I personally wouldn't, and I don't think Kenny will. But you never know in this game.
All personal preference.
Big pick up there for Jamie with without having to see a flop. At 40 minutes into the FT, still awaiting our first casualty. Started 8-handed.
Start of the final table with 8 and not 9 because Harry Lodge bust out 9th after leaving himself 1 chip behind. Pavel Abranov finishing in 10th 20 seconds before. £61,070 up top. Ace King for Jamie raises 200,000 with the blue blind at 40. Gary's going to be defending with Queen 4 off. Sometimes you just don't have to defend. But Gary said, I'm defending. He's got the spade draw. He won't know that it's kept him with 45% equity. The top for Jamie Dwan. He's going to carry on with a bet of 50,000. Final table of the high roller.
Double barrel from Jamie. Should be hand over.
And indeed it is just that. Bet 160. There's 5 for Kenny, gets out of the way, under the gun. Jack. Makes it 125 with the blinds at 50. And that'll do it. So the final table of 8 on the high roller, 61,000 and a bit of change up top.
Goes round to Jamie. Queen 9 off in the hijack, going to open. Ace King for Kenny in the big blind. And two very similar stack sizes here, but I think this time we will be seeing the Ace King get free bet. Probably 350 around there. Size I'd make it here is Kenny. And more often than not, it is just going to get through. Goes for 360. And Jamie, quick fire with the Queen 9. How then, Warbs? Stevie Warbs.
Hiya, Stevie. Sorry I missed you today. I saw the hat walking out, unfortunately. The old bucket was wandering out. Gutted for you. You got it in front first time. Didn't see the second one. Hope we'll see it again this week.
Keith opening on the barn with a 9-6 suited, and Jack with the Ace Jack in the big blind goes for the 3-bet to 250. Tiny here from Jack, and if I'm Keith here, Tower,
you're thinking about calling.
Getting this price now, nearly 3-1 with position, suited 3-gapper. There is the call from Keith. This is why we do want to go bigger out of position. Don't want to give our opponent,
well, we're both it as well. A good 9-7 flop.
A good price to come along with position. Nice slot for Jack with his top pair. Decent kick up. Expect to see him c-bet this one. Goes for third, 200k. A lot in this pot already, Tower. 775k. Let's see what the turn brings.
Bring 2 of clubs.
Jack slows down here, checks it over to Keith, who should be taking a freebie here.
He does.
Nice clean run out for the ace jack of jack. Once turn goes check check, I think we're always going to be on the hunt for value now. Like Keith can still plausibly have an ace-x hand himself, suited ace-x that wants to check back on the turn that we can still get value from. Maybe a 9x, that's a non-believer. And we can rep a king jack, queen jack type holding. Goes for quarter, thereabouts, 250 into 975.
Keith, I'm going to think about it.
Getting a ridiculous price tower, but the thing is with this size, I can't see it ever being a bluff for quarter pot on the river. So we don't really beat much. If Jack did have one of these bluffs in there, I'm sure he would have gone for a bigger size rather than giving Keith such an attractive price. I think this just always screams value.
Nice smile from Keith Johnson.
I don't think he calls tower. I know we're getting this ridiculous price, but is this ever a bluff really for quarter pot on the river? Like he might even do this with 10s through kings. Small bet so he doesn't have to call a big one. It's like, yes, the hearts brick out, we unblock all this jack 10, 10 8 suit, which he's not going to free bet anyway, but the hearts brick out. I think it's kind of irrelevant once Jack elects for this sizing. Just quarter pot screams, I want to call. Oh, he's going to pay.
It looks like he is.
You got to remember, Jack showed down a couple of bluffs before we got to the FT, and Keith was on the table, so that may be in his head as well.
His mind.
But does go for the fold, and it's a very good fold. Getting a good price for second pair. Correct lay down on the end.
Midi 17 bigs, a short stack on the feature. Final table of the high roller.
There's the suited for Keith. Opens in the cut-off. Jack's local here to the Vic, comes down for the festival, plays a couple of events. I've played cash with him quite a lot over the years. Lovely bloke. Real wild card at the table. Definitely got moves in him. To get it, +2 gets rid of the suited connectors on the button. Mr. Benson. Jack on the button. Now the new chip leader.
Is it 125? Midi says have some of that. And it'll be a snap fold once it comes back round. So Jack. Go. 20 bigs, short stack. 5 stacks under 30 bigs. And everybody under 40 bigs. High roller, final table, crowning a champion sometime tonight. Evening Kent, Ken Powell watching on YouTube. Glad you tuned in, Ken. We're here until we crown a champion. I'm glad you're enjoying it as well. Thank you very much.
King 10 this time for Jack from the cut-off. Perfectly fine to open once folded to.
All in again.
And midi this
Twice
time.
on the trot, same hand again.
With the fours.
Fours. 2 hands running. Is Jack an unbeliever?
I can't see him calling off tower for over half his stack. Just going to go into the muck in my opinion. He's going to ask for a count, but King 10 off. 20 BBs, final table. Can't ever see the chips go in here. I'd be shocked if Jack didn't make the call.
So all in for 995. There's no call coming in. Well, if you were sat in the pub and it was a £5 rebuy, they'd be snapping. And he does it again, same hand, pocket fours. £61,070 up top, £39,790 if you play the very last hand and you lose it. Plenty of giveaways coming over Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We're concentrating on the FT of the high roller today, so there'll be plenty going on tomorrow, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
And in the satellite, once you finish your hand, you will go a 15-minute break. Once again, satellite players, please finish your break. It's now a 15-minute break.
This time 8s for Jack. Going to open yet again. Makes it 125. Daniel with a 9 deuce. Has to get out of the way. An hour into this one now, guys. Started at 7:30. We are still with all 8 players. Blinds have gone up to 25k, 50k.
125 on the button. Middy's not got pocket fours.
Jamie goes into Gary's big blind, 7-5 off. Doubt Gary's going to be defending this one at this stage. That's what we're playing for, guys. Ticker along the bottom, 60 plus £1,000 up top. Ali Law, how are we doing?
Ali Law, Ali Law. It's the boys. It sure is. We are here to entertain you. The boys are back in the town. The music and laughter to head you through the way. What theme tune was that?
Not the Simpsons.
Going together with the hey, 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 with songs and laughter and love with the dreams. Hey, all up in the game. So meet the gang got the boys are here. The boys to entertain you.
So Jack opens again. This time much closer to the top of his range. Ace Queen suited, gets it through.
Mackham's spot on. Lovely boy, lovely boy. He was great, turned to our formal. Really funny. The Tower Show was on Saturday. It will be on Saturday, Case. Saturday it will be out. It won't be on Tottenham because they play at 12:30.
Great.
Brandon with the 8s, fourth final table of the week. Where is he in the league, old Brandon? Flying up there?
Yeah, I think
must be
close. So I think he could be 5th, maybe 6th. We'll have a look after this hand as we got some action brewing here. Keeps in with the 4s in the small blind, going 3-way to the flop first time on this final table, if I recall. I think every pot's been heads up till now. Yep, Chrissy, this is the FT of the high roller.
Indeed. BCFC, is that Bradford City or Birmingham City?
So Daniel just firing once, check 2 with the best hand, gets it through.
No, this is the FT with the 8 names there. Ravi was out in 13th. Guess what he did? Jumped straight in the main. Birmingham City, Chrissy. Great time to be a fan. You've got Tom Brady as a shareholder now. He's bought like 10% of the company or something. You just need a ground that doesn't fall down. You know, subsidence or something like that. Why the fans are not allowed on the bottom tiers. Something like that. Jack Daniels.
Goes for the 3x open tower. I want to get value from that big blind defend range. Get him to put some money in with 2 undercards. Drawing very thin. Goes for the bigger sizing. Doesn't get any action.
Curtis, Rotherham United. I was a Rotherham United season ticket holder for about 15 years.
Oh, you?
I went to 63 football grounds watching Rotherham United. Back in mid-8. We've never been in Premier League, we've never even been in Division 1 back in the day. Highest we've ever finished was 6th.
So it's your peak now in the Championship?
No, we finished 6th in the old Division 2, which is like the Championship. We were in the first ever League Cup final in 1961.
Gary here with the Queen Jack raises to 100. Brandon here with the 9s in the big blind. I'm not actually sure about the stack distribution at the table here, but I do think there's a lot of stacks around this sort of area. 20 BB remit. So Brandon just going to play cool here and see a flop.
Yeah, Gary flops it. Jack 2-2.
$60K continue from Gary here. Between 5th and quarter, and Brandon just with a clear check call here, in my opinion, with the 9s. So time bank news for Brandon. I honestly thought that we were just always going to see call here from him. Going to go for raise with the 9s. Small check raise makes it 200K. And Gary with position, just going to be calling. I think this is Brandon just flushing out equity of overcards here with the 9s. Can still get value from worse, but look at this on the turn.
Card for Mr. Brandon Shields, baby.
Must have known Gary is in bother here. Big bother with top pair. Brandon slams off the full house with a 9 on the turn. And I know we got less than the pot size bet effective at Gary's stack, but I think we always want to get this over 2 streets. Our hand's just too strong. Small bet here, shove river, what I'd like to see. And does go for 3rd here on the turn, just north of.
Yeah, just please, satisfied players, you have 3 minutes remaining on the break. You're welcome to raise your satisfied players to start
A tough spot for Gary here, because what hands do we expect Brandon to be raising on the flop? Like some deuce X, obviously he's got the deuce X advantage in the big blind, but we're at a final table. Brandon's sitting with a middling stack. He's not going to defend any offsuit deuce X. Ace deuce off maybe. He may not even choose to defend that, but it's only going to be like suited king deuce, queen deuce, ace deuce. So there's actually not really many combos of deuce X out there, although Brandon's in the big blind. And then he can start check raising some king jack, some ace jack, maybe some queen jack of his own. And then I guess the bluffs are going to be hands that are wrapped around the jack, some queen 10, some 10-9, some king queen perhaps, all these type of holdings. But no real question here of what to do. Just going to be an all-in from Brandon. And Gary going to be getting a ridiculous price on this King River. So there's the all-in from Brandon. And Gary hates it with the Queen Jack. It's a really difficult one for Gary. Like on the paired board, the Jack Deuce Deuce. Like in my head, Brandon's repping a deuce, and then some stronger Jack X. Like King Jack could definitely be in there. We lose to that. We're losing to that already. Would Ace Jack go for value on this King River? That's a question we got to ask ourselves. But I think in Gary's head, it's going to be the Deuce X that he's worried about. Ace Deuce suited, King Deuce suited, which is less likely now. Queen Deuce suited going to be in there. But I think that's probably as low down as Brandon's going to defend on the FT, sitting middle of the pack to start the hand. And then the bluffs are going to be hands like 10-9 suited, Queen 10 suited gets there, even the King Queen gets there as well. But I think Brandon's bluffs are all going to derive from those type of hands, wrap round the Jack with a backdoor flush draw. Some of those completing on the river, the Queen King and the Queen 10. Can we fold and leave ourselves with 8 bigs? The thing is, if we call him with right tower, we're going to have.
He's made the
1.8
call.
million. There you go.
And Brandon has shown him the house. And Gary is shown the door. Unlucky, Gary.
My job's done for the day.
Obviously.
We're going to get exclusives. There must be. I ain't tell one today. Can't believe it.
But I'm going to have an exclusive.
What, we're going to exclusive?
Yeah.
Where?
On mute.
On mute.
Cheers, Gary. Well played, mate. You ran into a couple of tough spots there.
Yeah. That was tough.
Couple of tough ones. The Jack 9 can't fold, obviously, versus Kenny once we check back flop. The Ace Queen versus the Ace King, you lost min. That spot pretty tough when Brandon's value range is so condensed, and he's obviously capable of finding it. Nice score, nice run, mate.
Yeah, to be 8th in the high roller. They are not easy competitions, they're not easy tournaments to wait to get onto the FT. So well done, Gary. Great effort. Great effort. You might look back and think, shall I have left myself with 8 bigs? But we can see the cards. You're sat in that spot, and Brandon's putting you to the test. Cracking effort, Gary. Cracking effort. So well done, Gary. We're now down to 7. Another flop set. There we go, 7s for Kenny. Up down straight draw for Jack, and Jack will be the only person at the table not to be folding to a cheeky bet. Bear 1, 7, 5. So he does make the call. Ooh, next door. Now the 8 at chop it. Kenny, I think. We'll make a check. Bit of a bad turn card for the set. Any 8x, obviously. Having it, and Jack Benson is the guy on the button who could have any 8x. And he's going for it. But still one. Yeah, 250. 350. Half pot. Incoming. There's the call. This is turning into a juicy pot. Check. I think that'll be it from Jack as well. And Kenny will be pleased to see. No, it's not. The triangle's in. What a move! What a move from Jack Benson. What a move. Kenny under it. Flops a set. Tricky board. Tricky turn. Tricky river. He's folding. He's flicked them in the mug, and Jack Benson takes a big, big pot and moves up to 3 mil. Woo. Wowzers, wowzers. Smiter, did I ever visit Roker Park? Yes, I did. Once. Round about, mid-80s. We lost. I don't think we ever won at Roker Park. Ever. I think we lost 3-0. I think. And Fuzzy Bear says, what is it with Luton Town? Climbing into people's gardens to get into the stadium. You're not wrong. And what I remember where it was freezing cold at Roker Park, because it was, I think it was December. Freezing it was. So, there we go. Jack is here to play, ladies and gentlemen. We know that. Jay knows him from the cash games and a few tournaments.
We're going to break a hand
What did I miss?
Big hand with Jack and Kenny. Flop to set of sevens, Dick Kenny, on a 5, 6, 7 flop. 9 on the turn, 4 on the river. Jack says, have some of them triangles.
Oh my word, I'm just watching back. Let's go, Jack. Let's go, Jack. Let's go. What a boss.
And he rolled again. This time with 4 spades on the board. 150 and another win.
Jack cruising along.
Absolutely. So Jack bossing it. We're down to 7. High roller. Lost out. Who's got it? Great, great effort.
I did warn you, Tower, when this FT started. I played loads with Jack over the years in some live cash games, and he has definitely got the moves in the locker.
Does he normally turn up in a flamingo shirt?
He's not flamingo, but he has a collection like colourful shirts. Yesterday he was wearing one that was white and red and had loads of pineapples over it. So he does like the old fruity shirt selection. Maybe it's Jack Hardcastle in 30 years.
Maybe that. Maybe
Crushing the
so.
FTs in the fancy shirts. Ace King for Mini, raises to 100.
£61,070 up top, 39,790 second, 26 on the snotter for third. Just going back to O'Smith, obviously a Sunderland fan. Did you know Sunderland was the second ground ever to have floodlights? The old Roker Park.
Shouldn't it be called Stadium of Light too then?
Well, maybe so.
Is that why they get the name from?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe. They were the second club ever to have floodlights. Do you know who the first was?
Preston North End.
No.
Go on.
You don't like them.
Arsenal.
Correct.
Great.
Oh, Stadium of Light because of the miners' lamps. Yeah, Roker Park was the second ground to have floodlights. So the blinds are 60,000. All in from Kenny with the ace 4. The 20 bigs and wins
Good time to let you all know as well about our 5 million guaranteed autumn festival coming up on the online series on Grosvenor Poker. There's a 200 guaranteed main event, there's a 150k guaranteed main event, and a 100k guarantee main event. That's €10, €30 and €100 for them three. Check it all out on Grosvenor Poker. We've got 10 €20 tickets to give away for the Autumn Festival tournament over the weekend. Got plenty going on online, guys. You can get in for cheap via the satellites as always. We got our closer coming up on Monday, and the free roll as always on the final day of the main event. $397. Jamie flopping double gut shot.
Beautiful.
And Jack with the toppest of pairs.
Jack now makes about 150. And double gutter for Jamie. Does he make the call?
Yeah, I think Jamie happily calling here, taking his equity to the turn, getting this price. Backdoor hearts as well, Tower. Goes for fold?
Yeah, he goes for fold.
Thought we might have seen call that.
Hi Tal, what was the name of the cheap craps table place behind the horseshoe? Is it walkable? It's an independent casino called Ellis Island. If you come out of the horseshoe where the Uber drops you off, or the taxis, on the turn right, head down to traffic lights, turn right again, and it's there. It's literally directly behind the horseshoe. It's called Ellis Island. It's got its own microbrewery, $4 a pint.
That's all right.
Best pizza house in Vegas, 3 years running. They do an amazing chicken and rib shack, and it's a $5 craps table. I should work for them, really. Ellis Island. The lots in from Jamie. King Queen of Diamonds. I used to love the King Queen of Diamonds.
Just shy of 17 here, Tower.
Until you realise you're so far behind to a lot of hands.
I might have just opened here. 17 bigs, just shy of. Oh, and Kenny's got jacks, and it's going to be fake flip.
Yeah.
I just think 17 from +1. Maybe a bit too many bigs to be open shoving. Just shy of. Kenny is all in with the jacks, two quick folds. Jacks for Kenny, king queen suited for Jamie. He likes to see that. He loves seeing this once we get called. This is the dream. We've got the two live overcards.
Oh, flips best. Oh, we see the queen, but look what's behind it.
Jack next door, so down to runners Gonna need lots of help here, and that is dead on the turn for Jamie Dwan, out in 7th for £7,290. And we are down to the final 6. Took over an hour to lose 1, lost 2 in the last 20 minutes.
Unlucky, Jamie. Great effort. Great effort.
And when we lose 1 more, our clock will be shortened to 30 minutes.
Yep.
And in 30 minutes, I believe we're going to be going on break. FT started at 7:30, I'm pretty sure, when we come back. So thinking about 30 minutes time. There will be a break for the players.
Ali lo, why do they call me the tower? Is it because you're tall and you're born in Blackpool? No, it's because I was slightly tall and I live in Blackpool. But 20 years ago, when all the poker forums started, you needed an alias, and that was it really. Nothing exciting, pretty boring. The tower, lives in Blackpool, a bit tall. That is it. When are you going to Vegas, Hubby Bear? That's what I want to know. Go and enjoy Ellis Island. Best place to eat if you like a nice, relatively priced, decent meal.
Four free suited for Jack, raises to 150, and Brandon ace queen here in the small blind. We got Midi, Daniel and Keith all sitting there with sub 20. A lot of risk premium on Brandon. First is the chip leader here. Always contingent, it's just whether to play flat or whether to go. He's just going to go for the shove. Rips it in the middle for 32 BBs. And obviously going to get through versus Jack's 4 high. I guess we just don't want to 3-bet all in, Jack pill and then tangle down the streets out of position. Times we don't flop our ace or queen, can get in a tricky spot. Knows that Jack's going to be opening a whole host on the button and just happy to pick up big blind ante and the open from Jack.
Evening, Chrissy. Hope you are well. Living the dream. Hubby Bear, I do remember. And we'll go again next year, shall we? We'll walk to Ellis Island together. End of June next year. I do. You were the good looking one. I remember.
Nearly the end of August, September soon, it'll be Christmas before we know it. The year has flown. Whoa.
I think the name's Hubby Bear Morris, not Huggy Bear. That was a great programme, by the way. You all missed out if you didn't watch Starsky Hutch. Hiya Gary, how are you? How's you and Tony going on? What's happening with the team? We're all good, thank you.
Facebook's gone off. We will get on the case.
I bet it'll take about 14 seconds.
I'll have the unders.
Slow down, Paul.
This is just going to be an easy jam for Daniel. 18 big blinds facing an open from Kenny with chips.
15, should be back on.
Well, Daniel just goes for flat here with the ace queen suited. Thought this was going to get sent into the middle. And Keith goes for 3-bet with the king 10 off. Trying to use the image, been fairly snug so far this FT, but going for the 3-bet here with the king 10 off. Makes it 350. I like the size.
An ace high flop for Dan. Starting 9, ace 7-4.
There, and like to see c-bet from Keith once we get here. Really small size. Reckon we could even go like 175 here tower for 20%. Goes for check behind on the ace high board. Now Daniel coming out firing, goes for 250, just north of 30%, sorry 210. So quarter pot from Daniel. And Keith has now picked up a pair on the turn. Like the 3-bet from Keith, I'm just shocked to see off of his stack size. Maybe he thinks he's going to look super strong and just get plenty of credit here, but with his particular stack, I think we just want to defend, preserve our chips. If it's switch situation and Keith's got like jack stack and the open from the player and the call from the player, the two stacks that have a lot of pressure on them, like 20 big remit, then I think it would be fine to take the king 10 off and go after it as the chip leader at the table, applying maximum pressure. But as a middle into short stack, may have been a bit optimistic. Nearly did work. If Daniel didn't wake up with the ace queen and the small, would have got it through. Sometimes just being aware of your image could have been what Keith was up to there. Thinking that he's played fairly snug, he's not been involved too much the last 45 minutes. Use that to his advantage, just not working on this occasion. Right then, Alex, good evening.
It might just be die.
Yeah, Facebook is back on. Done. It is done.
Should be back on, Mick. Alan Budge is in the chat on Facebook.
Yes, he says, great job, 15 seconds.
30.
Cheers, Alan. Back on Facebook. Loving the stream. Glad you're on, Alan.
Jacks for Keith. Nice one to look down at in the cut-off. Too strong to just be open shoving. Goes for raise. We've got just over 20 minutes until the first break of the final table.
We're in a break soon, are we?
Yep.
Okay. Winning the Blackpool dates. Let's show you while we're still dealing. There they go. Quickly take a screenshot. Blackpool. Now, you've not got into that one yet. I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried. Get him involved, screenshot. They could have pictures on the wall of us too. 9th till the 19th of November.
I bet what most people do, they do the screenshot and then they crop us 2 out and just keep that anyway. So I think it's probably pointless.
The Loon schedule is on the app. It's on the app. I don't know why we've not got it as a template. It's on the app. All of Luton is on the app. We'll get a template this weekend. I know we're covering the high roller final now, but it will be on a template this weekend, so you can take a screenshot of that as well. But it is on the app, and I'm pretty sure they've got a MIDI in Luton. Oh, eyes light up.
Any PLO?
I think so.
They should put a DC tournament on in Luton, because
dealer's choice.
They would get a decent runner for that. I reckon in Luton there's quite a few DC players that way. Just put like a little one-day DC tournament on.
Yeah, but how many dealers would you need to be able to deal 8 games or something like that, and all the dealers and 600 tables and all that? It's tough, isn't it?
It is tough.
It is.
These dealers are hot. They're really good.
This is Luton.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like the dealers that are dealing here, they would come to Luton with us. And in Blackpool last year, we was on the DC game basically every night, and there must have been 10 to 12 different dealers dealing it, and everyone was good. Until people started picking Maltese Cross and Matrix, and we had to talk them through it.
Did you play reverse Maltese?
Yes, I think we did once play reverse Maltese. Yeah.
Deal the middle called pop.
It was funny because I was sat next to Riggy and he kept trying to pick games that he thought I wouldn't know, just random games, and I was like, yeah, let's go.
Did he try and introduce you to roll your own?
Yeah, he's explained roll your own to me. He kept trying to pick games that he thought I wouldn't know. And I can't remember what it was, but he got me on one. He picked a game and I was like, all right, you got me. What do we do? How do we play? He goes, well, what do? You get dealt 12 cards.
You'd have to discard 2 at the flop, 4 on the turn.
Back to the action. Brandon with middle pair on the button here after opening the King 5 into Daniel's big blind. And I think this is a clean continue here with middle pair. Hoping to take this one down now. Still can get value from worse as well. Some worse 5x, some deuce x, diamond draws, 3-4 suited, 6-4 suited, these type of holdings.
Brandon picks up another. Evening, Mr. Not Rob Adams. What's the buying for the main? The main is $12.50. Here. The Blackpool's the same. But if you check the app, all the games are on in Luton are there. It's already there. We have a MIDI of 560.
And Jack with the 10s now. Makes it 150 to go from the hijack. Brian in here. Not going to be calling, thinking about 3-betting this one. I think there's some frequency. The lower down suited king might find its way in. I'll decide to get out of the way. How are we doing, Dash Hound? Good evening, enjoying the comms. Keep it lit.
Cheers, Dash. 4, 5, 6 flop.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Keith and Jack.
Jack's going to be taking a big hit here. With the 10s over pair to the board.
Yep.
And Keith with the top 2. Like in terms of range, Tal, this is a board we are supposed to play pretty heavy check on. But with the stack size of Keith, we do have the potential to just get this in over 3 streets. Now Keith 250 into 390, so fairly hefty sizing from Jack, and Keith just shoves here with the top 2 pair, and Jack's not folding 10s.
No, not on a 6-high flop.
So a big chance to get right back in it here as Keith got to fade the 10 and the counterfeit out.
Afternoon, evening, Bob. Yes, this is the FT. We are on 6 as we lost Jamie Dwan.
Has Jack got any time banks? Or are they hiding behind his bell?
Yeah. Why has he got a bell? Is it tea time?
Yeah, I think when he wants a drink. If he folds here, Tal, this would be some fold, but I can't see how we can fold. Like, Keith's going to shove some pair up and down, pair gut shot, all this type of stuff with good equity versus an overpair. And Jack is really mulling this over and debating folding this one. I really can't see how we're going to fold this. I know we can see he's beat. I don't fold here, and I can see the old cards. Just because Keith's got all this stuff tower on this board, like the pair, the gut shot, the pair, the up and down, even maybe just a random 7x with backdoor flush draw like a king 6 and ace 6, all these type of hands that we're in front of. But the longer Jack thinks about this one, the more I think he is actually gonna let this go. There's the chip eventually. He does make the call, and he's gonna see the bad news. Nods the head, and gonna have to show the 10s.
Pocket 10s for Jack, Benson, Keith.
Fading 10s.
Flopped it nice.
And 4s at the moment. Gonna have the backdoor counterfeit as well. So fading 10s, 4s and 8s, 7s for a chop. And it is an 8, the running 8 counterfeit.
No way!
2 pair for Jack Benson, up to 4.3 million chips. And 72 big blinds. Unfortunate for Keith, got it in so good. And Jack finds the runner 8, and it gets there on the end. And we are down to 5 players, going on break in 15 minutes. When we come back, going to be 4 levels of 30 minutes. Clock does get reduced. Keith Johnson taking home just shy of 10k, £9,850.
Wowzers.
And this is the final 5.
Running 8s today. Running 7s yesterday for Victor, or earlier today. Running 7s. Oh, man. Not for the faint-hearted this game.
Players in the main event, once you finish your hand, you will donate 20-minute break. Once again, main event players, please finish their break. 20-minute break.
Rob Smith says he's watching on YouTube. He's actually in the club, and we shouted the turn of the river, and we're about 5 seconds in front. Sorry, Rob.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
This is why we need a soundproof booth for the refurb. They're having a big refurb at the Vic. Get us a booth for the comms.
That's it. When the Vic refurbs, the team need a soundproof booth.
Remember the last soundproof booth we found, Simon?
Oh, the sex is on fire. Newcastle, 2010.
Yeah, Middy's been on the ladder, that's
like
for
the
sure.
opening scene of Back to the Future.
There's King 9 here for Daniel, opens button. Kenny defends ace deuce suited in the big. Queen 6-3 rainbow. I think this is just going to be check c-bet. And depending on size, ace deuce of diamonds here could take one off for sure versus button. Still can have the best hand. Wide button opening range and got some plausible backdoors, but at this stage of the tournament, Kenny thinks better of it. Sitting second in chips. Sorry, sitting third in chips.
Evening Fletch, watching in the White Lion in Wrightington. He's already had 8 rebuys.
8?
Only started at 20 past 9. So stop singing now, Rob, you're alright. But we did have a soundproof booth in Newcastle years ago on the old GPS. That was fun. It was fun when Andy found out that all the karaoke system was underneath all the towels and all the blankets that was covering it up, and then he found the on button and he went, I wonder what this does. And he went, ba-doom, and he went, ooh. his eyes lit up when the on button came on.
Ten to go, leading us up to a 20-minute break.
Yeah, upstairs in the restaurant, that's exactly right. Danny Boy, that's exactly correct. The soundproof karaoke booth that they used to hire out on a Saturday night. Paul Fletcher's getting the rubs. How do you manage 8 revives playing pub poker? I love it.
Kenny opens bar, makes it 1-2-5. Jack peels the 9-8 off in the small. Got some chips to work with now. So getting amongst it. And Brandon 3-2 suited, not low of the suited variety in the big. He's going to defend.
King 4-5 flop. Up and down for Brandon.
Checked over to Kenny, and I think this is pretty clean c-bet, even 3-way, Jack 10. Like we expect the King X of Jack that peel the small blind, King Jack, King 10, King 9 suited, this type of stuff, good removal to that. Brandon going to be calling very wide in the big. I think Jack 10 could be a nice little c-bet here for Kenny, but does choose to check, maybe slowing down because of the multi-way situation. And Jack turns the best of it. Second pair on the 8 of spades. Going to start firing. Goes for 200 into 4-3-5, just less than half. An annoying one for Brandon here. Only one card to come now. We're up and down. Got some dirty outs. The times Jack has like a 7-8 suited, pocket sevens, 8-7 suited, and it comes to 6 on the river. So I think now even getting 3-1, got to let this go as Brandon, because we've got Kenny behind as well. We're sandwiched in between the two. Very frustrating, flopping an up and down and having to fold to 1 bet. But Jack gets that one through, and up to 4.5 million. Jack Benson having a real run at this one.
Certainly is. Evening. How are you?
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah. What drink are you making us?
Waiting for bottles of wine.
Oh. Okay.
Illy's good at making drinks. She's not very helpful today though.
Ian Needleman watching it on his balcony in northwest London, drinking on a bud. Not a bad choice. Enjoying the great comms as usual. Be there for the seniors. Ooh, talking of seniors. I think the seniors in Luton is on the first weekend and not the last. Because there's a new comp on the last weekend. And it's called the Closer.
Oh. New comp. Basically, Jerry, it's just down to more hands being out there. When you go multi-way, you just tend to tone your c-bet frequency down because there's more players to get through, therefore more possibilities of hands that can continue against you in multi-way situations. Like there's certain boards in heads-up pots that we're always going to c-bet that we're not going to c-bet if we go 4-way, just for that reason. Not going to get through as often. So just need to tone it down a little bit when a lot of players are involved in the pot. Yep, they are refurbishing the Vic, Ian.
They are indeed, starting, we do believe, in January.
Oh.
Not sure when.
Where are we going to be for the comps?
Here.
Here?
Pre-refurb, we think. I think that's the plan. We'll all get confirmation when Jim's over the weekend.
Jack opens to 150 here, and Daniel with a nice hand to defend in the big blind. Makes the call with a Jack 9 suited after the flop. Oh, what a flop for Daniel.
What a flop, man, against top pair who's not folding, Mr. Jack Benson.
Flops the stones. It's a hefty sizing from Jack here. 275 into 390. And Dan just calling, keeping the bluffs in of his opponent. Oh, and just in case we weren't going to get all the chips, we are now.
We certainly are now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, not much to analyse here, Tower. Both have got a monster.
Yeah.
It's going to go bet, shove, call. And Jack's going to need to find a 4-outer, but looking very likely that Daniel is going to be getting a clean double here. There's the all-in.
Count, please. £1.2 mil. Another 700 to call.
Jack would have bought straight in. I know Jack does very well in life off the poker table, but recreational at heart, loves to get involved in some big stakes cash games.
Doesn't play tournaments too often, but when we're at the Vic, he will jump in, usually the main event and the high roller. But know him quite well off the table, played cash with him throughout the years. Very nice guy, and unfortunately on the wrong end of a caller here, sees the Jack 9, and Jack gonna have to show this one. Still got 4 outs to get there.
Well, Dan knows.
Dan with the stand up.
Dan knows it came running 8s against Keith. The river is an 8.
Pairs the board wrong one, so huge double for Jack, up to 2.9 million now. Huge double for Daniel, and Jack down to 2.9, and we've got a new chip leader in Daniel with 3.4 million. And we're going on break, guys, I believe in 1 minute time. 1 minute, 2 minutes.
20-minute break.
I reckon we're going to squeeze one more hand in. We'll be back just before 10 o'clock with the final 5, unless we lose one this hand.
USB fans.
Amazon. Oh, team, don't touch that. Before you go on. Crack on. On a break in a minute. Downstairs, dip tag off.
There's Jack for Jack. Makes it 150.
Is this the last time before the break of 20 minutes?
And raise and take, quick glance at the clock. Guessing we're going to squeeze one more in.
Oh, what was that? All the cards came up with the cross on the back. Weird. One more end. Katie. We'll get one more in.
Yeah, I agree with Jim Marlowe. Maurice Wiggins says about Newcastle Poker Room being the smallest. He's obviously never been to Great Yarmouth. If you walk in the Great Yarmouth Poker Room, they can just about get 2 tables in there. Back to back, yeah. Back to back playing cash. About this much room. Yeah.
And there we go.
That's why I'm always on to Jim about GUKPT Great Yarmouth.
If you put them the right way,
we'll be done
here.
early.
Get away with one dealer.
So last hand before the break, the rest of the players are off. Brandon with the ace-4 suited raises to 120.
Just think of the alternates list.
The alternates, yeah. Alternate 1,244.
Woo!
And Jack,
yes,
not defending the 9-3. We're back at just before 10 o'clock, guys, between 5-2 and 10 p.m. We will see you in 20 minutes' time with the final 5. And Ed, 70 grand for him, £70,000 exactly, 4th place for Ed Roger. That leaves us with 3, just like that. And look at Andy's stack. Look at Andy's stack. How can this go wrong? It can't. It surely can't.
10 mil. Jack and oh my days, the Mad Turk, man, with the stack. Oh, oh dear. Everybody now has locked up a minimum of £110,000. How is that even possible?
Crazy tower. 2 bust outs in 2 hands. And Jack here, blind on blind, sub 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Turk is very short. We got a 70k pay jump, but Jack's been fearless in these scenarios and he does move all in. And it's cool! It's a call from Andy. Andy's got ace jack. Are we going to lose 3 in 3 hands?
No way! What's happening? Somebody's taxi outside.
Look at Turk. He's got a high 5 in people. He's got
this is a 70k jump. This is a £70,000 jump if the Turk... He won't be cheering, that is for sure. He won't be cheering. But Jack is all in with pocket fives against Andy Mock's ace Jack.
Well, there's no help there. Jack could be doubling up, and that will put him right back in it. And that is clean. We do have counterfeit outs to fade now.
Queen.
Ace Jack Queen to fade.
And ace Jack Queen. He'd like a 6.
It's a queen! It's counterfeited! Counterfeited! What a mental free hand!
To go out!
Oh my god, look at Turk! Turk's jumping around, he's made 70k! He's just sat there for free hands and he's laddered from 5th to 2nd. As the short stack, the mad Turk is loving life. He's pointing at Andy saying, "You're the man! You're the man!" And just like that, we're heads up. What? We were 5-handed 3 hands ago and we're heads up.
Wow! To get counterfeited out of the GUKPT Grand Final is ill. Yo, ticker's going a bit.
So's mine.
By jolly.
And I think Andy,
oh my dears,
heads up. I think Turk's got like 5 big blinds tower.
Live poker will never die.
Oh my, well, we've been sitting here. We were 9-handed for what, 4.5 hours?
That, we were like,
and
really?
then we were 5-handed to 2-handed in 3 hands. What on earth is going on?
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilling now, I'm going for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straighter with the King 10. One-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag. 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow.
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with one pair. He never opts for this size with a one pair hand. It's two pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with two pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and two pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy raise pre with sevens?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop tower. Once we go four-way, we're not checking sevens with our reputation on that flop ever once we go four-way. So that's out of the question. Threes are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go four-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a one pair holding. So it's two pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with two combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
You got no chance. So Ali
with the queens this time. King jack last time. Kings before. Raising up with the queens. It won't be a standard raise. Raises to 7.2. Thales gets out of the way.
Jack's got a rather smile on his face with a 6x in front of him.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a hand as well.
Tens.
Oh, the lot's going in
with the tens.
Is he doing the old
60 bigs, just shy of? And
yeah, he's not put the lot in. He's probably left one chip behind.
Pot. Ali's going to snap this off. And Jack Oliver gonna need a 10 to survive.
They're all in. Ali Malone, queens. Jack Oliver, all in for 71. Ali Malone, queens.
To the flop.
To the flop.
10 needed.
Oh,
he's it is.
He's in the 10.
Run like Jack. So some backdoor straight possibilities, but just fading a queen now for Jack.
No way!
Oh,
my days!
Ill, you think you've got there, and it's a queen on the turn.
Ali Malone bumping away.
Just the one out.
My days.
River.
Oh!
10! No way! No way did that just happen?
Clip it!
Boat over quads.
Oh.
Ali finds the 2 outer on the turn. Jack finds the 1 outer on the river. You don't see that every day. Oh my word.
You know what Ali Malone's going to tell us at the dinner break, isn't it? Oh my God, man. Wow.
Jeez.
10 on the flop, queen on the turn. Malone can't believe it. The 10 on the river.
Oh God. Run like Jack Oliver.
A brand new trick, never been done before, just for the Goliath. There we go. Right. Do you ever wonder what cards look like before they've left the factory? All right. Before they've been printed on, they look a little bit like this. Okay. Now I'm going to show you a trick. What did you say your name was? John. Can you help me with the trick? Okay. Stick closer. Stick closer. Okay. You're gonna help with the trick. I'm going to give you this card, John. Okay. That's yours for me. All right. John, what I want you to do is just call out stop anywhere. Just here. I put the card on top. Perfect. All these cards are printed. These are already printed, and you found one card that's obviously printed. It's obviously a printed card. It's out of a printed deck. The important thing is that it's random. Is the ink a little bit wet there? You feel a bit moist? Just say yes. Yeah. Yes. Why are you lying? All right. If I take the ink, because it's a little bit wet, if we waste it here like this. Now that's how you print the back. This is how they print the faces. You actually take the face of the card and print it here like this. The problem is, it's a mirror image, so you can't play with that card. To actually get it to work, you have to take the mirror card, you press the mirror card, and that's when you print a proper one like this, okay? Now here's the scary thing, if the ink's actually wet, because you said it was wet, right? Say yes, sure, yeah. Right, you take the wet ink like here, and then you pick up a real card, like this, and then you get a face on the back. I don't even know how that happens. Check it out, if I take this one, you can even print the corners like this as well. I don't know how the corner gets on there. This is incredible, this one. If you actually take the card, and let's take the, where's the mirror card? Here. Take the mirror card like this. Because it's still a little bit wet. You actually see how it smudges just here like this. One more time, if you take the card, this is my favourite one, so you print it like this, you take the card, you spin it round, and actually this whirly pattern on it just like that. What you must never do is take the mirror card, squeeze too hard and shake, because then all the pips go down to the bottom.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis got a call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top
8-6
two tower.
has got 2 pair. Kings.
knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any
No.
action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the king's improves. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has
Looks
raised.
like he's raised again, tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. This is going to still go.
Off we pop.
Back, final five. Kenny Holler in 3, Jack Benson in 4, Brandon Shields in 5, Midi in the 6 seat, and Dan F. Turk in the 8 seat. Kenny,
right,
straight into it. Queen Jack of clubs. Definitely want to be opening this one once folded to. And Jack's got jacks.
and he's already got a set.
Gonna just go for flat here.
Oi, oi.
Thought we would see the free bet here from Jack Benson.
Oh, he
what
must
a
have known.
setup!
He must have known, man.
Oh my word. First hand back after break. Jacks for Jack in the small, kings for Brandon in the big, and even Kenny's got a legitimate holding on the button here. Did you go and set this deck in the break for the first hand back?
Now that's a raise. That's 625.
525.
525.
And Kenny
Yeah.
out the way, and Jack can't fold out. And to be honest with you, he could just send. Like, I wouldn't flat the jacks in the first place, but once we get here, all these chips in the middle now, we're 5-handed, we've got such a strong hand.
I just can't see how we can't send this in this spot. Unfortunately for us, it's just a setup. 5-handed jacks is a huge hand, and Brandon going to be big chip leader if it goes that way and he holds, but it may not. There's the all-in from Jack, and there's the call from Brandon, and Jack sees the bad news. And there's an ace, but it means nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Slight bit of running straight possibilities, but Jack is needed at the moment. So just a jack for Jack to survive, and it's the 5 of spades not to survive, sorry. He's going to be down to 5-7-5. Bit of a setup for him, 7 BBs to work with still, and Brandon now runaway chip leader after that cold deck first hand back after the break.
Massive hand to start.
Huge hand. Sick call up, 5-handed. Yeah, Middy's been on the ladder trail. He's been short this whole FT.
So his clock's not working. Mikey's going to sort it. Wending Middy last play hand. There's the chip counting seat order.
Stu Rutter. Tower less than 3 months till Mark Kelly's week.
How are we doing, Stu?
I'm never going back there. I had my hat stolen last time I was in Mark Kelly's. Someone robbed me hat.
Look, everybody likes to kiss me quick, squeeze me slowly hat. You only bought it for the £5 on the prom.
I left it on the table. I come back, it is gone. I went to the toilet, come back, someone's nabbed me hat. Couldn't believe it.
Mark Ellis is a scary place.
I said last year after that, I'm never going back. There's 2 Mark Kellys in Blackpool, ain't there? 4. We'll go to a different one then.
There's 4. And if you class Fleetwood, there's 5.
So Jack 6 suited, Brandon now with chips, applying the pressure, gets that one through.
So Brandon up to 60 bigs. Chip leader.
So 5 remain. Brandon now chip leading. 9 deuce of diamonds here on the button.
Now we're doing scopes. This is indeed the final table, the final 5.
Middy's in here, blind on blind, Jack 4 suited, sends it into the middle, going to get this one through. King 9 off here for Jack under the gun. Gonna go with it here for his 7 BBs. Diamonds for Brandon. Bit of an annoying one, like as the chip leader. I think we can open this hand, but we can't because of the stacks around the table. Both Middy and Jack have got sub 10 BBs and definitely stacks that can rip over our open. So Brandon does go for fold. I agree with that one. Blind and blind here. Kenny going to be shoving fairly wide versus Jack. Well, I'd say fairly wide. Wakes up with a good ace queen in the small hit. There it is.
There it is.
Jack makes the call.
Yeah.
Kenny with ace queen, Jack with deuces.
Deuces never loses. Or do they?
Middy's praying for an ace or a queen. Get another lad up.
That's good at the minute. Some back doors. And there's one of them.
Heaps now. The
Wow.
king, the 9, the ace, the queen, the heart. It's like 19 outs here. And there it is. Barry on the end. Ace of diamonds. Kenny busting Jack Benson.
What an effort.
Great run from Jack.
I love watching that man play. And I hope he's on our feature tables in future. Jack finishing 5th for £13,590. He's entertained us all. Loved it.
Stuck it on Kenny as well with the ace 4. That hand, that was something when I watched it back.
Yeah, taps the table, says thank you very much, all the best. See you later. Nice fella, Jack Benson, finishing 5th. We're down to 4. Yep. Midi did start the final table with 17 bigs. Indeed he did, and they were down to the last 4. Locked up 18,320. Not been active.
I can't actually recall, other than the first hand of the FT when Midi opened the ace-8 suited and Jack had queen 10 of spades and they went post.
Yeah.
I cannot recall Midi playing a hand post flop other than the first hand of the FT. He's got a few shoves through, shoved the 4s twice, but I
Yeah,
can't.
pocket 5, pocket 4s, 2 hands running.
Yeah, but post flop.
Oh, right,
he shoved pre.
Yeah.
Shoved pre. But other than the first hand of the FT, I can't actually recall Midi going post a single hand. And Brandon just going to be shoving here. We got an ace, blind on blind. Midi is short stacked. Easy jam for us as Brandon. Midi shake of the head. Not for him. 10-4. Baseline for Brandon on the button, easy open for us. Not going to shove because we are 26 deep, I believe, with Daniel. So just going to open this time.
Natasha Matthews says, Andy played Joker's Wild, as that was one of the videos in the break. On the jet.
You get dealt a hand like you do in Hold'em. However, there's an extra card in the deck that is a Joker, and that Joker is a wild card, and that's basically it. You can use the Joker as whatever card you want. If the Joker comes on the board, you can use it as whatever you want. It is a wild card, and that's basically it.
And we only do that because it's a charity night and we play some music.
I've still never won a hand in the Joker's Wild.
Well, you're not playing next year. You're not having a day off.
I didn't have a day off, I had about 45 minutes off. I had about 45 minutes off, I didn't even make the first break. I got you there colluding with the other two, telling them to check it down and show their cards when they're still betting on the side.
What do you mean? It's a fun charity event at Goliath. We raised £7,000 for charity this year, and we had a sing and a dance, and it's the best night of the year.
Not one single hand.
Not one, Tracy.
Didn't win a single pot.
Tracy, anybody want to play Joker's Wild next year? How good is it?
I remember walking back in the comms booth, Dan Laidlaw looked at me like, oh, is that it? Short stint for me. Short stint for me in the comms.
Tracy Dunn says it's the best night of the year, and Tracy Dunn didn't play the Mystery Bounty because Joker's Wild was on day 3. And she says, I can't play the Mystery Bounty because Joker's Wild's on. I'm not missing Joker's Wild. Yeah, but it's a bounty, there's going to be 25. I don't care, she says. The Joker's Wild's on.
Yeah, music's good. You're playing Queen, you're playing Meatloaf, all these high beat tracks, and JCB comes on by and it's sloppy. The whole room was like, what?
Did you put any money in that pot for that?
Yeah, I did. Of course I did.
It was for the stream, wasn't it? Was it for a giveaway?
For the stream.
I think it was for a giveaway.
Yeah, giveaway, yeah. So, likely to see jam here from Brandon Tower. Going to be shoving a whole host of his range here, blind on blind versus midi, and just getting hands that don't even make it a decision. A6 suited, in they go.
One of the best things about Joke as well is Mel Simpson donated £20 while she sat in a bedroom in Edinburgh
watching the live stream.
Gets the song played. 2 days later, she sat at the bar, can't miss the action anymore. I'm coming down, she says.
I would have. I still would have gave the 20 to charity, but what I would have done, I would have just muted the stream, gone on YouTube and typed in the song I wanted to, and just listened to it that way.
Is that Kenny Allard, says Carl Davis? Yes, it is.
One you don't want to miss, the Goliath. Next year, guys, get booked early. Get in the holding tanks early as well. Say it every year. Ace-4 suited for midi. Going to get the shove through.
Players in the satellite, once you finish your hand, you will be on a 15-minute break. That's satellite players, finish their progress on a 15-minute break. Any players wish to register for the satellite registration break for the next 15 minutes. Wish to play midway to cash this out.
Hey, Jason. Jason Shellham wasn't on the Goliath. Where was the carrot cake?
Yeah, he won. That's a good shout, he weren't there.
Where was the carrot cake? You always a carrot cake. Where were you, Jace? What happened? Were you on holiday? Living at large? Miss you. When are you in town next? When do we see you?
This is live.
Is this live?
We are here, Victoria Casino, Grosvenor Casino, Edgware Road, streaming for 5 days of coverage for everyone.
Indeed it, live. Obviously on a 30-minute delay because of security reasons, so 30 minutes, so you can't text your mate saying, he's got aces!
He's got it
full! But apart from that, the 30-minute delay, which every live stream in the world has, we are live. It is 20 past 10, Thursday evening. Gary McGaffney probably still in the main event. That's how live it is. What happened to Jack? He lost with Jacks. Unfortunately ran into Kings. Yeah, the Vic's very popular. It's also having a refurb next year. but we will be having leg 1 in the Vic.
Two-
So I've been told.
2k buy-in for this one, for those asking.
So I've been told. If I've let the cat out of the bag, then sorry.
I think suited, we jam as Brandon. The offsuit, not too sure. And the thing is, we've been jamming consistently. Well, he's still going to go for it. Well, he's going to go for the not all in here. Makes it 160. So just clicks it up here with the 6-5 off. And Queen Jack, good enough for Midi to go with. He is actually just going to play cool here with the Queen Jack, facing the min click from Brandon. Oh wow.
Okay.
The thing is, Brandon does go for shove, Midi calls, and Midi's out the tournament, but now going to be able to get away from this one, which is Queen High, no draw.
So Midi, what a grind from the Midi, but they're in with the Jack 2. Suited. Dan says, any 2? Really? Don't think so. Even I'm folding this.
Any 2, but not 8-2.
Yeah. Midi on the grind, and it has been a grind.
That's good enough for Midi. Ace 10. He's all in. Gets it through. Back to 840.
The high roller was a 2k buy-in. 114 runners, the biggest high roller there's been, and we're down to the final 4.
One for Brandon. £6.2 mil. So we're on 4. This is the high roller. Back tomorrow at 12:30 with the main event. In tomorrow at 12:30. We'll be in here at what? Sharpish, 10:30, getting prepped and ready.
Yeah. I'll see you at 10:30. Don't hold your breath.
See you at 28 minutes past 12, yeah?
That's probably a good line. Like that would probably be the line. Sometimes I'm a little bit earlier than that. Sometimes I'm here with like 30 seconds. But I got one. Am I ever late? That is the question.
Unless you're stuck in a coffee queue.
No, the only time I'm late and I'm not here on time is when I've messaged Tower. Like I'm getting the coffees. I'm in a queue. The barista's taking their time at the coffee shop.
You don't think it'll be busy? What I'll do is I'll leave the bed 5 minutes early. You don't think that, does it?
Got to keep him routine, right? Got to keep him routine.
How do Tom?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
You all good?
If you wanted me to say hello.
You can have a...
After I've bubbled this. Chat if you wanted me on comms or whatever. Like this.
Well, we will have a chat, and if you're available this weekend as well, we'll grab you for at least an hour at some point. If you're available.
I'm here till Sunday. So
Excellent. We will definitely grab you.
But yeah, it's just fun.
The aces again. I've definitely had them before in my life.
Mr. Tom Clack offering his services. Nice lad. Met him in Vegas. Part of the team. Good to have everybody on board for this high roller main event Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 12:30.
Please start taking your seats. You have 3 minutes to make your break, and final 3 minutes. Anyone wish to join, make your way to the couches now. Satellite players, so please take your seats.
8-9 suited for Midi.
They're in.
Good enough to go with, and he's going to be getting called.
This is it. This is he's going to ISO with Ace King.
Yeah. No questions asked here. It's just going to be an all-in from Kenny. And Midi's got a nice hand. He's got heaps of equity here against Ace King.
Snap throw from Brandon, who knows exactly what he's doing.
Chrissy, there was an ill caller, blind on blind. Jack had jacks in the small blind and Brandon had kings in the big blind and got the hold for like a 6 milli pot.
and then when Jack busted shortly after. To the flop, let's go, 6-7 deuce, and Middy's just gone equity favourite. He's got 8, 9, 10s and 5s working, and there's the 8. So now fading aces and kings, and we'll double through Kenny, and does.
Oi, oi. Must be nice. Kenny down to 13 bigs. When's the first short deck? You'll have to go to Vegas for the short deck event.
Or Macau, they love it at Macau.
Or Macau, that's it. That is literally it. And Stu Rutter played the short deck in Vegas this year, and he came running to me at the break, and he says, we're on the first break, and he says, I guarantee by the time we get to the next break we'll be in the money, because they completely butchered the structure and they didn't allow for, obviously, with the short deck, and literally 30 minutes into the next level he says we're in the money.
There you go. When you said that, I thought he was coming to you for advice. You went, he come running to me on the break.
Yes, I tell him exactly what to do with his 6, 7, 8, 9 ace. King Queen for Middy, just calls. Ace, 8, 6.
I'm surprised to see Middy just call here, Tower. I honestly think that it should just be... okay, Kenny just lost the pot. I'm just trying to think why on earth we'd flat, but Kenny must be pretty sure.
I think Ken's got a mil.
A
so
mil.
Middy, yeah, they're on about the same, 10 bigs, 12 bigs.
Still has Kenny out chipped. It's not like extortionate gap between the two, but I'm surprised that Middy didn't send this versus Brandon. It can only be to do with the stack distribution at the table, and Kenny sitting there with sub 10 BBs, or around just north of 10 BBs.
Deals and players in the stats flag at new level 500, 1,000 with 1,000 big plans. Please be lit. Any 5 minutes. Levels now 500, 1,000, 1,000. A few players remain to register in full.
Well, I think this is fine to just give up as Brandon. We don't need to try and win every pot. We've got the chip lead, we're sitting pretty. Don't need to go after this relentlessly. What Brandon maybe is thinking that a lot of Middy's ace-X are going to be shoving pre over his raise from the small blind. So maybe thinking it's very difficult for Middy to have an ace-X here, so going to struggle to cool down with some 8x and 6x could be the idea here in Brandon's head. So he's going to go for it, and it does actually get the king queen out of there, so gets Middy off the best hand. Has to let it go, and Brandon takes another one, this time with the worst of it.
4 players left, Kenny and Middy, 13 bigs each. Kenny with the 9-4, getting out of the way.
Yeah, blinds are up now, guys. 50k, 100k.
Yeah.
Ace deuce off here for Brandon on the button. Not going to be folding. I think both options could be available. Just going to go for open here to 2.5x. A lot of pressure on Dan. Real
immense pressure on Dan in the big blind here. Brandon can run over him if you like, sitting pretty with 30 plus bigs in second place and 2 13 big blind stacks at the table.
Ten high flop, 10-6-2. Brandon connects.
So one that I do expect Brandon to be putting money in the pot here with. Bottom pair, likely to be the best hand, flopping a pair, just the 9 equity to overcards, and goes for 110, just north of a big blind, and Dan going to go for the float here with the 2 overs. Like, I understand it from Dan's perspective. We do have a hand against this price that we can plausibly float with tower. However, what I will say, we do have some times that we turn top pair and we don't have the best hand, or we pick up a straight draw and we lose more chips. Like, our chips are worth gold right now with Midi and Kenny sitting there. Blinds have just gone up. They've both got 10 BBs just over. It's just a disaster for us to potentially bust before these 2 stacks as Dan. So from a theory perspective, getting that price, I don't mind the float, but at this stage of the tournament with the ICM implications, I think we can just let the queen high go on the flop rather than potentially getting ourselves in tangles the times that we flop top pair and have to call down and potentially bust the tournament. And a lot of the time as well, like, we're not going to get to realise equity to the river. Like, we get to see one more card and then just have to fold to the second barrel sitting here with queen high, no draw. Another thing to note as well, because Brandon, with his stack versus our stack, is just meant to abuse us. It's how it goes on FT.
Yep.
The chip leader can go after second in chips, especially when you've got 2 10 big blind stacks sitting there four-handed, and the ladders are getting a lot more juicy in terms of buy-ins now. Trips for Brandon. Takes another one, this time with the best hand. What a story it would be for Brandon as well, Tao. He's had 3 final tables already this week. He's played 3 tournaments. He's had 3 final tables. This is his 4th tournament of the week. To make another FT and actually close this one out, it would literally be close to Ravi's week. Although Ravi's won 2 tournaments this week, the mini and the midi, to make 4 FTs and close one out, I think they'd be level pegging for player of the festival so far. Jakey, he's just glancing at the screen. You can't see it. When we go to the shot of where Kenny's sitting, there's a screen behind him. What that screen is, it's just live coverage with no hole cards of the players at the table. You can see the bottom of the telly screen there, and it displays chip counts and stack sizes and pot size. So rather than looking at his opponent's stack and visually counting how much he's up against, he's just having a look at the screen, and it'll be like Kenny 870k, just quicker. That's all it is. When the screen's there, a lot of players go for this approach, just having a little glance, seeing what the stack sizes are, rather than visually looking at their opponent's stack and counting it that way. That's all that's going on there from Brandon. Kenny's been doing it as well. I've noticed over the last few months when we've had that screen up, quite a lot of players have a look at the screen.
4 players left, high roller.
I agree, Robbie. Robbie says, don't think anyone in the UK grinds as hard as Brandon, rooting for him big time. Puts in so much work and true grinder. What was it in Vegas this year? How many tournaments must he have played in Vegas this year?
60.
Just every day on the grind.
Yeah, sometimes 3 and 4 a day. I know you don't like to play 3 or 4 a day, but He always puts his spreadsheets up. Yeah, over 100. Yeah. And he puts his spreadsheet out there for everybody to see. He'll have backers and he'll have people putting a lot of faith in Brandon. And as you can see here, Kenny is now all in and facing elimination. Ace-6 for Kenny Hallart, who also does a lot for poker players in Vegas, as he puts the spreadsheet out before anybody gets to Vegas.
Oh, we're dead to win this one, Tower, but we can chop with the case ace, a king or a queen. Oh, that's Rob's.
Wow.
Now we've actually got a direct out. Running sixes would win this one for us. Ace, king, queen to chop, but it's a brick on the river. Deuce of diamonds. Kenny Hollart out in full for £18,320. And Middy gets another ladder. Been laddering the way.
Absolutely.
The whole FT.
Sat there and now locked up £26,000 as Middy. Well done, Kenny. Kenny Hallart played really good. Does a lot for the poker community, especially with heading to Vegas in the summer. When he puts the spreadsheets out, good man to follow. So these three players there, you can see, are the only three players left. I'm guessing the camera's going to stick on this one. Won't need to change.
Middy in with the king 10, shoves over the complete from Brandon, gets that one through.
Can he close it out, Brandon Shields? Brandon Shields, Tom Middleton and Dan F. Turk, three players left. So you can see 6, 7 and 9. And a walk, Middy with a 9 deuce. And I have noticed Middy's been on water all day. How many points for the win in the NPL? I don't actually know. There is a calculator that you can work out. There is a calculator for the NPL on the app, on the Poker Live app. And he is on his fourth. He's on his fourth final of the week, which is just incredible.
Attention players in the main event, you have a new blind level, small blind 500, big blind 1000 with a 1000 big blind. It's 511. This will be the last level of play for this one.
Cheers, Mr. Nightbot. You got the points calculator there. You work it out, number of runners, buy in, and it'll tell you how many points you can get. Jay will do it for you now. He'll tell you.
Well, bit of action here.
Bit of action goes down as flopped. Second pair, Brandon obviously flopping. Top pair.
Yeah, going to spell trouble for Dan here because Brandon's meant to be aggressive, meant to be floating wide, meant to be getting involved, putting pressure on him, being second in chips, and second pair nut kicker three-handed is a very strong holding. So could potentially see a biggie here, Tower.
About 310 in the call. Queen of Diamonds turn.
I'll come back to that because we've got a big hand brewing. That's actually I will come back to that. That's actually proper tickle.
Yeah, but it's a nice calculator.
Oh, so it's Queen of Diamonds on the turn, and Brandon probably going to go for value here once Dan checks. Very likely we got the best hand. Well, 1.2 million the pot, so less than 1.5 SPR. Going to struggle to get value from worse over 2 streets, but may go for this option, which he does. Goes for the check behind, and then we can go for our value on the river when check 2. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Check from Daniel, value bet from Brandon, and Daniel going to be in a spot. He may be thinking about a small lead here. Daniel, a little block, can still get value versus some worse 9x. Checks it over to Brandon, who has the value bet out. I think on the turn, checking fine. Just one of these hands that we're going to struggle to get 2 streets of. We're not going to go bet turn, bet river. If we bet turn, I think we're going to be checking back river. Whereas if we check turn, we're going to have to go for our value now on the end. And does go for value, and Daniel snaps it off. 650 on the end. Snap call from Daniel. He'd already made up his mind, and now look at the stacks.
Yeah.
Brandon with 9.2 million, Midi and Daniel with 11 and 10 bigs respectively. So what's just happened? Someone in the chat on Twitch has asked for the points calculator. Our mod Mick has put a little link in for the calculator so they can calculate the points. I've clicked on it, and then I've read the comment in the chat saying that's just a picture of the calculator, so he's just screenshotted it from the MPL page and posted it into a picture, so you can't actually do anything with it. But proper cracked me up. That's just a picture of a calculator. But that's why I was chuckling. I couldn't catch my breath.
Finish him. Tom H. Crushing. Watching on YouTube. Is that Tom Hull?
King 4 suited for Midi, shoving blind on blind as he should be into Daniel. A lot of pressure on the Midi's actually got like the nice spot blind on blind. Like we can shove a lot wider in the small because Daniel has to call off tight with our stacks almost being identical. It's a nice spot to be in for Midi, where he come into this FT, been short stacked the whole final table and has just put on a clinic of how to play the short stack, play tight, wait for action to occur around the table, get them ladders. Oh, that was a good one. That really made me laugh. I know you weren't trying to be funny posting that calculator in there, but definitely cracked me up that someone wanting to calculate their points and Mick the Mod posts a bloody photo of a calculator. If you do want the actual calculator, go on to Grosvenor Poker, go to MPL and scroll all the way down to the bottom and you will find it. Yeah, has been a good session. Sean enjoyed it, and Brandon with aces makes it 200k. Midi doesn't wake up with a bean though. What a spot to be in for Brandon Shields here. 96 BBs, all the chips. We're gonna have to do some chipping up when we eventually get heads up. For Brandon, makes it 200, and just going to get that one through, raise and take. Midi all in with the ace queen on the button as he should be, and this one going to be getting through. Now down to 5 BBs. And big moans and groans coming on the table next door to us in the cash out satellite. Don't often hear them that loud. That must have been some sickness dealt out. We're sat where we're sat in the booth, some outer tables right next to us, and there was a huge moan there coming through the comms booth. Daniel gets his last 5 bigs in. I think it comes back to that hand against Brandon. With Daniel, he was sitting pretty second in chips, and oh, Midi snapped. He's got King Queen, and he's in good shape to get this heads up and bust Daniel. So, are we going to be heads up? Midi, who has put on a short stack clinic, could be heads up with Brandon if he can find the hold, and the flops don't get much better than that. Although a jack would now chop this up. 6 to win it outright. We've now got jacks and 7s to chop
6 to win outright, or is Midi gonna hold? Makes the nuts, nut flush on the river, and we are heads up, guys. Well done to Dan F. Turk out in third for £26,000, and heads up between Tom Midi and Brandon Shields. Do you know how long the break's going to be, Tower?
Well, it's going to be round about 7 or 8 minutes, so I'll have a chat.
You'll have a chat? Can I
Are you
go
bringing?
get some fresh air?
You're about to say you brought the coffee, so the tea.
I just brought the waters.
Go on, no, go on.
I'll let you have a chat.
Look, nothing. Go on then.
So heads up, I'll be back in 5. Tower will keep you occupied until then.
Well done, Dan. Well done, Dan. Really, really good effort. I'm not too sure how long it actually is. So I think it's about 7 minutes. So we might as well chat. We don't want a break. Who needs a break? We don't need breaks. So we'll have a quick chat. We'll have a chat about what's going on and what's happening, and what is going to be happening. So if you're watching and you want to give me an exclusive that I can reveal live on air, just let me know. Just let me know. We have got coming up this week, obviously, the main event as it is. So tomorrow we're heads up for the final. If you've just tuned in, the Eye Roller final is now going heads up. Good evening, Richard Whitmore. How are you, mad as the wasp? And Kahuna's, the Kahuna poker, how are we doing? Hope things are very good. Phil Baker from the town of the team. Not just yet. Tomorrow is main event day, so day 1B and day 1C tomorrow. We've then got Saturday, it's the Cup, the £550 side event that's always busy. Always busy. And that'll finish on Sunday as we crown a champion on the latest main event. And then we've got the seniors and the PLO 4, 5 and 6 bounty to finish us off here in London. Will you give the odds out for a cheeky bet? You still sound like Max and Pat. One of the greatest two seasons series ever, Max and Paddy. Phil Baker, what's my handicap at the moment? 9.2. 9.2. Not played too much, obviously did a month in Vegas, had 2.5 weeks in Coventry. It's rained a lot in the northwest. It was blowing an absolute hoolie for a lot of the last week, so it's not been great to play. But we're still on 9.2. I'll get a few cards in. I'll probably end up around about 12 at the end of the season, but we'll see. So that's what's going on there for that. And then obviously everything in yellow. Everything in yellow is what we are streaming this year regarding poker and regarding live stream from Cardroom Direct. We're in Luton. We are in Luton. Just checking. We're in Luton, and I want to look at the app because I've not got the template, but I've got the app for Luton. So I'm going to quickly run through what is happening in Luton when we get there for the GUKPT. It starts on the 14th of September. If you click on the app, they've got a MIDI. The MIDI is £560 in, and the winner this week was Ravi Sheth here in London. Then they've got the cash out satellites, and then they've got the seniors. This coming event in Luton is on the first weekend. The seniors is on the 16th of September. It's normally on the final weekend of the festival, but in Luton it's on the first weekend. So that's when that is on. The turbo's on. They've got the mini, which is on as well. So they've got the mini, won this week in London by Ravi Sheth. Yep, he won the mini and he won the midi. And then the main events. So it more or less mirrors what has just happened here in London. So there we go. Best round of golf ever, 75. Shot 75 round St Anne's. 75, best round of golf round St Anne's. I shot a level par front 9 and a 3-4 over front back 9. So there we go. That's my best ever round of golf. Donkey Fest says, Phil Tower, the voice of PKs, said the same thing back to me in 2010 GUKPT at Blackpool. If I can remember. Yeah, I've not slept since then. 2010 in Blackpool. By heck, that's a long time ago. That was a year after Brian Clark won it in 2009. Any reason why the seniors is such a low buy-in? No, it's not an insult to the seniors, it's to get all the seniors playing. It's like we don't have the ladies event at £500. We want them all to enjoy the game. The seniors is because it's not part of the NPL, because it can't be, because it's a restricted tournament, then the NPL don't get points for the seniors, so they keep it relatively low. I think it's a great idea, Turk. You've got your 1,000 buying, you've got your 500 buying, you've got your 400 buying, you've got your 300 buying, and the seniors, you've got your 150. I think it's a great idea, I must admit. But do the numbers, when you get 100 or over 100 on a regular basis, is it too low? I know what you're saying, you'd like it to be a little bit higher so the prize pool's bigger. You're one of the better players. So, yeah, I don't know. It could well be up for discussion, and I'll stick it to Jim. I'll say, Jim, the Mad Turk says, why is it so low in price? We can always ask Turk. We can always ask. But we can put it to John Hare says it was 2018 Blackpool for Brian. You're absolutely right, because you was there. Coventry or the Vic Tower for poker. Wow. I tell you what, this place is having a refurb in January next year. Starts in January next year. I don't think I'm out of place saying that. Then we'll decide. But at the moment, Coventry is the hotbed of poker at this moment in time. We've got the UK Open, we've got Goliath, we've got the 888 coming up, which is there, 18th till the 29th of October. We'll have a full fixture list for that coming up very soon. We'll get a template over the weekend for the 888. There's plenty going on. Luton, Leeds, Coventry, all going on. Coventry, obviously, for the cost of hotels, for the expenses for the players, for being central to the country, or easier to get to, cheaper to stay 4, 5, 6, 7 days than it is staying in London. We all know the expense in London, but it is one of those. Coventry has taken on the imagination. 888 are moving out of London for the first time ever. They've already got promos saying that they're going to Coventry for the first time, so we're having that. Does Goliath have dates for next year? Yes, it does. 25th of July until the 4th of August. That is when it will be. The 4th of August is when it finishes. So the 25th of July is when Goliath is on. No news around the schedule at all until next year. We know the dates are on. We know Goliath is going to happen. Is it in the same format? Will it be the same price bracket? Who knows? We have no idea. All we know is that it's on. And now, the head's up. We're going to crack on and we're going to crown a champion in the high roller. Cheers, mate.
I hate to break it, your tower, but I know about these changes already, but I can't release them for a few months. So unfortunately, I've got to stay up here. And we had a chat with Jim earlier.
What changes?
Oh, you have to find out in a few months.
What changes?
My mate Jim, me and him are like that now.
Yeah. Do we have any news on another CAF Cup next year? Will Blackpool have 2 events next year? I don't know. I don't know.
Brandon Shields, Tom Middleton. 2 very notable faces in the UK poker scene. Both with over 7 figures in live earnings. Looking to add an extra 60k to that.
So Goliath is on. It's signed and sealed. 25th of July till the 4th of August. We don't know about two legs in Blackpool next year, so we're not sure about the CAF Cup. Will it be on again? If that was another good week. Did you go to CAF Cup last week?
Yeah,
You were playing in all sorts, singing and dancing.
I weren't. I was wrecked because we went out the night before on the Friday. No, the Friday was the mystery bounty when I didn't realise I bagged. I'd been drinking all day, and I woke up the next morning. I went on Twitter and I rolled over. I go to the missus, "Oh bloody hell! I bagged in the bounty." I go, "I didn't just bag. I bagged chip lead apparently." And Cal told me the next day people around with me put me chips in my bag and all of this, and then I was sat in the CAF Cup, falling asleep in my table tower. But luckily we were at the table right at the far end, so we weren't next to your speakers. So I managed to get away with it a little bit. But yeah, that was Saturday last year, the day after the mystery bounty, drunken run from me.
Oh dear, brilliant.
Yeah, I was in a state that day. Well, you got to be in a state to not remember bagging chips until the next morning. I blame Versace John actually. That's who I need to blame for that. Had me drinking from really early that day because he was on my table in the mystery to start the day, and we were drinking all day long. And by the time it come to the last session, I don't even think I could see my old cards, probably why I bagged up.
Oh dear.
Big question. Do you reckon, Tal, you'll ever hand over the interview gauntlet to Jay? I'm not good enough. He's too good with the interviews. I'll tell you what, the only time I ever do it, maybe in a couple of years' times, when my Alice wins a GUKPT. Because hopefully in a couple of years' time she will be regularly playing the 1Ks, and that would be the time that I'll do my interview.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
But Tal was good at in front of the camera, on the mic. Don't think it will ever change for the winners and runners-up interview.
That's a nothing flop, so I might as well reveal an exclusive for 2024. I can reveal.
He's just texted Jim, you need to give me something now, you need to give me something. What on?
I need to reveal, I can reveal that the only event confirmed for 2024 is Jokers Wales.
We all knew that anyway, that's not exclusive. That's just telling people something they already know.
Jokers Wales being confirmed.
Back to the action. We got Brandon with an up and down. Gonna go for the delay. Gets Midi off the best hand. And the other thing, Phil, when it gets free-handed, it tightens up even more because that is the interview bubble. You get that lucrative interview with Tower. Don't want to come third and not get one. So just the 10 bigs for Midi. This could be a really quick one. But if Midi doubles and he's back to 20 bigs, then there's plenty of play again. So we'll see how it goes. Ace 5 off here for Brandon facing a limp. This is going to be a shove for him. For 10 BBs. And Midi with the Queen Jack. I think he's going to have to call this off, and does call it off. And here we go. Are we going to have a champion? Is Brandon going to get that title he's been searching for all week? Or is Midi going to double and have a bit of play with 20 big blinds and keep this heads up going? To the flop, and there's a lady. 5 on the flop as well, so Midi having to fade 6 outs now, fading aces and 5s, and he'll have his first double of the heads up.
and does get the fade. King of spades on the river. The midi up to 2.6 now, and now much more wiggle room with 22 bigs. And if he doubles up one more, it's level pegging. It's as simple as that. One more double for midi, and it will be neck and neck. Yep. 5 outs, thank you very much.
5 outs?
Only been commentating on poker for 10 hours, playing every hand in my head. The brain does get frazzled. It's not easy. You know what I meant.
Yes. So can he close it out? Can Brandon Shields
Midi's just double tower, so
yeah,
it's
tough. It's tough closing these out.
Right back in it.
Yeah, Brandon deserves it out. Well, his player this week, says Ryan. 4 final tables is incredible in 4 events. 4 events. 4 final tables. And he'll tell you it's not easy.
And goes for the check back, don't mind this at all. Need to mix in some top pair check backs. The ones with the low down kicker do become viable candidates. And Midi going to let the queen high go.
Some grind for Midi.
Yeah, well, it's unbelievable, Tal. He come in short and he's going to get at least second.
Second person out today.
Short stack clinic.
Fancied to reclip. Second person out. Fancied to get straight back in. Got back in. FT'd. 17 bigs. Short stack on the final table. And he's now heads up. Guaranteed £39,790. Heads up for the title, £61,070 or 39,790, just short of 40,000. For second place, Brandon Shields. The blinds at 61.20.
Yeah, probably going to go with limp here. Going to have lots of limps on the button. Heads up. Definitely will be continuing. He's going to be fine as well. I think I might choose the limp this one. Decent equity, and the thing is, midi stack size, 18 big blinds. Like the times we open and get jammed on, we just save that extra big blind the times that we limp.
King 6-8, 2 spades, top pair for midi. Brandon picks up 4 as an out. Can only hit the 4. And that should do it.
Gonna go check now. Brandon's gonna show this one down.
So got it, long way back, finishing 8th, 6,110. The FT was normally 9, but Harry was out in 9th on the outer table.
Do a full counting. Alright then, Phil. Everything is good here. We're nearly at the end of the day. We've got Tom Middleton versus Brandon Shields, 2 big names. Heads up for the high roller title and £61,000.
How are we doing, Phil? Hope things are good. Watching on Facey, £61,070, 39,790 if you play the last hand and lose it. Damn. £2,000 buying. Hiya Jamie, watching on Facey. Midi for the win. Well, Midi has been grinding, let me tell you. Grindy. Been a great show of how not to put all your chips in. Why is there not an ante? Is it just heads up? There isn't. Yeah, all chips are in play for every hand with a heads up, so there's just no ante. They decide not to run an ante. I know you can fold, but very rarely do you get a walk when your heads up.
Good evening, Rhythms. Tuned in for the last knock-ins of the high roll-up.
Absolutely, you can rewatch it whenever you want to tomorrow on YouTube and on Twitch. The replays will be there.
Jack 7-2 for Brandon. Completes and Midi checking his option with the 8-9.
Oi. Top pair.
Action central tower.
Against an up and down straight draw for Midi.
Not just
doubles.
Not just an up and down straight draw. The up and down straight draw with 2 overcards to the board.
So we're going to bet.
Look at the equity Midi has still in this hand with the 2 overs and the up and down. Almost coin flip this one. Post flop.
There's the race. Brandon looks around to see he's got 1.9 left. 16 bigs. Is this the triangle?
We call here as Brandon. Pot's going to be just shy of 1.3 million. SPR are just under 1.5. Obviously we want to keep some bluffs in of Midi. It looks like he is just going to go for jam.
There's a triangle and it's a call. Can he close it out after 4 final tables, 3 previous final tables this week? Does he get there? Does he take the title? Does Midi grind another double up? Oh, it's all 20 seconds. Go on. Deal it. Put us out of the misery. Midi needs to hit
no help.
A 5, an 8, a 9 or a 10. Or we have a champion.
River.
We got a champion
of spades. Brandon Shields shipping the high roller. Great effort from him. Towers off for the interviews. Midi as well, note to him, played the short stack phenomenally on that final table, just wasn't getting involved, laddering up, taking home just under 40k
for his troubles. But another great event, guys. 114 entries in this one, which I believe is a record for a GUKPT high roller, creating a 60k top prize. Towers out on the floor, ready to go. We are back tomorrow for the main event, 12:30 p.m. start on stream as always for day 1B on the Friday. But I think we are going to head back to the booth after the trophy presentation and the interviews are done. But great effort from Brandon. 4th final table of the week. He finally gets the close one out. I actually can't wait to hear what he's got to say to the tower. And are we going straight to Brandon? I'm assuming we are. Going straight over to Brandon. No runners up interview. Just having some technical issues with the camera. And then very shortly we will be going over to Brandon. One job, Andy Booth. One job you've got, boss.
We thought Midi had gone. We thought he wanted. Then he come over and we were going to have a quick chat. But he's gone back to the. He's gone back to the thing. He's on his way. We had a chat in Coventry, and we said it'd been a long time.
It had been a long time then, a very long time, yeah.
This week, quickly run through. We've mentioned it loads on the live stream. This has been incredible.
Yeah, like Run Like Cal, right? That's a new one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever made 2 final tables in a row for live poker.
Yeah.
And this is 4. It's like
played 4 in the festival.
Yeah.
Final table 4.
Yeah.
Close one out.
Yeah. That's just absurd. Absolutely absurd. Like final table in 2 is already absurd. So it's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to final table again for another 3 years now.
It was a great watch, and once you'd had the big hand with Jack, with the against the Kings.
Yeah, that was a cooler.
Yeah. It was a game to watch. Quick word about Midi. I know. I wonder. I'm going to ask him. That's. It's like
he was shortest when we came in.
Shortest when we came into the final night, and then another thing I was going to ask. Is he drinking water?
He's in the zone. He's ready.
What's it like playing on your left?
Well, it was nice this time because he was short and because he's, is like had to play good ICM poker, which means when I the chips, it's better for me that he's a good player.
Yeah.
And then when we got heads up, it was like I think the card distribution was on my side, and he won the first flip, I won the second flip. If he wins that one, it's a fair fight. Like he can easily win. So I'm really glad to hold in such like a huge flip.
4 finals this week, I've said. Closing one out, what does he mean?
Infinite. It's so hard to win a tournament, especially I was so I spent a good 20 minutes after the mini what did I punt it off in that tournament because I came 6th, and obviously like when you're second in chips you really, I don't know, you start to think ahead sometimes, and I feel like I messed it up, so I feel like I've managed to redeem myself the next tournament somehow, which is very rare, which I'm very grateful for.
Everybody watching in the chat say you're one of the most dedicated grinders in the game, and I think it's true. Loads of love in the chat.
That's nice.
Quick word to everybody out there.
Thank you.
If you grind, it can happen.
Yeah, just keep playing. Eventually you'll go on the most ridiculous run and make 4 final tables. Just play that much that you make it inevitable. Play hundreds of tournaments. You got to play a lot. So.
Well, we've tried to chat with this year. It's been a great pleasure. We're going to get Frankie to hand over the trophy. Let's have a big round of applause, please, for winner of the high roller is Mr. Brandon Shields. And the trophy says it all. The big smile on the face. 4 final tables in 1 week, in 1 festival, takes some doing. But to close one out means a lot to this lad. We'll get him sat down there. So, Jay, please finish it.
That is that, guys. We are done for the day, but we are back tomorrow for the main event, day 1B. 12 hours of coverage in from 12:30 till 12:30. Tower and I will be back, and we have got plenty of giveaways for you guys, so make sure you're tuned in. We got tokens to give away for our Autumn Festival online. We got closer seats to give away, and it's going to be another great day in the booth. Where is he? Here he is.
One job.
What's my job?
One job, not you.
Not me, I know,
One job he got.
One job.
Unbelievable. Oh, here we go. Oh, let me tell you. Oh, I'll tell you what a worthy winner that was, yeah? What a worthy champion. Amazing. Absolutely superb. Didn't chat to Midi, but I had a little chat with him.
just as he wandered off, we looked, he wandered again, and we were like, yes, no, yes, no. Anyway, he collected his dosh, and he was just stood in the line. I says, two things. I says, grinding. And he went, I know. He said, I know. He said, I can't believe it. He said, I can't believe it. And I went, water? He went, I know. I need to drink. I might have won it. I might have won it for me drinking. Oh, brilliant, brilliant heads-up battle. Obviously not too long, but if he just gets that second one, it could have been a long night. It could have been a long day. It really, really could. But is there a worthy champion more fitting than Brandon Shields this week? What a festival.
What a festival, Tal.
What a festival. 4 final tables in the 4 events he's played. Amazing, amazing effort. As Jay has just said, we're back for this lot. Starting tomorrow, 12:30, Saturday, 12:30, and guess what, Sunday, 12:30. Come and join us for the main event. That's what we'll be concentrating on then. But absolutely superb champion. There he is, still having a chat. Brandon Shields, super effort. Really, really enjoyed it. Thanks to everybody for joining in and tuning in and coming with us. We will see you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
12:30.
See you at 12:30, guys.
Super effort. Thanks to all the team. It's been a great eye roller. Always good to watch it. And Brandon Shields, super well done. We will see you for the main event starting at 12:30 tomorrow. From the talent and the team, good night. Ta-ta.
Jackson and suited. What do I do?
Smile.